Welcome everyone to Simply Neurocon Day 3. I'm excited to welcome all of you to Day 3 of our 4-day long event. We had amazing times and exciting presentations over the last 2 days, last weekend. So we're excited to welcome you back to Simply Neurocon this weekend as well. So before we introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Uma Naidu from Harvard Medical School, we'll be doing a brief opening ceremony again to acknowledge all of the supporters of this event. So again, welcome to Simply Neurocon Day 3. So this is our core organizing team, including Chinmai, me, Sasha, Jad, Shaima, Inchira, and Siddhi. Some of them are here, so I'll let them introduce themselves also, if you would like to.
Hi everyone, I'm Sasha and I'm the co-director of Outreach and Research at Simply Neuroscience. Weekend one was amazing and it was so incredible seeing everyone, and I'm super excited for the amazing speakers we have this weekend.
Hi everyone, I'm Inchira. I'm the co-director of conference planning at Simply Neuroscience. And as Sasha said, weekend one was truly amazing and we can't wait to have another amazing weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who helped organize this event. It was definitely a large endeavor, so thanks for all of your support and the entire Simply Neuroscience family, of course. So about Simply Neuroscience, a lot of you already know about our organization, but to explain it briefly, we are an international student-run nonprofit focused on interdisciplinary neuroscience and psychology education, outreach, and awareness. So everything from neuroscience education to mental health advocacy to making positive change in communities around the country and around the world. So ultimately, that is the mission of Simply Neuroscience. So just to get a sense of where you all are from, just type in the chat what countries or states you're all from, just to get to know each other a bit more. So feel free to do that in the chat. So of course, none of this would have been possible without all of our monetary sponsors, our in-kind donations, and all of the other mentors who helped out with this event, including the STEM Advocacy Institute, Hack Club, Sticker Mule, and the Art of Problem Solving, all of which either donated funds toward this event, provided mentorship for our organizers, or supported this event in other ways. So Simply Neurocon, to summarize it, for those of you who couldn't attend last weekend, it's an international neuroscience conference focused on interdisciplinary neuroscience and psychology. We have over 50 of the world's most prominent scientists, professors, entrepreneurs, and activists, meaning that we want to give you a wide range of the leading people in this field to inspire you and foster your interest in these wide-ranging fields. So you can visit these links if you would like to know more about the schedule throughout the day and tomorrow as well as our website, which is also linked below. And one of our conference planners will send out the link in the Zoom chat as well. So this is our first keynote speaker last weekend, Dr. J. Bala Venkatasubramanian. To remind you, he talked about motivation, his journey in medicine, and how he was able to progress and succeed in the field. So again, appreciation to him for all of his contributions to this conference as well. And I'm excited to announce Dr. Uma Naidu, who will be our keynote speaker for this weekend. Dr. Uma Naidu is a prominent and esteemed figure in her field. She's a Michelin-starred chef. She was acclaimed by Michelin-star chef David Bouley as the world's first triple threat in food as medicine space. She's a Harvard-trained psychiatrist, professional chef, and nutrition specialist, and her niche work is in nutritional psychiatry, and regarded both nationally and internationally as a medical pioneer in this newly recognized field. Featured in the Wall Street Journal, ABC News, Harvard Health Press, Goop, and many others, Dr. Uma has a special interest in the impact of food on mood and other mental health conditions. In addition, in her role as a clinical scientist, Dr. Naidu founded and directs the first hospital-based clinical service in nutrition psychiatry in the USA. She is the director of nutritional and lifestyle psychiatry at the Massachusetts General Hospital, MGH, and the director of nutritional psychiatry at the Massachusetts General Hospital Academy, while serving on the faculty of Harvard Medical School. She graduated from the Harvard Longwood Psychiatry Residency Training Program in Boston, during which she received several awards, some of which included a Junior Investigator Award from the American Psychiatric Association, as well as several other prominent and prestigious awards. She has even been asked by the APA to author the first academic text in nutritional psychiatry. In addition to her many other amazing accomplishments, she's the author of the book, Your Brain on Food, released on August 4th, 2020. So I highly recommend you all take a look at that and look into reading that book as well. She shares the cutting edge of science, explaining the ways in which food contributes to our mental health and how a sound diet can prevent a wide range of disorders such as ADHD, anxiety, depression, OCD, and others. So I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Uma Naidu as our opening keynote speaker, which she will be beginning in a few minutes. Again, as a brief recap, if you fill out all of these surveys and complete all the other activities listed in the email, you'll be able to receive these prizes. And if you have any questions, please direct them in the chat and one of our organizers will be able to answer you. So thank you for attending our opening ceremony, and I'm excited to now welcome Dr. Uma Naidu for her excellent presentation.
Thank you so much, Arvind. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Can I just need to, can we share the screen so I can put on my slides?
Yeah, you can share it.
Okay. And I actually, just because of bandwidth, I usually shut off my video when I'm speaking because I've had problems with this before. Also, my spectacles reflect. So I'll be here speaking and I'll pop back on. Thank you so much. Firstly, just want to thank this wonderful organization for asking me to present this keynote. I'm just delighted to be able to share my work with all of you and so impressed by the work that you are all doing, especially since I'm a trained psychiatrist and I really believe very strongly in mental health advocacy, especially a time like now that we're going through for individuals to know resources and to know that they can obtain help. This talk is actually based on my work in nutritional psychiatry. And what I will say about it is explain a few words, but also place it in the context of current day and time and try my best to also pull in the points about neuroscience that would be helpful. I think that in the current pandemic, one of the things I'm hearing about from everyone, whether they have previously struggled with any symptoms of mental illness or mental well-being at all, that many people are feeling anxious with the level of uncertainty that is going on. So I felt that in the field of nutritional psychiatry, I would like to talk a little bit today about anxiety and also discuss some of the statistics and nutrition strategies that people can use. This is a little bit, I think Arvind has shared much of this in my in his introduction. I'm a nutritional psychiatrist. I authored a book in nutritional psychiatry that is really intended as a guide for individuals to get started on the path to mental well-being using nutrients and nutritional strategies. I am a prescriber of medications and a trained physician, so I am not at all against prescribing medications. I do feel that in my journey to becoming a nutritional psychiatrist, I also felt that the patients I was treating needed other ways, additional means to really embrace better well-being, better lifestyle changes, and in order to sometimes cope with medication side effects. And when you look at this, I thought I would just touch on this because I know that other speakers have as well. Many people ask me how I came to do this, and I would love to be able to say to all of you that I had a grand plan when I was 5 years old. But in fact, when I was 4 or 5 years old, I wanted to be an astronaut for some reason, but I came from a large family of physicians, and I think that it became obvious to me that I loved science and I loved health. I later understood that I loved mental health and working with people. My journey to culinary school was really because Julia Child is my food hero, and I learned that she did this later in life. She also lived for most of her adult life in the Boston area and was in fact a benefactor of the school where I studied. So it really was an ode to understanding that people can do things at different stages of their life. So I did that after residency, and I studied nutrition as well. And again, I would love to say that I had a grand plan, but I didn't. I really just followed things that I loved to do and cared about in my clinical work. This is where I'm located. I live in Boston, Massachusetts. I work at Massachusetts General hospital, and I'm on the faculty of Harvard Medical School, where I teach medical students, and have recently piloted with a colleague of mine, an MD, future MD student at HMS, and an Oxford PhD candidate, Nicholas Norwitz, and I have piloting a food as medicine class at Harvard Medical School for our first year students who currently are all virtual. And it really is a way to share nutrition science with them. I went ahead and studied nutrition on my own because it's a huge gap in medical school. And many of you who are in or headed to medical school will realize that not all of our medical schools in the US have embraced including enough nutrition. So what is nutritional psychiatry? While nutritional psychiatry may be considered to be a newer field, it in fact has existed for a long time, as we have studied things like folate, magnesium, vitamin D, omega-3 fatty acids for decades. In fact, the mentors at the hospital where I work, many of my mentors have led the charge in these seminal studies. And so we've been studying nutrients for a very long time. The issue is that we just haven't called it nutritional psychiatry. And really what this is trying to help individuals feel better through the use of additional mechanisms such as nutrients in food. I want to share this in context of pre-COVID statistics, which is that 1 in 4 adults or 61.5 million Americans have mental illness in a given year. We expect those to increase after the studies during COVID and post-COVID come out. 1 in 17, or about 13.6 million, live with a serious mental illness, which include things like schizophrenia, major depression, and bipolar disorder. Also, pre-COVID statistics, surprisingly, even though depression is the lead cause of disability in this country and globally, the leading disorder in the United States is anxiety disorders, so much so that it is approximately almost 3 times that of major depression. I think that, again, that will change slightly during and after COVID, but I think it's also important to understand why I wanted to speak about anxiety disorders today, not only in the context of the data, but also the fact that the pandemic is causing so many people who previously weren't suffering to feel so much more anxious and concerned and worried. Also, in terms of younger folk, 13% of 8 to 15-year-olds, 20% of 13 to 18-year-olds experienced severe mental illness in a given year. And I think it's also important for people to understand this in context of the fact that individuals who live with serious mental illness face an increased risk of having chronic medical conditions. So whether that's diabetes, hypertension, metabolic syndrome. Adults living with serious mental illness die on an average 25 years earlier than other Americans. And this is largely due to medical conditions that we can treat. The topics I will look at today are basically introducing you to why foods matter, especially to mental well-being, the gut-brain connection, and how anxiety and food interrelate in terms of driving and worsening anxiety or improving anxiety. One of the things I think we should place this in context in that metabolic diseases are on the rise. And this is something that we're seeing in all aspects of medicine. And it's something for us to be aware of. And also that medications in mental health, specifically, since that is my area of expertise, do not fully address symptoms. So even when I prescribe a medication for someone with anxiety, several, and studies have proven this, started by Roy Byrne and colleagues in 2015, showed that a large number of individuals, even with medication therapy, as well as other talking therapies such as CBT and other forms, do not fully recover. So there is a very large need to find out, beyond medications, additional ways that people can feel better. In addition to the background here, which is that mental health treatment carries a stigma in certainly certain countries of the world. I think that in the US, it's sometimes fashionable to have a therapist, and there's less of a stigma than other countries, but I think it is still difficult for individuals with mental illness because the larger majority of mental illness sufferers do not seek help in the United States. Again, coming back to nutritional psychiatry, we offer guidelines that are clinical. They're not food prescriptions. What do I mean by this? It's really not about 10 milligrams of Prozac, which is an SSRI, a medication, otherwise called a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. So it's not about my saying, here, go ahead and eat 10 blueberries today instead of your 10 milligrams of Prozac. It's much more of an integrated plan. My approach in mental health is holistic, integrated, and functional. What do I mean by that? My Hindu roots probably bring in the holistic feature, which is that I grew up around meditation, mindfulness, Ayurvedic medicine, and understanding from my grandmother that, I should eat certain foods if I had the cold, or I should have something if I was wanting to study and have a sharpened focus of mind. So it definitely comes from that background, but also as I studied and learned more, understanding that it has to be an integrated approach in mental health is very significant. Because for one thing, medicine is very highly specialized in the United States and very siloed. We need to communicate, and physicians definitely make every effort to do that. But we also need to understand that the body is a whole. So we can't just be treating someone for a brain-related, brain-based issue, looking at the neuroscience, and ignoring the fact that they may have a gut-related issue and we need to be talking to their gastroenterologist. What do I mean by functional? I mean that I look at the root cause of an illness. So while I treat individuals for psychiatric care, using both medications or allopathic medicine, as well as nutrition and nutritional strategies, I also believe in a functional approach, meaning that I look for the underlying cause. And one example of that is an individual who presented to me, 32-year-old female who had severe panic and anxiety for the very first time in her life. And we discovered with the proper history and diagnostic tools, as well as speaking to a gastroenterologist, that in fact the issue was that she had underlying gut dysbiosis, or basically inflammation in her gut, which was driving mental health symptoms. And I'll touch more on that later. So again, this approach involves an integrative and holistic approach, lifestyle factors which impact mental well-being, the use of mindfulness and meditation, the use of simply teaching someone to take a deep breath when they're feeling panicked or anxious can be extremely useful. Mindful eating and the use of nutrition, Ayurvedic principles, mind-body medicine, adjunctive therapies, as well as exercise and movement. When someone is severely depressed, they may not be able to even get out of bed. So using the word movement becomes helpful, because what I want them to do is walk out to get the newspaper, walk to the local store to buy something, take their dog for a walk. That may be where they need to start because they are so severely depressed. Other things include hydration and good sleep hygiene. I think this is probably a really good point, very, very good point for me to mention, that nutritional psychiatry and the interventions are really intended for people who are using this to feel emotionally well. If you are suicidal, severely manic from an episode of bipolar disorder, or you have lost touch with reality due to schizophrenia, major depression, or another major mental illness, while food can be a very helpful additional strategy, it is not the first line of care. In those situations, the person needs to go to the emergency room, urgent care center, call their doctor, and be evaluated. They may need to be hospitalized. They may need acutely more medication to be treated. And as they recover, and even as they begin medication, they can also use nutritional strategies, but nutrition is not the first line in such severe illness. Now, if you thought that holistic approach may not have been something that was that meaningful, or that why would Dr. Naidu say we have to include mindfulness when we're talking about mental illness? I'd suggest you look at this particular study that showed the breathing technique in Prastika Pranayama helped not only to control heart rate to positively impact the cardiorespiratory system, but also improved anxiety and depression. So there's great meaning in adding these techniques in order to help individuals. So before I get into the nuts and bolts, I wanted to share this mnemonic that I created up front, because I think that it is helpful. And sometimes it takes a long time as we do these lectures to get into the nuts and bolts. And this is something that I like to share with my patients in my clinic. I've created this clinic called minus gaps, and what that stands for is one of the ways to try to help yourself with anxiety, certainly mild to moderate forms of anxiety, is to eat things like including vitamin D rich foods, which can include foods such as a rainbow trout, sockeye salmon, certain types of mushrooms, milk that is fortified. I always suggest grass milk fed sources of dairy, sardines, certain forms of organic soy, almond, and eggs, as well as liver and beef are sources of vitamin D. Omega-3 rich sources such as fatty fish, sockeye salmon, mackerel, anchovies are some examples of omega-3 rich sources. There are also plant-based sources of omega-3s such as algae, sea vegetables, chia seeds, flax seeds, walnuts. Although with walnuts, we want to be careful about the omega-3 and omega-6 ratio, but certainly, in moderation, it can be helpful. Turmeric with a pinch of black pepper is useful. All three in the DOT are actually proven in studies, both human and animal studies, to improve anxiety. Turmeric with a pinch of black pepper, why? Because curcumin is the active ingredient in turmeric, and the piperine in black pepper activates the curcumin in turmeric to make it more bioactive and more bioavailable to your body and your brain. So, my recommendation to individuals is that if you're having turmeric, maybe you don't cook with it, but you're going to add a quarter teaspoon with a pinch of black pepper to a soup or a smoothie or a tea in order to start consuming it as an easy way to incorporate these measures into diet. And then the minus is the things to worry about and be concerned about, or at least look at perhaps reducing in your diet if you suffer with anxiety. And that includes gluten-rich foods, artificial sweeteners, processed vegetable oils, and sugar. I think that many of us understand that sugar is bad for our health in a general way. Many of us understand that sugar is something to be careful about if we have a family history of diabetes, for example, or we are trying to lose weight. However, sugar has a significant amount of evidence in research studies that links the use of added sugar and, we're talking about things like pure cane sugar, and sources of sugar such as that. We're not talking about natural sources of sugar, but where there was a very large load of sugar, there's significant amount of depression, as well as the fact that it worsens anxiety. So in terms of why food matters to mental health, some of it is really some of what I've started to explain. And it's also about understanding these connections and really how one of the things I care about and I feel is very meaningful for people to understand is how the brain-gut connection impacts anxiety and other mental health conditions. And when we think about why food matters to mental health, it's important for us to understand that when we feel anxious, this can impact the brain, and that the brain and the gut are also connected. And as a result, anxiety can impact the brain. So in this diagram, what I'm basically trying to say is there is this connection between the anxiety one feels, their brain, and their gut. The gut is very often called the second brain, and we'll go into that in a second. But the first point of connection between the gut and brain is that of embryology. And that fundamentally, from a developmental standpoint, although all our organs may look and function differently, they all come from the same place, which is basically the fertilized egg, which is called the zygote. And your gut and brain were actually connected long before they became differentiated and long before we were born. So again, we have the origin of those coming from a fertilized egg. Then the organs in our body differentiate, but they do not separate. And anatomically, physiologically, and biochemically, the 10th cranial nerve, called the vagus nerve, is the actual connection that links our gut to our brain. I'd love to share this video for a second, and hopefully it will play okay.
Dr. Naidu. Dr.
Yes.
Naidu.
Yeah.
We can't hear your computer audio, so if you
Oh,
look in the
sorry.
Zoom if you look in the Zoom menu, there should be an
Mhm.
option to share computer sound.
To do what? I'm sorry.
So if you look in the screen sharing menu,
Mhm.
click on more, and then there should be an option in the drop down to share computer sound.
Okay, 1 second. Is that under new share?
There should
I'm
be
afraid it will prevent me from sharing.
in the top menu bar, you can click on more, and it should show the option.
What I'm seeing in the top is, okay, 1 second. Sorry about that. I didn't realize. Okay, let me start that again and see.
Linking the signals generated inside the small intestine to the brain.
Arvind, would you like me to replay the video, and are you all able to hear the sound now?
Yeah, we can hear it now. You can.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
How the gut and the brain communicate has fascinated us for centuries. The gut-brain axis transforms information via the vagus nerve from food to feelings. Once eaten, digested food particles enter the small intestine, which is covered with a velvety layer of villi. Each villus is lined with a single layer of epithelium. This layer is made up of different cell types. One of them, the enteroendocrine cell, is unlike the others. It is our gut sensor. In addition to communicating through hormones, we discovered that enteroendocrine cells also synapse with nerves, including the vagus nerve. We call those enteroendocrine cells synapsing with nerves neuropod cells. They sense and react to their environment. They sense mechanical, thermal, and chemical stimuli, such as nutrients or bacterial byproducts in the gut lumen. Inside neuropod cells, signals from stimuli are converted into tiny electrical pulses. These pulses propagate via synapses onto the afferent neuron of the vagus nerve. Vagal neurons carry the sensory information to the brainstem, linking the signals generated inside the small intestine to the brain. The neuropod cell connection with the vagus nerve serves as a conduit for food in the gut to influence brain function within seconds. This connection is also a potential portal for gut pathogens to access the brain. This new knowledge is a foundation for designing therapies to treat disorders related to altered gut-brain signaling.
It turns out that in order to be alive and to function optimally, all of our organs have to be connected. And we all understand that in order to facilitate functioning. But early in our development, we also understand that the digestive system develops with the migration of cells, like you just saw from the central nervous system. And this forms the secondary nervous system in the gut. And the nervous system is called the enteric nervous system. That is really entirely developed and derived from neural crest cells, which undergo several key processes, specifically migrating into and along the gut. They proliferate and they differentiate into enteric neurons and glia. So very, very often the gut is called the second brain. And when the gut bacteria change, the signals to and from your brain change too. At this point, I would like to just say that research has shown that in a single day, by the food that you eat, you can change your gut bacteria. Now, will you feel it within that same 24-hour period? No, but it will start to change. So if you make the choice today to have a burger and French fries from a local fast food restaurant versus having healthier food options, your bacteria will actually start to evolve and change within 24 hours, and the impact of that will start to be seen over time. In this particular study, it really just reflected what we spoke about regarding the vagal pathways, the microbiome, and the connection. And I would encourage looking at it just because it gives you a greater depth of understanding of how these changes impact the brain. And introducing the anxiety-brain connection becomes a greater depth of understanding of anxiety, but also, like I mentioned earlier, things like foods that can make a difference, because anxiety is not a disorder that is only treated with food. Someone may require learning things like using an app that can help them with relaxation techniques. Perhaps they will see a therapist and work through CBT techniques. But it is important for us to understand that one of the mechanisms that we can use are nutrients and food. I would recommend this study because it has a wonderful description of really how anxiety and the brain are related. And, in terms of the biology, basing this on the anxiety and the gut-brain connection, which we're speaking about, serotonin, otherwise called the happiness hormone, is implicated in the pathophysiology of anxiety. And there's also a significant amount of comorbidity with anxiety, such as irritable bowel syndrome, irritable bowel disease, where individuals who have or present to their gastroenterologist with irritable bowel disease may have significant levels of anxiety. There also is a comorbidity with inflammatory processes, and the studies quoted here will be helpful if you want to delve into those more. Now, the stress is a significant factor when it comes to mood changes, gut bacteria, and vice versa. Stress works through the hypothalamic pituitary axis. It impacts gut permeability. This impacts anxiety, and the two are interrelated, like we described earlier. And some of what happens with, when I mentioned gut permeability, the way to think about it is that the foods that you eat could impact your gut bacteria, or I should say your gut bugs, because it's not just bacteria that live in the microbiome. There are approximately 39 trillion types of bugs in your gut. We want those bugs to work for us and not against us. So by eating in a positive way and eating healthy ingredients, you are helping those gut bugs thrive versus work against you and have the bad bugs thrive in your gut, setting up things like inflammation in your gut, leading to gut permeability, which is commonly called leaky gut. And one of the main one of the significant symptoms that arise when someone has developed a leaky gut or gut permeability or intestinal permeability are both anxiety and depression. So what we've been saying is that all of these things are really interrelated. And if it's one thing I want to convey for mental well-being, and today we're focusing more on anxiety, but whether it's depression, anxiety, PTSD, OCD, ADHD, problems with sleep, problems with cognition, thinking, or brain fog, they are all related. And the gut is significantly important. So one of the ways that food is a way to connect the organs in our body, because when we eat something, it is basically a way that we can decide um, that we eat for better mental health, or that we eat to beat anxiety, we eat to help our depression, or we can eat in the opposite direction. We can embrace the standard American diet, or also called the SAD diet for the acronym, because it is usually, fast foods, processed foods, packaged foods, highly sugared foods, lots of soda and sweetened beverages, a lot of unhealthy fats that often trans fats. For example, a study of trans fats showed that individuals who are consuming a high level of trans fats also showed a very high level of aggression. So right there is a study that showed a link between behavior and the consumption of trans fats. And I think it's important. I put the slide in here because I did mention the Julia Child, my food hero, and I put it partly as a joke, but also partly to indicate that when you're working with patients or when you're in the real world, you can't assume that everyone is on a diet. You cannot assume what people are eating, and you cannot assume that people are going to give up foods that they want to eat or that they enjoy. And part of working with someone around nutritional strategies is really embracing how they think about their food, how they think about what they like to eat, and how they think about what matters to them. So, in my practice, whether someone comes in eating a carnivore diet or someone comes in on a vegan diet, as a psychiatrist, I have to be able to help them. And I call that being diet agnostic, which I learned the term from a colleague of mine, because what it is, it's really being able to not place a judgment on what I'm eating versus what you're eating, but also understand that whether you come in with a carnivore diet or a vegan diet, I've got to be able to find a way in to help you with the symptoms that you're suffering with, in addition to other mechanisms. Now, this particular study I mentioned here, that when patients are trying to lose weight, they have generic food restrictions that can actually worsen things. And this study was one example that showed that very low calorie diets produce rapid weight loss, but should only be used for fewer than 16 weeks because of the clinical adverse effects. And diets that are severely restrictive, especially in things like carbohydrates, that do not emphasize the reduction of energy intake, may be effective in reducing weight in the short term. But in the long term, there's also the risk that high fats associated with these diets may also be atherogenic. Now, there's a lot of discussion going on about this. I'm not necessarily advocating one diet or the other, but I think it's important to create a sense of balance. Say you're embracing a keto diet, or say you're embracing a carnivore diet, or say you're embracing a vegetarian diet. It's important to understand that with any type of dietary measure that you take, you have to understand the impact on your body, but also extremely important to understand the impact on your brain. And finding some kind of balance with any one of those is extremely important. Now, when it came to stress, I mentioned earlier the HPA axis. I know that everyone in this audience is familiar with that. But one of the things I wanted to mention, that chronic stress exposure, and I have the study, I think, on the next slide. This particular study showed that chronic stress, which can induce comfort food consumption, because comfort foods are palatable. And one of the things that we've seen during COVID and basically the pandemic is that people are really seeking comfort foods. They want to feel better. There's a lot of emotional eating and stress eating going on. And that's what I was seeing with a lot of my patients. Also, processed food sales in the United States significantly increased during the pandemic. So what we need to understand is that chronic stress may trigger or reinforce neural pathways, leading to stronger reactions to highly rewarding foods. So a study that showed that the consumption of sugar was related to how cocaine affects the brain indicated to us that we have to be concerned about sugar consumption, especially in the United States, where we consume a lot of added sugars, because it really works in a similar pathway to a street drug, such as cocaine. In this particular study, functional MRI imaging was used to assess whether chronic stress influences the activation in this reward and motivation system and executive brain regions in response to pictures that were used in this study of high calorie and low calorie foods, and it was done in approximately 30 women. And the results suggested that persistent stress exposure may alter the brain's response to food in ways that predispose individual to poor eating habits, which, if these habits were sustained, may increase the risk for obesity. So one of the things I wanted to share through this is that, stress is not something to be overlooked in terms of eating habits, and emotional stress regarding the stress eating during the pandemic is something that, many of my patients are talking about weight gain of the COVID-19, so 19-pound weight gain or less. But I'm actually going to skip this slide, was significantly important to understand the brain science behind it. Now, I want to also point out that studies linked magnesium to depression, and magnesium is also very, very useful as an ingredient that you can get through food, because it also is linked to lowering anxiety. Foods that could ease anxiety include foods that are rich in magnesium, zinc, vitamin D, omega-3 fatty acids, probiotic-rich foods, antioxidants, and spices. And we're going to go into some of those. So magnesium-rich foods include these foods that, including in a healthy diet with appropriate portion control is important. I would say a couple of things about these. Remember, when consuming fruit, they are extremely healthy, but if you have a problem with insulin resistance, or if you're pre-diabetic, or you have a problem with your weight, consuming lower glycemic fruit is more important than consuming just any fruit. For example, bananas, things like watermelon, pineapple, and some others are higher glycemic fruit. Not that they are unhealthy, you just have to eat them in moderation. So I usually recommend things like blueberries, blackberries, and strawberries because they are lower glycemic than some others. When it comes to dark chocolate, I just want to qualify that it's extra dark chocolate, more than 70%, and the natural form. So not the candy bars that have chocolate. We're talking about dark chocolate that is really a raw form or mostly unprocessed, and usually get them in chunks that are sold in supermarkets. And it really is an acquired taste if you use to candy bars, but it's worth it because of the rich flavonols in dark chocolate that are good for the brain. I would also just like to say on this slide that while grapefruit are a very healthy fruit to eat in moderation, grapefruit does interact with liver enzymes, and one has to be quite concerned about certain medications that you might be taking, and therefore always consult your doctor if you are taking medications as to whether that medication may interact with grapefruit. Zinc-rich foods such as crustaceans and oysters, mussels, all are very rich in zinc, and zinc actually does help to lower anxiety. In vitamin B-rich foods, how much of the vitamin B do you need? Where do you get them? It depends on your age and your sex, and there are some guidelines around that. In general, we try to aim for good sources of vitamin B2 or riboflavin, vitamin B6, which is pyridoxine, vitamin B9, which is folate, which you can get from leafy greens, and also B12. Now, if you are vegetarian or vegan, you may need to consult your doctor about vitamin B12 because you may in fact become deficient, because usually the best sources of vitamin B12 are meat products. But other sources of vitamin B include leafy greens, beans, seeds, nuts, eggs, seafood, red meat are all rich in these vitamins. But also liver, for example, if that's something you eat, is very rich in vitamin B. And other, vitamin B rich foods include, we mentioned nuts, asparagus is a great source, as well as avocado. Avocado also is a healthy fat, good for your brain and good for your health. With avocado, I like to suggest that it's about a quarter of a medium-sized avocado that you eat in a day in terms of portion control, because if not, the calories add up. With nuts, I like to talk about the omega-3 and omega-6 ratio, which affects your brain health. And in this regard, I recommend nuts such as hazelnuts and macadamia nuts because of their profile regarding omega-3 and omega-6. So omega-3 fatty acids have been shown to help anxiety. Many people know about them in association with depression, but not everyone realizes that studies have also been conducted in use of omega-3 fatty acids for anxiety. And the best sources are usually well-sourced things like sockeye salmon and fatty fish. And consuming those will definitely help with management of anxiety. Another type of food that is helpful not only for gut health, which then affects mental health, because we want our guts to be healthy, we want to feed the good bugs in our gut, are prebiotic and probiotic foods. What is the difference? Prebiotic foods are not in this photograph, but prebiotic foods, think of the allium family. Garlic, leeks, onions, other types of vegetables like jicama, radish, asparagus are all good prebiotic foods. And what they do is they provide rich fiber to the bugs in the gut, and they provide food for the good bugs to thrive. Probiotic foods or fermented foods, probiotics are usually in the form of a supplement, but fermented foods are actually where you can get food sources of probiotics, such as dairy yogurt with cultures or non-dairy yogurt with cultures. Always remember to go for the unflavored type, because even though you might say, Dr. Naidu said blueberries are healthy, the problem with fruited yogurts is that 4 ounce or 6 ounce, which is about just over a half a cup of yogurt, can have up to 6 to 7 teaspoons of added sugar due to it being a blueberry or strawberry flavored. So rather get the plain yogurt if that's what you eat, and add some berries and cinnamon for sweetening. Fermented foods include things like kimchi, Korean kimchi pickle, other pickles, miso paste, which is fermented soybean paste, sauerkraut, and kefir, which is a soured yogurt. Same thing with kefir. I always suggest an unsweetened type, so that you are not adding in added sugars. It turns out there's a significant amount of evidence for the use of spices in mental health. And in anxiety specifically, turmeric with black pepper, like I mentioned earlier, is really something to pay attention to and worth including in your diet. It turns out there's a good amount of evidence regarding the use of ginger, which also helps to ease anxiety. And in terms of ginger, I think one of the things to realize as well is turmeric and ginger are from the same family. If you look at the root, this is actually a photograph of a turmeric root, but if you look at a ginger root, they actually do look similar as well, except for the bright color of turmeric. And it's worth consuming these in your diet, making a tea, or using the powdered form of turmeric. I'm not necessarily suggesting that you have to, buy the fresh root and use it. Most supermarket aisles have the spiced turmeric these days, or an organic form. I definitely recommend that, and always adding a pinch of black pepper. I've said a lot today, and I've spoken about food, and I've tried to make the connection with you and for you that nutritional psychiatry really is about mental well-being through the use of nutrients and healthy whole foods. Some pillars of that are really embracing a healthy whole foods diet, unless you have an allergy, food intolerance, or for example, something like celiac disease, where you cannot tolerate gluten. And the pillars that I speak to people about are embracing prebiotic and probiotic foods, a whole foods healthy diet, including fruits and vegetables, Why? Because you cannot get fiber from seafood or animal sources of protein, but you can get fiber, which is excellent for your gut, from vegetables, fruit, beans, nuts, seeds, legumes, and healthy whole grains. Another pillar is eat the rainbow, which is eat colorful foods and fruits and vegetables. Add these to your diet, add as many as you can. Why? Because the biodiversity of the foods you eat adds to the biodiversity of your gut microbiome, and you will help the good bacteria and other bugs thrive in your gut by doing that. And I wanted to end with this with this little video, if it plays. And this is really to say that the joy in food and eating should still be enjoyed. And it is important that we embrace that in life. Food is a very much important part of what we do. I'm not just saying that because I love food or that I'm a chef. I think it's something that we all have to do. We eat several meals a day, or most of us do, unless you're on a specialized diet. And since we do eat food, and since it's something we can control versus something your doctor tells you to do, that while you should follow, sometimes it's easier to just take the path of also adjusting your diet, how you're eating, embracing healthy whole foods, because that will certainly be useful to you in terms of your life, your lifestyle, and certainly I hope you've understood through what I've said, your mental health as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naidu. It was very informative and fascinating to hear. I think people don't normally look at medicine from this perspective, so definitely a very exciting presentation.
Thank you.
Anyone of the audience, if you have questions, type them in the chat and one of our moderators can ask them to Dr. Naidu.
Hi, Dr. Naidu. Thank you so much for speaking. I'm the moderator for this session. I think that your talk was so relevant, especially now, and I think diet is really overlooked in the conversation about mental and physical well-being. So it was really insightful to hear your perspective.
Thank you.
Okay, so a couple of questions coming in the chat right now. Somebody wanted to ask what your opinion is on vitamin supplements and maybe like what age you should start taking these.
Sure. So, it turns out that if we truly are eating a whole foods healthy diet, some of the things I described in my talk today, that you actually shouldn't need a multivitamin. But the reality is through our food sources, and until we sort of embrace a healthier diet, that we may be deficient. So taking a multivitamin is not a bad thing. It's perfectly fine, although technically we shouldn't need one. If you are deficient and your doctor has tested your blood for, vitamin B12 or vitamin D, then of course you should take a supplement. And I would say that have your doctor check the level, consult with him or her, and take a supplement if it's necessary. For example, in the Northeast, because of the weather up here and because of the period of when we have actual sunshine, vitamin D is, people are very frequently deficient in vitamin D. But again, it's not just something you go and supplement. You check the level first with your doctor. And remember that natural sources of vitamin D you cannot get through a window. Like I'm sitting inside my house today, the sun is about to come out. It's not going to help me. I have to be outdoors with sunblock or sun protection of some kind to absorb vitamin D.
Got it. And another question we have in the chat is somebody wants to know your opinion and kind of your perspective on the keto diet.
Sure. I think that, it's been, studies are showing more and more that it has significant good evidence behind it. In terms of mental illness, some early clinical trials have been out on very small case studies, I should say, that it's been helpful in certain diagnoses. I think that again, where I said I'm diet agnostic, meaning that I think that if it's working for you, if you've been checked, if you're assuming a new diet, you should be talking to your doctor, because say it's a keto diet, there are certain things you won't be eating. You want to check with your doctor to make sure that you're okay. Before you do it, I think that there's good and emerging evidence about it. If one of my patients comes in using a keto diet, what I do is I try to adapt the treatment plan to incorporate what they eat. And if we run into difficulties or worsening of symptoms, then we have to look at, is that diet working for them? And remember that many of these, any type of treatment plan that I put into place for an individual coming into my office for nutritional psychiatry, it has to be highly personalized because the microbiome is so mostly unique, right? So for example, if you, about a month ago, I treated a mother and daughter. The daughter accompanied the mother to the appointment, and the mother was my client, and they were talking about foods, and they both had this opposite reaction to the same healthy food, indicating that even when someone's biologically and genetically related, they don't necessarily react to the same food the same way. And this was not an allergy, it was a response to a food. And what that showed me was the uniqueness of the microbiome.
That's really fascinating. And before your talk, I really didn't know a lot about your gut's microbiome. And so it's really interesting to hear that the food that you eat directly impacts the diversity of your biome. That's really interesting to hear.
In a good or bad way.
Yeah. And so a couple more questions we have coming in the chat are more specific to certain foods. So somebody wanted to know what your opinions are, your thoughts are on chili peppers or black peppers, and also any recommendations on a Mediterranean diet or like Mediterranean food?
Sure, great questions. So chili peppers actually, chili peppers, the active ingredient in chili peppers is capsaicin. And capsaicin actually hits the high notes on several conditions in mental health. Capsaicin has also been used in things like for pain medications and things like that. So it's actually, if you like spicy food and you like a certain type of pepper, by all means, add it to your food. It's obviously different from black pepper. That's piperine, and that's a different ingredient. Also, actually, is helpful in things like brain fog. Black pepper has a pungent flavor, and then black pepper really should be paired with turmeric. So it's something just to keep in mind that if you're cooking, eating, or just using it, and because you don't cook, just try to add the black pepper in with that. So capsaicin, definitely a great spice to be using. If you're using spices, they are calorie-free, salt-free, sugar-free, and that's why I suggest buy the actual spice, not a spice blend, because you never know what's in a spice blend. Similar thing with something in a packaged food or processed food, a ton of stuff goes into it that's not great for our brain. So yes, incorporate those spices as best you can. I usually suggest food, but if you don't, you can even put these types of things into a smoothie.
For sure. And our next question is that somebody noted that having access to healthy foods or maybe high quality foods such as organic foods is considered a privilege. So what is your opinion on organic foods? Like, does a food need to be organic in order to be healthy? And what is like the definition of organic exactly?
Sure. So in the United States, so let me start with the first part of the question. Totally agree with that. While we would like to suggest organic foods, the truth is that they sometimes unaffordable and sometimes unavailable. So I think it's important to know that the Environmental Working Group puts out lists every single year. And if you look at my Instagram handle listed here, but a few weeks ago we put out a list called the Dirty Dozen and the Clean 15. The Dirty Dozen are, every year they test these in the United States, and they give you a list of things that if you can buy those 10 things organic, try to, because they are just more laden with chemicals. And the Clean 15 are the ones that you can, you don't have to worry as much about. So I try to ask people to find a balance with those. Can you get some, if say you eat apples and we'd like you to eat the organic apples, can you get a couple of those and balance that in your budget with not spending as much money on the ones that are the Clean 15? That's the first point. The second point is, if you can't afford it, what I still just suggest you do is aim for healthy whole foods. And what I say to people is, skip the store-bought orange juice, right? Eat the actual orange, because the orange has the nutrients, the vitamins, the fiber that the store-bought juice does not have, and store-bought juice has added sugar. 4 grams of sugar is 1 teaspoon. Food labels in the United States are in grams, but we cook and we bake using pounds and ounces. So many people in the US don't know how to interpret that. So wherever you are in the world, 4 grams is 1 teaspoon. So if you're looking at a yogurt this size, which is, half a cup, and it has 24 grams of sugar, that's a good reason to go for the plain yogurt. So sourcing of the vegetables is important. Sometimes going to farmers markets where they're less expensive is another option for people, and because they don't they're not, laden with chemicals and stuff like that. That's another way to get a less expensive choice. And frozen foods. Frozen foods in the United States are flash frozen. What that means is that they're frozen at their peak and they're pretty healthy. So if frozen foods are inexpensive, you can buy large amounts. You can buy frozen blueberries, much less expensive, and always have them on hand. So that's another way to get maybe an organic version of a frozen berry or fruit, less expensive. Keep them in your freezer, use them as you need them. Just watch out for added sauce, syrup, sodium, or that anything added. And if it comes with a little sauce packet, just don't use that. Have the actual fruit or the vegetable.
Got it. Thank you.
And
And
I'm sorry. The
yeah.
definition of organic in the United States, everything has a specific label. You should just Google what an actual organic food is. That's the easiest way. Look for the label, because many things call themselves natural and use other words that are a little bit confusing to people and are not actually organic. But the organic seal is very specific to food that has to be regulated in the US. So look for that if you are careful and you want to buy organic.
Got it. Thank you. Those are really important insights. And I think a lot of that isn't common knowledge, unfortunately. So it's really nice to hear. And I hope that everyone listening here also takes that advice in mind, like next time they go grocery shopping. And then maybe one last question before our time is unfortunately running out.
Sure.
But somebody wants to hear more about your gut's microbiome, and specifically not really how food affects it, but how antibiotics affect it.
Right. So, the microbiome it basically is this part, explain the gut-brain axis. We want to, through how we eat and what we consume in any form, help the health of the gut microbiome. Now, if you have a chest infection, if you've developed symptoms of COVID and your doctor needs to give you a medication, or whether it's an antibiotic, an antifungal, whatever, antiviral agent, whatever it is, it could impact your gut. Antibiotics do disrupt gut bacteria because, say they go into your body and you're taking them to kill a chest infection, they are unfortunately going to kill some healthy bugs as well. So the recent study indicated that you don't necessarily have to, take a probiotic to offset that. If your doctor is suggesting that you take an antibiotic, just try to fortify your diet in the ways that I described. Healthy whole foods, fruit and vegetables, which have fiber, prebiotic foods and probiotic foods or fermented foods. Just try to eat more of those and understand that your doctor's telling you to take that medication because you might have a severe infection for which you need it. So by all means, take it, and then just through diet, try to do other things that balance that out.
Got it. Thank you so much, Dr. Naidu. Thank
pleasure.
you for answering all those questions, and it was amazing to hear you talk today.
Thank you. My pleasure. So thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Naidu. It was really fascinating to hear about this very unique topic, and I'm glad that we had you to speak today. So
Thanks
so
for inviting me. Take care, you guys.
Intira would like to take a picture of everyone now, so I'll turn it over to her so she can do that.
Firstly, thank you so much, Dr. Naidu.
My pleasure.
Now, it would be great if everyone could turn their videos on so we can just take a couple of pictures and maybe a little video for our social media. Okay, can you all wave for the video? Yep, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I just saw the chat that I didn't answer the question on Mediterranean foods. But follow me on Instagram, and we tend to answer those questions. Also a whole chapter in my book. So I'm sorry I missed that. Okay, take care.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Naidu, and everyone. Make sure you read her book. Check it out on Amazon or wherever you buy your books, and make sure to read it to get more information on her fascinating work. So thank you so much.
Take care.
So next we have Edwin Wang as our next presenter, and Intira will be introducing him.
As Arvind said, our next speaker is Edwin Wang. Edwin completed his undergraduate degree in biology and psychology at McMaster University in Ontario, Canada, where he fell in love with the field of neuroscience. He then attended McGill University to complete a master's degree in neuroscience, where he studied the pathophysiology of Alzheimer's disease. He is currently entering his second year of medical school at the University of Toronto, where he hopes to continue his interests in neuroscience and incorporate his passion for teaching and science education into his medical career. Thank you, Edwin, for being here. I invite you to present now.
Thank you, Inchara, for the wonderful introduction. So I'm just gonna share my screen. Can all of you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Perfect. Okay. Just give me a sec. I'm just gonna orient myself. Amazing. Okay. So first of all, thank you so much, Simply Neuroscience, for having me. It's a privilege and a wonderful opportunity to talk to you all. So today I'll be talking a little bit about spatial memory and Alzheimer's disease and some of my research that I've conducted at McGill relating to the two. So hopefully you guys all appreciate the cute little hippocampus photo. I saw on the Slack that a lot of you guys were picking hippocampus as your favorite one, as do I. But of course, all the other brain regions are really, really important. If you guys don't really get it, it's just a hippo on the campus. Really dad joke right there. So just a quick outline of the presentation. I'll be doing a quick introduction of my journey to research and to medicine, and then I'll be moving on to spatial memory. So I'll be talking about the famous hippocampus, as well as introducing two really key cell types called the place and grid cells and how they are important for spatial memory. And then I'll move on to Alzheimer's disease, looking at a bit about the pathophysiology of Alzheimer's disease, looking at what a beta plaques are, what these neurofibrillary tangles are, and then kind of conclude with some of my own personal research when I was at McGill and some final closing statements. So to start with an introduction, here's a really dweeb photo of me. Probably I think in first year when I attended McMaster University, completing my bachelor's degree in biology and psychology and minored in mathematics. For those who don't know, I'm Canadian. So hello, cheers to all the other Canadians out there. I then completed a master's degree at McGill University in neuroscience, studying the Alzheimer's disease as well as spatial memory impairments. This is just my family, really cute, at my graduation ceremony. And then finally, I'm currently a medical student here at University of Toronto, just started my second year. And I'll talk a little bit about some of my career path and some of my interests in science and teaching at the end of my presentation. So let's begin with spatial memory as the first part. So spatial memory is incredibly important. I think it's a skill that we kind of use for granted on a day-to-day basis. For example, just going to the bathroom at night, going to school, making sure you're in class, hopefully not during COVID right now, but just making sure that you're able to move to your correct destination in a safe and efficient manner is something that we don't think about on a day-to-day basis. But not only is it important, you know, in a more business or informal situation, but evolutionarily, it's incredibly important for our survival. So thinking about where we are foraging, getting foods, how we are able to escape from certain predators, and how we find our own nest and home sites. Those are all using our spatial navigation abilities in order to survive as a species. So we think about spatial navigation and spatial memory as like a human specific skill, but it's not. All organisms across the world uses spatial navigation, and actually a very common species that are used to study spatial navigation and spatial memory is actually desert ants. So these are really cool animals. They're ants found in the deserts. And I like to use this example because it kind of brings a lot of interest to spatial navigation for those who are not familiar with that field. So these are incredible organisms, incredible animals, because they're able to forage and find food in essentially a barren wasteland. They don't have any physical landmarks. They don't really have anything to really pinpoint themselves to kind of find what they're looking for. So scientists have always been kind of wondering what sort of biology or what sort of things are they using to really help them navigate in this really empty environment. So of course they don't have a hippocampus because they don't necessarily have the normal or regular brains that you and I know of, really familiar with. So actually one popular theory is that desert ants may actually use spatial navigation in a way of counting steps. So for example, if one ant is like, oh, I only need 500 steps from point A to point B, then it'll always remember it'll need to do 500 steps. So counting was potentially a theory. And this theory was actually conducted in a series of studies. The most famous one was conducted in 2007, and they're looking at see if there was a sort of odometer. So it's one of these machines that when you walk in, it counts the little steps. And how they were able to kind of test that theory was kind of macabre, a little dark, but very interesting. That's why I always use this example. They actually manipulated the legs of the ants. So what they did is that they would take the normal legs and they would then manipulate the sizes of them. So for example, in here, they would use a very, very complex tool called a straw, sarcasm, and they would kind of insert it to elongate the legs of certain ants, call them stilts. And then unfortunately for the stumpy ants, they would actually cut off certain pieces of their legs. Don't worry, they do survive, but they would reduce the length of their legs. So what the scientists imagined was that if they are using this internal endometer, those with a longer leg length would actually overexceed the destination of their home site, and those with shorter legs would actually reach their home sites. And here's kind of the result. So in the kind of striped bars, that is your predicted value. So what a computer would generate as what their values would be if this theory was correct. And in the solid bars, those were the experimental values, so the actual values that they gotten. So as you can see here, the ones with the stilts actually really well overexceeded their homes, whereas the stumpy legs actually did not even reach their homes, whereas the normal ones did end up reaching their homes. So again, this is kind of interesting to kind of get everyone's interest into spatial memory, but also just remember that spatial memory is not specific to humans. It is used by virtually almost all organisms on this earth. So let's move on to the kind of key star player of this presentation, the hippocampus. So this is a beautiful illustration of a cross-sectional slice of the hippocampus. It's very well stained, and for those who are really great in your Greek and language abilities, this is also Greek for seahorse. I don't know why it's called seahorse. It looks like a seahorse. I still never ever can see the resemblance, but hopefully you can appreciate is that there are three major regions of the hippocampus. You have the CA1, which is the light green area over here. You have the CA3, which is kind of the darker bluish area over here. And you have the more blue area called the dentate gyrus. So three of these regions are incredibly important, as you can notice that they do interconnect. And these three regions form together the hippocampal triasynaptic circuit. The circuit is incredibly well known, it's well studied by many, many scientists, not only because it's really visible and easy to observe, but this circuit is really, really important for things like memory and learning, and the neurobiology underlying those processes will be called synaptic plasticity. So the hippocampus and its relation to memory is quite interesting. So for many of you, because you are all really neuroscience fanatics, some of you may have heard of this famous case called HM, or Henry Mollison. For those who don't know, Henry Mollison was a patient that was unfortunately diagnosed with severe epilepsy. And it got to a point where it was so severe and he was experiencing so much epileptic events that his doctors and surgeons decided to actually resect or remove parts of his brain that were responsible for his epilepsy. So what they did is that they did a bilateral temporal lobotomy, So they remove large chunks of the temporal lobe. Unbeknownst to them, they were also removing the hippocampus bilaterally or on both sides. And unfortunately, because of this, he was unable to retain long-term memories. So if you were to have a conversation with HM, he would forget the conversation, your name, who you are within 5 to 10 minutes at a time. So this is really interesting, unfortunately for him, but for scientists, it's kind of the very first human case of hippocampus being related to memory. And this was actually further studied by Dr. Brenda Milner. Dr. Brenda Milner is a current scientist and professor at McGill University, and she actually was the first one to study HM. She did a bunch of psychology and neuropsychology tests on him and really found the hippocampus was incredibly important for memory and for spatial navigation. Fun fact, she is still working at McGill at the young age of 102 this past year. I remember going to my interview for McGill for grad school, and I saw her in the elevator and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like starstruck. So I took a quick snap of her and just like kept it ever since. I was like, oh my God, you were in my textbook. So it was really, really amazing to actually see her as well. So hippocampus we know is important for memory, but are there any evidence specifically to show that it's important for spatial memory? So I'm going to introduce you to another really well-known experiment called the London taxi driver experiment. So for those who have went to London, England, not London, Ontario, London, England is a fantastic, beautiful place. I've never been there, so hopefully that's true. Definitely want to go there eventually. But it's incredibly kind of maze-like. The roads are really windy. There are thousands and thousands of small little roads and nooks and crannies. And unfortunately, taxi drivers need to know how to navigate all of these small routes, especially knowing all the different landmarks and also knowing the fastest place to go from point A to point B. So naturally, scientists were really interested in seeing if their brains, the taxi drivers' brains, were maybe a little different compared to you and I who are not trained taxi drivers. And this navigation within London is so advanced that it actually takes 3 to 5 years for someone to be trained professionally as a taxi driver. So what they found was that through a series of brain imaging studies, they found that the London taxi drivers, especially the more advanced and expertise ones, had significantly larger hippocampus, especially the posterior hippocampus compared to a regular person that's never been a taxi driver. So that's really, really interesting. So I'm going to move to two major cell types. So we know that hippocampus is really important in navigation. Are there specific cell types that are important for our consolidation of spatial navigation? So place cells and grid cells are two of the probably most well-known ones, important for spatial memory. It's so interesting and such a well-known discovery that it was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physiology or Medicine in 2014. So the discovery of place cells was given to Dr. John O'Keefe, and the discovery of grid cells were given to Dr. Maybrit Moser and Edward Moser for their discovery of cells that constitute a positioning system in the brain. So we like to kind of talk about the grid and place cells as the human's internal GPS system. So I'm going to start with the place cells. So what exactly are these place cells? Well, place cells are first found in the CA1 of the hippocampus. So you remember it was kind of the light green area. And what they're really interested with is that they fire only when you are in a particular area in space. So in this diagram here is pointing towards one particular place cell. And this place cell may only fire if the animal is in this area of the box, but not fire or fire very lowly in other areas of the environment. So I'm going to kind of stop talking for a little bit and show you a video to kind of demonstrate this cool place cell. So you see an animal kind of moving, and you can see a red dot. It just represents a spike in action potential. So this is again one place cell. So hopefully you're able to kind of see a pattern emerging of where that particular place cell is preferentially firing. And then you can actually draw a heat map to demonstrate that specific location. So I thought that's incredible. It's really amazing to find that there are certain cells in our body, in our brains, that are so fine-tuned to certain environments placements. So let's talk to their siblings, the grid cells. So grid cells, unlike place cells, are actually not found in the hippocampus. They're actually found in a neighboring brain region called the entorhinal cortex. So the entorhinal cortex and the hippocampus both talk to each other a lot, especially with memory, specifically spatial memory. So grid cells, unlike place cells, fire across the environment. They don't just fire in one particular area of the environment. That doesn't mean that they don't have any specificity. They actually have a very unique firing pattern, which resembles what we call a hexagonal lattice structure. So if you were kind of connecting the dots in this diagram on the left here, you start to see that there is a little hexagon here, and the firing fields are quite equally spaced out. So again, I'm going to show you a cool little video to demonstrate the grid cell firing. So again, this is an animal in a box measuring one grid cell in their entorhinal cortex. A small dot represents an action potential. Oops, let's just actually show the video. So there don't seem to be a huge pattern, but hopefully if you bear with me, you will start to see an amazing little picture coming. So hopefully you can all appreciate this really unique and special pattern. So again, this is one grid cell. So this one grid cell is not firing in one specific area like a place cell. It's actually firing in multiple areas, but they are so well spaced out in such a well-defined pattern. It's actually really hard to ignore when the Mosers actually discovered this cell type. So as a quick summary of this first part of the talk, I hope that the hippocampus is now your new favorite brain structure if it isn't already, but it's incredibly important for our spatial memory. So just to kind of reiterate with a new different hippocampus picture, this part here is the CA1, you have the CA3, and you have the dentate gyres. Together, it's called the trisynaptic circuit. And the place cells and grid cells work together synergistically to really build our spatial map. So what we can also call a cognitive map, this internal mapping within our brains. Are place and grid cells the only cell types? No, there probably are other types of cells, but place and grid cells are usually the one that is most talked about because they're so well studied. So I'm going to change gears in a little bit and talk a little bit about Alzheimer's disease, especially when we're talking about the hippocampus and when things go wrong. So before we kind of move on to the specific biology of Alzheimer's, I'm going to quickly talk a little bit about the introduction. So what is Alzheimer's disease, or AD for short? It is progressive and neurodegenerative, so it gets worse over time, and you lose neurons over time, usually occurring later in life. It is commonly associated with spatial memory impairments. So you may be familiar with certain patients with AD that start to demonstrate spatial memory impairments. They forget where they are. They start to get lost in well-known areas that they've lived in for many, many years, like their own homes or their street corners. Unfortunately, though, AD has no cure available. However, there are treatments to kind of delay more of these serious symptoms, and I'll actually touch upon a few of these treatments later on in the presentation. So what is the actual neurobiology of Alzheimer's? So there are many, many theories, and when I was studying Alzheimer's, I find that it's one of the most complicated diseases because everyone has their own theory, and unfortunately, no one has yet a consensus of what is the underlying cause. However, most scientists have actually agreed there are two primary markers found in Alzheimer's, and by marker, I mean a very specific characteristic of a particular disease. So in Alzheimer's, we actually think of two specific markers. The first one is A beta amyloid plaques, and the second one is called neurofibular tangles. So what are these kind of nasty markers? So in the schematic diagram here, you notice that the normal picture is just normal neurons. They're really well healthy. They're all spread out. But on the right panel in the Alzheimer's picture, you start to see that there are these amyloid plaques and tangles. Amyloid plaques are usually found extracellularly, so outside the cell. They're clumps of these proteins called A beta, and these aggregates actually end up causing toxins and causing the cells to become really, really unhealthy. Conversely, the neurofibular tangles are found most of the time in intracellular of the neurons, so inside the cell. So all cell types, including neurons, are supported by what we call cytoskeletons, kind of like the bones of the cell. And these bones are made of certain proteins. In one particular protein called tau proteins. And unfortunately, in Alzheimer's disease, the tau proteins actually start to disintegrate. They start to come off in pieces. And they start to aggregate, start to clump together within the cell, and again, causing these tangles. So both these plaques and tangles are aggregates, so clumping of toxic proteins that end up will cause neuronal death. And this neuronal death leads to significant loss of brain volume. So as you can see in this picture on the left side, you see a really nice healthy brain, but on the advanced Alzheimer's image, you start to see a huge amount of loss, specifically gray matter. And you start to see a lot of holes and gaps within the brain structures themselves that are absent in a healthy brain. And here is a more of a realistic, real image of two comparison brains. On the left here is a healthy brain. It's very well defined. There's not many gaps. There is well covered with meninges, so this kind of thin, transparent layering. On the other hand, on the right side, you start to see a more advanced Alzheimer's brain. There is a lot more space between the sulci and the gyri, so the bumps and the grooves. And it doesn't look as well well proportioned, so it's a lot smaller compared to the one on the left. So when we talk about Alzheimer's disease, there are two main types that we like to categorize. The first one is familial Alzheimer's disease, and the second one is sporadic Alzheimer's disease. So for familial AD, it is much rarer. It only accounts for less than 1% of all Alzheimer's cases in total. However, it's a lot more severe in terms of its prognosis, occurring as early as the 4th decade or in your 40s. And is generally due to genetic mutation, so it's familial as the name suggests. So if your parent has a particular gene for familial Alzheimer's, there is a chance that it will be passed on to their children. On the other hand, for sporadic Alzheimer's disease, it's much more common. There's no real family linkage. It accounts for almost all cases of Alzheimer's, occurring generally within your 60s, 70s. And it's a combination not just through genetics, but also environmental and lifestyle factors. So that's really, really important. People forget about that, and I'm going to touch about that in the next couple of slides. So we'll start with the genetics of Alzheimer's. So here's a nice little summary and schematic diagram of the different genes involved. Is it this simple? Of course it's not. We are just showing the three kind of main well-studied genes, APP, PSN1, and PSN2. However, I'm going to talk specifically about APP. APP is called amyloid precursor protein, and hopefully with that name, it kind of gives you a little bit of a hint of what it does. So APP seems to be kind of the precursor for the A beta fragments. And remember, the A beta fragments are the ones that clump together to form the A beta plaques extracellularly. So this particular theory of APP being involved in Alzheimer's is known as the amyloid cascade hypothesis. So it's a little busy. It may be a bit more difficult and complicated, so just let me know afterwards if you want me to just go over it again. So APP is a transmembrane protein, meaning it goes through the entire lipid bilayer of a cell. The APP protein can be then cut by several different proteins, and then depending on where it's cut, who's cutting it, it will go through either the amylogenic pathway or the non-amylogenic pathway. As you can see here, I put red most likely as the bad pathway and the green as the more healthy, normal pathway. So let's start with the good pathway or the non-amylogenic pathway. So if it's first cleaved by an enzyme called alpha secretase, it then produces this intermediate fragment, and then is cleaved again by another enzyme called gamma secretase, producing this P3 protein. This P3 protein is actually not toxic at all. It actually has some beneficial effects in some of the literature studies. However, if you're going to the amylogenic pathway, it is first cleaved by beta secretase. It then produces another intermediate fragment, and then again cleaved by the same enzyme, gamma secretase. Then gamma secretase, when it cleaves, produces the A beta fragment. This is kind of the bad one that we kind of known to associate, to clump together and produce those plaques. So some of these theories start to suggest that if you have a mutation in APP, you may have this this disproportion of more amylogenic pathway activity compared to non-amylogenic pathway activity, right? It's kind of like a seesaw. And a lot of therapies have actually looked into this pathway as a possible treatment. So for example, some drugs would block the beta secretase activity. Some drugs will block the gamma secretase activity. On the other hand, some studies have actually shown that increasing certain enzymes like the alpha secretase may actually push the pathway to more to the left. So producing more P3 and less A beta. So it's always kind of like this balancing act. So that was a lot to digest. Just let me know again at the end of the presentation if you have any questions with that particular pathway. It's a bit complicated the first time around, but I want to move on to something that's more palatable and something that hopefully you guys can take away from this presentation, are some risk factors for Alzheimer's disease. So we mentioned that genetics has a big component, especially when you're talking about familial Alzheimer's. However, I also mentioned environmental factor has a huge effect. So lack of physical activity, so being couch potato here, is actually one of the most biggest risk factors for developing Alzheimer's disease. And actually, the #1 preventable factors is actually exercise and regular healthy lifestyles. And of course, when I talk about lifestyle, we have to talk about your diet. So high cholesterol diet seems to be implicated in your risk for Alzheimer's disease as well. So again, when I mentioned this, a lot of different theories. Another theory is actually just building plaques as like cholesterol plaques as another way of maybe increasing that toxicity effect that we kind of see in Alzheimer's brains. So what are some of the treatments? So we mentioned a bit about like the different enzymes found in the amyloid cascade hypothesis. However, the one that's probably most used to this point is actually not related to the cascade hypothesis at all. It's actually related to a neurotransmitter that many of you may know of. It's called acetylcholine. So another theory for Alzheimer's disease, many theories, is something called the cholinergic hypothesis. When we look at Alzheimer's brain, we actually find that acetylcholine and the cholinergic neurons, so the neurons that produces acetylcholine, seem to be destroyed as one of the very first significant pathologies of Alzheimer's. Actually, it's not just the plaques and their fibrillar tangles, it's actually the loss of cholinergic neurons seem to be the #1 characterization that we see observably. So in this diagram here, you see that in a normal synapse between the pre and postsynaptic neuron, you see there's a nice healthy amount of acetylcholine in the synapse. However, in early AD, you start to see a progressive loss of acetylcholine in the synapse. So one of the main treatments is actually to keep more acetylcholine in the synapse. So what we do is that we can give cholinesterase inhibitors. So cholinesterase is another enzyme that actually cuts and destroys and degrades acetylcholine in the synapse. It's a way for the brain to control levels, so you don't always have a ton of acetylcholine in the synapse. However, we want to maybe inhibit it in Alzheimer's patients to continuing to keep a steady flow of acetylcholine within the neurons. And a drug here that's very, very commonly used is donepezil. However, unfortunately, it is not a cure. It's not fixing the underlying issue, which again, scientists and doctors have not yet fully understood. But it has been a treatment that's shown to delay a lot of these more serious symptoms of memory loss, for example. And I do want to end off this section of the talk with more exciting research and maybe like a plug for my school at U of T or University of Toronto. Within just a few weeks ago, on August 4th, I came across this paper that U of T researchers found that diabetes medication may slow memory decline in Alzheimer's patients. So this is actually really interesting. So if you remember, lifestyle and food and diet seems to be a huge contributing factor for the risk of AD. Not surprisingly, having diabetes, specifically type 2 diabetes, is also a known factor for developing increased risk. So, having a poor diet, having a poor exercise schedule seems to increase your overall influence for developing Alzheimer's. And it's actually really interesting to kind of see that connection now, that diabetic medication may actually be helpful for Alzheimer's. So this is just kind of reinforcing the fact that AD is an exciting field. There's so much research going on. And when I was studying, I was a little overwhelmed by how much information is out there and how much competing theories are out there. So it's kind of like these scientists just kickboxing and trying to fight each other in this really nerdy environment. So as a quick summary of the Alzheimer's portion, there are two markers commonly found and studied. So amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles. A combination of genetics and environmental factors do influence the risk for Alzheimer's. And AD treatments are constantly being developed, constantly being researched, and it's incredibly exciting. If you are ever interested or currently working on Alzheimer's research, you know how exciting it is and how fast-paced the field is actually. So I'm going to spend the last 10 or 15 minutes talking about some of my own personal research and how my research kind of relates to Alzheimer's and spatial memory, and some final remarks. Oops. So this is just me, again, being a dweeb in the lab, obviously not doing anything productive, and also not following safety protocols by touching my face with a glove. But again, what was my research on back at McGill University? So when I was at McGill, I studied a protein that the whole lab was really focused on called Netrin-1. And I studied under my supervisor, Dr. Timothy Kennedy at McGill. And really interestingly, he was the first person to actually discover Netrin-1 and its primary role in neural development. So what Netrin-1 does is it's, first of all, really important for the development of the nervous system. Here is a quick image of an embryonic spinal cord. So when you are having your brains undergoing development, it's actually kind of interesting to know that neurons actually need to know where to go, where to migrate to the correct location. Certain brain structures like the corpus callosum and the hippocampus and any bilateral structures actually requires certain neurons during development to like, oh, I need to go from this part and I have to cross midline to go to the other part. But how do they know, right? And if they don't know, the brain can actually be deformed really severely. So Netrin-1 and other certain types of molecules, which we call guidance cues, access these kind of flags and kind of just like, hey, come here, come here. Netrin-1 here, as you can see in the green, is really concentrated on the bottom of the spinal cord, which we call the ventral floor plate. And it's less concentrated as you go upwards the spinal cord, called the dorsally. And this gradient is actually really, really important because depending on the different concentrations of Netrin, it will actually attract certain cell types. And here is a really beautiful image of a cross-section of a developing spinal cord. The red is representing the Netrin concentration. So you can see here Netrin is really, really highly concentrated on the bottom ventral floor plate and is less as you kind of go up dorsally. And you can see that there are axons kind of migrating towards that netrin concentration on the bottom. So the process of neurons extending their axons to kind of like migrate to their correct location is a process called axon guidance. So I want to show you just a really cool couple of videos demonstrating that. So here is just a normal neuron, and you will see its process of axon guidance. You can see it is extending its axonal processes. And this is what happens during development all the time. Millions, billions of these neurons are constantly moving around to make sure that your brain and my brain is formed properly. And as I mentioned, Netrin-1 seems to be really important in this process. So if we actually kind of like have a little bit of fun and we're kind of like putting Netrin everywhere, hopefully the axons will actually follow where that Netrin is, even not in a physiological environment, but on a cell plate and dish. So I'm gonna play that video. So we have Netrin in our lab actually like printed along different lines, and we can really see that the axons really enjoy the Netrin and is growing exactly where the Netrin has been printed on. So Netrin is really important in development and important in embryology, but we also know that Netrin is really important in the adult brain since we find a lot of it. So what does it do in the adult brain? And that was part of my research. So some of my lab members have worked on Netrin-1 and its involvement in synaptic plasticity, so the process behind learning and memory. And if you attended last weekend's some of their lectures, they actually talked a little bit about these dendritic spines. So these little spines, these little protrusions over here, are found on the dendrites. And these spines are actually sometimes thought to be these little memory storages. So each of these actually help with our memory. So what you're gonna see here, when I play the video, you're gonna see that there'll be a blue dot appearing on the right-hand corner. And that just means that we've actually given the cell Netrin. And I want you to kind of observe and see what happens when we do give Netrins and what happens to the spines. So if you look at the three little arrows, they're probably the most obvious differences. So actually, if you did not catch that, it actually started to grow a little bit, just in a little bit amount of time when Netrin is applied. So if you don't believe me, you can see here that there is an obvious change in the spine. So these cell types are actually CA1 hippocampal neurons, which we already mentioned is really important in spatial navigation. So Netrin-1 actually increases dendritic spine volume, so really suggesting that Netrin-1 may be really important in memory overall. So again, there are many different types of memories, but does Netrin-1 have a specific role in spatial memory? And that's actually where my specific project, when I did my master's, really focused on. So in order to study that, we need to develop mice, transgenic mice. So we have two groups. One is the control mice, or we call them wild type. So normal mice, Netrin has not really been affected. However, we also have a group of mice where we actually deleted Netrin-1 throughout the forebrain. The forebrain is a huge part of the brain, which includes the hippocampus. And in order to measure their memory, we use a variety of different memory tests. The most famous one some of you may have heard of is actually called the Morse water maze. It's a very common test to use during spatial memory and learning. So for those who are not familiar, you actually have a gigantic pool of water. Underneath the pool is a small hidden platform. You put the animal in. Hint, they also do not like swimming. It's also kind of cold because we need to fill it up with ice cubes to make it more enticing for them to escape the water, unfortunately. And they kept swimming and swimming and swimming until they find the hidden platform. You repeat this test over and over and over again for about a week. And hopefully after learning it, they're really good at this test and are able to find the platform really, really quickly. And on the very last day of this test, we actually are evil scientists and we remove the platform. We remove it so then we can actually measure how much time it was spent in that area of the quadrant of the pool. So if you have normal memory, intact spatial memory, you would expect that the animal spends more time in that particular area compared to everywhere else. But if you have deficits in spatial memory, you may not spend as much time there in the quadrant. So I conducted this test, and we were very fortunate that I was able to publish this result in our paper in 2019. And what we found is that the mice lacking Nat1 in their forebrain, so those transgenic mice, actually displayed spatial memory impairments. So I'm going to quickly just go over some of the results. So in the blue here are the Nat1 knockout mice, and then the white are the normal wild type mice. And you can see here that they do not cross the platform area. So we can actually measure how much time they cross that invisible circle that where the platform used to be. And if we look at the quadrant time spent and the quadrant distance covered, in the very last bars are the target quadrants. You can see here that the blue graphs, or the transgenic mice, do not spend as much time or cover as much distance in the target quadrant themselves. So really showing that the Nat1 knockout mice do display spatial memory impairments when we are conducting this Morris water maze test. And how does it relate to Alzheimer's disease? Just we want to bring it up for this whole presentation. Well, there has been growing evidence to suggest that Nat1 seems to be actually quite beneficial in some of these more basic research science projects on Alzheimer's disease. So for example, Nat1 seems to be actually interacting with APP, or the amyloid precursor protein. Giving Nat1 in Alzheimer's transgenic mice seems to actually improve memory and reduce the amount of A beta plaques in their brains. And the list kind of continues going on and on and on. So there is some really hopeful evidence and really exciting evidence to suggest that Nat1 seems to actually play a more beneficial role in Alzheimer's pathology. Is it ready for clinical trials? I don't believe so. I think there is still a lot of stuff we need to do before we start to assume that Nat1 seems to be this treatment or maybe even cure. But you know, it's still an exciting field, and I was really fortunate to be kind of in during those years when Nat1 seems to be kind of growing in popularity for Alzheimer's disease. So again, as a quick summary for my research component, Nat1 is important for the development of the nervous system, but because we keep finding Nat1 in adult brains, we were like, what else is it doing there? So we know that it's now important in synaptic plasticity, specifically spatial memory, because when we have mice that don't have Nat1 in their hippocampus, they actually lead to spatial memory impairments. And you know, with growing evidence and research, Nat1 seems to have a beneficial role in Alzheimer's disease. So it's going to finish off with just kind of like careers and what's my next steps really quickly. I love doing these things. I love giving talks. I love science education. It's a huge passion of mine. So talking to you all right now for Simply Neuroscience is something that I enjoy and love doing. I love teaching. I try to do it as much as I can. This is a picture of me teaching my grade 4 students in BrainReach. So BrainReach at McGill is actually a graduate program. Volunteer program where graduate students in neuroscience get to teach high school or elementary students every couple of weeks on neuroscience, just to really advocate for science education. And now I'm showing this little guy a sheep brain, which is kind of cool, looking at different regions and different structures of a sheep brain. So overall, my goal is to have a career that I love, which combines a little bit of a clinical as a physician, teaching as a teacher, and research as a scientist. I don't know if I can just do one or remove one of them. It's still a huge passion of mine, and especially teaching. Teaching is something that I love doing. I've been so fortunate to have been given so many teaching opportunities to really continue my love for that. And you know, when I entered medicine, that was actually a goal of mine. It wasn't necessarily just being a great doctor or a great physician, but I do believe that having an MD, being a doctor, gives you such a huge platform and social responsibility for teaching and educating the public, especially when, you know, times like this, when you have COVID-19 and there's so much misinformation about science, and there's so many like false information surrounding on the internet or on social media. It's really important as future doctors or, you know, physicians to have that platform and use it for good. So hopefully with this, I would love to continue doing things like science education. Youth outreach is something that I'm really impressed with recently. You guys, high school students, starting these things, just been so amazing and so inspiring to me to continue teaching more and hopefully advocating youth more. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I want to say thank you to Simply Neuroscience and all of you for listening. Feel free to connect me on Slack. I am on the Slack group there, so just feel free to catch me up there if you want. My LinkedIn and social media handles, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Edwin. It was really inspiring hearing your story, and for many of us that want to go into a similar field, I'm sure many of us were also inspired and guided by your presentation. So thank you so much for that. Amanda will be moderating the Q&A, so I'll transfer it over to her to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Edwin, for sharing about spatial memory, Alzheimer's disease, and your research experience. We have a question in the chat. Julia asks, why can't you get rid of beta secretase so it won't go to the amyloidogenic pathway?
Which secretase? Because there's actually quite a few number of them. So beta or gamma? Was there a clarification about that? Or no?
Mind clarifying?
Yeah, do you mind just clarifying, just because there's like 3 of them? I was like, oh, which one?
In the meantime, we have another one. Someone
Sure.
asked, how come the size of the hippocampus stays the same if you have Alzheimer's?
So actually, it didn't stay the same. So let me just actually kind of like share that screen. So it might stay the same. But... So actually, I maybe forgot to mention this, but it actually atrophies. So you actually see a huge hole where the hippocampus used to be. So this is the hippocampus in an Alzheimer's patient, and here's an hippocampus in a healthy brain. So there's actually there's a loss of material. So I guess the physical size of where the position used to be is the same, but now there's a lot of emptiness in that particular area now. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah. And then another person asked, what is the reason when we forget certain things and like how is it involved in episodic memory? Is this a symptom of early Alzheimer's? If yes, there are various herbs that claim to boost mental health. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are, again, many different types of memory. Spatial memory is the one I talked about today, but again, there is episodic memory. So just physically recalling information. Episodic memory is also important for hippocampus. There's a lot of information to show that episodic memory and like working memory together seems to be also regulated by the entorhinal cortex and other surrounding brain regions. So as you can kind of think about Alzheimer's, it starts maybe with the hippocampus, but then starts to spread further and further and further. So now, just not one type of memory is being lost. Now all these different type of memory loss is affected as you're getting worse and worsening in prognosis. And with herbal supplements, I'm not entirely sure too much about that. I'm more of like a stickler for being not super trusting non-traditional medicine. That's just me, but I know there have been evidence growing in that herbal medicine may be more helpful. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about that to give a real opinion.
And then John asked a question, based on your findings on Netrin-1, can you infer that they play a role in neurogenesis and synaptogenesis?
That's a fantastic question. Yeah, so we've actually shown in some of my studies from our lab that I didn't do, but other lab members said that it does help with synaptogenesis. So synaptogenesis, for those who don't know, it just means the new formation of synapses. And yeah, so we've actually shown studies that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for answering those questions.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for having me. If you ever have any questions, just feel free to shout out to me on Instagram or Slack, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
We actually have a few more questions on the YouTube live. So I'll make sure to ask those. So Ashley asks, for someone who suffered from a stroke or brain aneurysm, what are some holistic options you would advise?
For stroke?
For stroke or aneurysm.
Right. So with stroke, it's actually more of like a blockage of your blood vessels not reaching certain brain areas. So a lot of it has to do with like cholesterol levels. So in terms of just diet, stroke is very commonly associated with things like heart attack and cardiovascular health. So really making sure that you have a very healthy lifestyle, a lot of fiber, a lot of nutrient and less processed food and less trans fats will reduce a lot of that risk for developing stroke, which then coincidentally will help reduce a lot of those risk factors for cardiovascular health diseases. I've read, like herbal tea, green tea, ginseng, and all that stuff with antioxidant properties have seemed to be helpful. Again, not too sure about the herbal medicine side of things, but just make sure you have a very good lifestyle and healthy eating habits seems to be very good.
Yeah, definitely. And that also connects to the previous presentation about the connection between eating and mental health. So I think we see that interconnectedness between those fields there also.
Amazing.
That's also interesting. Another question asks, how will the introduction to technologies such as Google Maps affect spatial memory? And how can someone improve their spatial memory given all these technologies that exist today?
Great question. As someone who studies spatial memory, I have the worst spatial memory. So, the famous line, those who can't do teach. Exactly. Like my family, friends, all know if I don't have Google Maps on me, I probably would not find my way home anywhere. So I think the justification of constantly using Google Maps and technology and not developing that spatial memory might actually have some merit. I think we are sometimes relying on too much of it where we're not physically using our capabilities that our brain has for making sure that our own spatial map is fully formed. So, don't do what I do and try to actually get lost once in a while, because the more that you're able to explore, the more information, the more visual spatial information you are acquiring, and you are training your brain constantly by learning new landmarks, by learning, okay, that's the west side, that's versus the north side. So by doing that constantly, you're exercising your brain and you're helping with neuroplasticity as well. So I probably should take those tips and practice on my own time as well.
Yeah, definitely. Another question is about your career. So for someone that can't decide between clinical neuroscience, like being a neurosurgeon or a neurologist, for example, and doing lab work, like being a neuroscientist, how do you recommend choosing between those? Or are there other career options that you suggest that people should look into?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. For me personally, medicine was actually not something that I was necessarily interested in when I was an undergrad or even early grad school. It was more so near the end of my master's where I thought that because of the work I'm doing, the more inspiration I was kind of leaning more towards more application based. I think there's a lot of merit and a lot of great work just working on the bench and just doing basic research science. But for me, I think I really want to kind of extend that further to see more clinical translation in the future. So that's why I applied to medicine. I also applied to clinical psychology programs for a little while, just because I thought that would be a great integration between clinical practice as well as research. So for answering the question, it really depends on what you are looking for. I don't think that you should be limiting it to me like, oh, I just want to be a doctor or just want to be a scientist. I think it's fantastic that you are all have so many different interests, and that should be celebrated. And just try new things, and you will eventually find out once you're old like me, know what you are more gearing towards. For example, teaching was something like, oh, I could never be a teacher because I didn't go to teachers college. But going to medicine, going to research, just an ample amount of teaching opportunities. And I think it's really important to not just follow the status quo paths of these traditional careers, but really molding it and mending it to your own. Because you don't want your career to just be a 9-to-5 job. You want your career to really speak a lot about your own personal growth and you as a person as well.
Yeah, definitely. But what do you think, based on your experience of teaching neuroscience and working with children to teach them this field. What do you think are the most effective strategies for teachers to teach the field? And also, how do you think students can get interested in this seemingly boring field that people may not or may not be interested in?
So I'm going to ignore the word boring and find that neuroscience is fantastic. Kidding. I think it really depends on your audience. I was very fortunate to have taught a variety of different audience as young as like grade 4, so like 8, 9 years old, all the way to university level. So I was the lecturer at McGill for a little while. I think it really needs to play on their specific interests. So for my younger students, I would play a lot of games and do a lot of analogies. So for example, when I was teaching like myelination, oligodendrocyte, I would ask them, obviously with permission from the teacher, to hug your friend next to you. Hugging them is like, oh, now you're like your myelin sheath. You're the oligodendrocyte, you're protecting your friend. So finding these cute little analogies and trying to make sure that you know your audience well is the most important thing I find. You obviously probably not do that when you are talking to a bunch of undergrads or master's or PhD, because you're like, oh, that sounds really condescending. So yeah, really just make sure that you know your audience and just being passionate about it. I find that so many teachers are not great teachers because they're not excited about what they're teaching. And if that's in teaching is just an actor, it's kind of like a performance. If you're not, doing your best and not showing those emotions, then your students are not going to get inspired. They're not going to get excited about what you're trying to teach them as well.
And definitely, really fascinating talk, Edwin. We're all inspired and excited by your presentation, and so thank you for coming to Simply Neurocon.
Thank you so much. So I'll stick around just to private chat all the other remaining questions that I didn't have a chance to, if that's okay.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, so next I will introduce our next presentation. So our next presentation is a panel on women in science from Shweta Srinivasan, Divya Srinivasan, and Teju Kalambakam. So Shweta is a high school senior from Central Florida and the co-founder of Girls for Science. She became interested in STEM at a young age, and in 2017 decided to start GFS in order to educate and inspire other girls interested in pursuing a career in STEM. Divya Srinivasan is also a high school senior from Orlando, Florida, and the co-founder of Girls for Science. Leading this organization allows her to incorporate her love for STEM and advocating for gender equality with a greater mission, extending educational opportunities. And last but not least, Teju Kalambakam is a freshman at the University of South Florida, majoring in business advertising. She is currently the graphic designer director for Girls for Science, and her STEM activities have always been a part of her life. And through this organization, Teju hopes to advocate for women in the possibilities of STEM in their future. So I'm excited to welcome all of these amazing advocates and entrepreneurs here today, and I'll turn it over to them.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Divya, and so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And we have a small presentation for you all today. So let's go ahead and begin.
Yeah, so thank you so much for presenting us. So my name is Shweta Srinivasan. I am a high school senior from Central Florida, and I am the co-founder of Girls for Science.
I'm Divya Srinivasan. I am also a high school senior from Central Florida, and I'm the other co-founder of Girls for Science. Along with science, I'm really interested in politics and activism, and I'm really excited to share more about what we do with you all. Oh, Teju, I don't think we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone, again. I'm Teju Kalambakam. I'm the graphic design director for Girls for Science, and I'm excited to present this today.
Awesome. Okay.
So what is Girls for Science? Well, in 2017, Divya and I had the opportunity to conduct a workshop under another organization. And we had so much fun conducting this workshop on disease prevention, and the students loved it as well. So from this, we decided to start Girls for Science in order to conduct more workshops and educate more students about STEM. We have held workshops about disease prevention, the scientific method, and influential women in STEM. And every workshop that we conduct has a strong theme of women empowerment. So essentially, our goal is to combine both education and advocacy to create valuable learning experiences for the students.
So Girls for Science has two main social media campaigns, STEM Stories and Words Matter. Words Matter is our article series where our team of writers put together short and easy to understand articles about basic scientific concepts to educate and inform our audience. And STEM Stories is a series of interviews our communicators facilitate about women in STEM and other organizations similar to Girls for Science. This series really allows us to inspire our audience and amplify the voices of those who are making a positive change in STEM.
We also recently started doing Instagram takeovers where our audience can directly ask questions to influential women in STEM and just learn more about what they do.
So women make up half of the total US college educated workforce, but only 28% of the science and engineering workforce. And while more women are entering the STEM fields now than ever, there is still a very wide gender gap that needs to be closed to truly advance equality. Gender stereotypes and traditional and misogynistic ideals feed into the issue and really create a larger gap between the amount of women and men who are in STEM. High rates of discrimination also lead to women leaving their jobs at a high rate. So here are some more statistics about women in STEM. So women of color have the smallest share of STEM degrees. As you can see here, Asian women make up 5.3%, Black women make up 2.9%, Latina women make up 4.3%, and American Indian and Alaska Native women make up 0.1%. And women earn only around 81% of a man's annual median earnings, meaning that while they do the same exact work, they make less money than their male counterparts.
So here are some statistics specifically about women in neuroscience. A 2018 study said that women were still underrepresented in academic neurology. Compared to 30.8% women, there were 69.2% men. And the same study showed that male lecturers published twice as much as their female counterparts. And also female physicians in academic medicine earned about $20,000 less than their male colleagues. And women neurologists as a whole made $40,000 less than their male counterparts.
So why do we need women in STEM? Well, having women in STEM leads to diversity. Women can have a different perspective in the workplace. Moreover, including women in positions of power leads to equality within the workplace as a whole, and just seeing strong women in STEM is great for younger girls. They are role models and inspirations to them.
I definitely agree with this last part. I know that seeing women who look like me, seeing women of color especially, in positions that are traditionally male dominated is extremely inspiring. And once again, just Girls for Science really hopes to amplify the voices of women worldwide who are really making a lot of positive change and have a positive impact in their community relating to STEM.
So how can we fix this problem? Well, just providing more opportunities can lead to equality in education. Girls for Science hopes to inspire younger students to learn more about STEM. And understanding why this problem has occurred in the first place can really lead to the necessary conversations about equality, and creating awareness can lead to creating positive change.
I think a lot of people think that the gender inequality issue within the STEM field is no longer an issue, but Girls for Science hopes to create awareness so that people can make their individual change in their community and just get the message across that yes, there is unfortunately still an issue, but we're trying to use the power of education to help with this issue.
So now we will be talking about influential women in neuroscience. It is so important to celebrate women in STEM and their achievements, so we chose 4 incredible women in neuroscience to present to you all about.
So the first woman in neuroscience is Alexa Kennedy, and she is a neurosurgeon and American medical doctor. So Alexa Kennedy was born in Lansing, Michigan in 1950, and she attended the University of Michigan. She specialized in pediatric neurosurgery, and during this time, an educational program for minority students really encouraged her. And this really emphasizes the importance of external educational opportunities and opportunities for success. So regardless of the fact that her advisors discouraged her from pursuing neurosurgery, she refused to give up. And she was later accepted as an intern at Yale New Haven Hospital. During her residency, she was the first female and African-American neurosurgery resident. And after completing residency, she was the first African-American woman to become a neurosurgeon in 1981. Many of Kennedy's patients really appreciated her dedication to her work, and in 1984, she was the first African-American female to be certified by the American Board of Neurological Surgery. She then served as the chief of neurosurgery at the Children's Hospital in Michigan from 1987 to 2001.
So I'll be presenting Amishi Jha. Currently, she's the co-founder and research director at the University of Miami's mindfulness program. And she got her bachelor's degree in psychology from U Michigan, and then her PhD in psychology from UC Davis. And as well as the mindfulness program at University of Miami, she's also a professor of psychology. Okay. Her research on attention, working memory, and mindfulness has investigated the neural bases of executive functioning and mental training. And mindfulness is the basic human ability to be fully present, aware of where we are and what we're doing, and not overly reactive or overwhelmed by what's going on around us. She studied how to keep the brain's attention systems in peak shape over high pressure intervals, and in 2008, she started the first ever study to offer mindfulness training tools to active duty military service members as they prepared for deployment to improve their situational awareness and reduce their stress. Over the past 10 years, she found that without intervention, soldiers' attention and working memory are compromised and their attentional lapse increase, and she also found similar patterns in students and athletes too. Some good news is that engaging in mindfulness training to cultivate greater present moment awareness protects against these effects. And her research is continuing to explore how attention can be trained for optimal performance and well-being. Specifically on the subject of COVID-19, she attended a live stream with the Time Magazine Health Talks with Goldie Hawn, who is an actress and founder of Mind Up, which is a mindfulness program for kids. And it was titled Mindfulness for a Stressful World. And they had like 3 main points to practice mindfulness during this stressful time. Her first point was to quiet the barking dog. And that basically means to have a basic understanding of the brain and to learn about the emotional system of the brain and how to calm it down. She says if we can think better, learn better, and make better choices over time when we do this regularly, eventually our brain will slowly default to a better state of mind. She also recommends to change our focus. Attention is important because we need it for everything, focusing, noticing, making decisions, and regulating our emotions. So to practice mindfulness, we can practice counting our breaths, fostering kindness and connection with other people, and also practice meditation. Her last point is to sneak mindfulness into unexpected places. Enduring stressful stretches of time like the pandemic isn't easy for many of us. And so we shouldn't expect us to stick with healthy practices throughout this entire time, because the more we demand of ourselves during the stressful time, the greater our stress will be in the long run. So her example is brushing your teeth. So usually we don't remember brushing our teeth. So if you focus on each step, like holding the toothbrush, applying toothpaste, and guiding it around your mouth, you're practicing mindfulness in that moment. And she says, remember that mindfulness is always here for us. It didn't take me any more moments in my day to do it, but it just gave me a little sense of that I'm still here, I'm still experiencing the unfolding of my life. Though there's a lot to worry about and a lot of uncertainty, I can still return to the sense of steadiness and trust myself that I can get through it.
So next we have Bianca Jones-Marlin. She's a postdoctoral researcher at Columbia University's Neuroscience Department, and she has her PhD in neuroscience from NYU's School of Medicine. So she is really well known for her research on the science of mothering and parenthood. And there were 2 main reasons as to why she wanted to study this. The first is that when she was a teacher, she was really fascinated by the way her students' backgrounds, such as their home life and their siblings, influenced their performance in her class. Moreover, after talking with her foster siblings about their traumatic experiences, she became really interested in how past experiences influence behavior and how to better some of these stressors. So to conduct this experiment, she chose mice. And there were a few reasons. So they released oxytocin, which is a hormone that makes people either more or less accepting during uterine contractions and during the time when they feed their young. Moreover, virgin and mother mice have very different responses towards the baby mice. So for example, the mother mice will pick up the baby mice if they hear them cry, but the virgin mice will either ignore, run away, or eat the baby mice if they hear them cry. So what did she discover? She found that there was more oxytocin receptors on the left side of the auditory cortex than on the right. And when oxytocin was added to the left hearing center in a virgin mice, they imitated the behavior of a mother mouse rather than their initial behavior. So then why are these findings valuable? Well, knowing the biological factors that cause mothers to not care for their offspring may allow a way to stop this on a biological level.
The last woman in neuroscience that we'll be presenting today is T.S. Kanaka. She was Asia's first female neurosurgeon and the third female neurosurgeon in the world. She was born in Chennai, India in 1932, and she was originally drawn to spiritual studies, but went on to study medicine because her younger brother became sick and died of an unknown illness. She served in the Indian Army during the Sino-Indian War as a medical officer. Specifically in neuroscience, she fought against women discrimination. As a woman, she was not allowed to watch severe cases, and teachers were highly skeptical of her skills. But she inspired hundreds of women to pursue neurosurgery as a neurosurgeon and professor at the Madras Medical College. And in 1996, she became the honorary president of the Asian Women's Neurosurgical Association. Her accomplishments include that she was a member of the team in 1960 that performed the first stereotactic procedures in India, and her team carried out 1,700 procedures in total. Stereotaxy is a 3D minimally invasive surgical technique, and they perform these procedures to arrest tumors in people with Parkinson's disease. She was the first neurosurgeon from South Asia to introduce chronic electrode implantations in the brain, and she did this in 1975, which was way before its clinical applications were introduced in the West. So here are some of her legacies. She provides healthcare to economically disadvantaged people. She established a healthcare and research foundation in 1990, and she used her own funds and named it after her parents. And she offers free healthcare to the needy. And her patients were mostly elderly, so she switched to facilitating general geriatric care.
Awesome. So looking towards the future. So it's very evident that Black women, Indigenous women, and other women of color have really been trailblazing in the STEM fields all throughout history. And while there is still a lot more to do in terms of equality, we really hope to have a positive outlook and positive impact. So just to kind of recap what Girls for Science is doing and how we hope to make an impact. So through workshops and our social media campaigns, we really hope to inspire our audience. The lesson plans that we use for our workshops are simple and easy to understand so that younger students can be exposed to STEM in a very fun and impactful way. Our goal is not to force STEM on students, but rather to present it as an option for students in a way that makes it seem realistic. And we have a lot of Instagram takeovers to share the stories of organizations and women in STEM and encourage our audience to directly engage with them. So now it's time for a Kahoot. We would love for you to join. So let's move on to that. So this Kahoot is going to test how well you paid attention during the presentation. So we'll probably give maybe one more minute. So at 11:19, we will begin. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start. Awesome. Okay, looks like most of you guys got it right. So yes, the first African-American woman to be a neurosurgeon was Alexa Kennedy. So let's move on. Hope, awesome. Okay. So where did Bianca Jones Marlin earn her PhD? Yes, it was at NYU. Awesome. Okay. Some of you chose Columbia. Oh, that was someone else, but good guess. Next. So this is a true or false. Okay, so this is false. She was the third female neurosurgeon in the world. This one was a little bit tricky. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, awesome. So women earn what % of a man's annual median earnings? These are getting kind of specific now. It's 81%. Okay, most of you guys got it right. Awesome. Amishi Jha focused her studies on yes, mindfulness. Teju really went over a lot of what she focused on and about how, you know, taking small things in your day and turning them into moments of mindfulness and how that's really important. So good job, guys. Woo! All right, let's see. Okay. This is another true or false. Bianca Jones worked with mice for her experiments. Yes, she did. So her work had a lot to do with oxytocin, and she used mice for her experiments. Okay. Women make up what % of the STEM workforce? Again, this is kind of a detailed question. The answer is 28%. Okay, Joe's doing well. Swetha, try to get a few wrong. This is cheating.
No, I'm not on it. I don't know why it's showing my name.
Oh, okay, that's weird. Next. Girls for Science was started in... Yay, the answer is 2017. We started in 2017 when we worked with another organization to host our first workshop. And since then, we have been having a really fun time working with our team and other organizations to really inspire women in STEM. Awesome. Okay, let's see. Okay, moving up. True or false? Amishi Jha was the honorary president of the Asian Women's Neurological Association. Okay, this is interesting. So we're split. So the answer is false. It was actually T.S. Kanaka. She was the last woman in neuroscience that we presented. And she was actually the honorary president of the Asian Women's Neurological Association. What percent of academic neurology is male and female? This one is definitely one of the trickier questions. Oh, wow. Okay, awesome. So yeah, this one was a little bit more difficult, but if you remember from the slide with all of the statistics, women make up 30.8% and men make up 69.2%. We are almost done. Alexa Kennedy was born in... Yes, she was born in Lansing, Michigan. Awesome. Okay. T.S. Kanaka served in the Indian Army. This is our last question. Yes, this is true. She did. All right, let's see. The podium. Okay, so apparently Swetha didn't play, but it's still showing her name. So Joe, you are the winner.
Good job.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing my screen. And I think it's now time for, let me turn this audio off. And I think it's time for a Q&A.
Yeah, thank you all of you for your amazing presentation. Gender equality in STEM is definitely a very important topic, especially because, as you said, the lack of representation of women in STEM. So yeah, it was really interesting, and I'm sure people can use these insights in their future endeavors. So any of the participants, if you have questions, type them in the chat and I can ask the presenters. I think people are still thinking of questions. Okay, so someone asks, what are your individual aspirations and goals in the STEM field?
Yeah, so I've always really been interested in STEM, and I hope to maybe minor in something related to sustainable development or sustainability in college. I am a senior in high school right now, so I have a little bit of time to think about it, but I still definitely really want to continue doing everything with Girls for Science and just really, advancing the idea of gender equality in STEM.
Yeah, so I got interested in STEM at a young age, just from doing science fairs and going to very STEM-based schools. That kind of initiated my interest in STEM, and I really want to go into medicine specifically, hopefully to become a surgeon when I'm older, so yeah.
For me, like STEM was part of my life when I was a little girl, so my major isn't really STEM related, but through Girls for Science, I hope to like advocate because it's something I really feel strongly for.
Yeah, very fascinating. And we all are excited to see where you all will go with your future endeavors. So another question asks, how did you begin your organization and collaboration with others? Do you have any recommendations for people looking to start their own organizations?
Yes. So we began in 2017 when we partnered with another organization to host our first workshop in India. And this was a 1-week workshop where we taught students about, disease prevention and a lot about the scientific method. And from then, we really focused Girls for Science on, spreading awareness of gender equality. So we use social media a lot to reach out to our audience, to increase our audience and to increase our outreach, and to also work with other organizations. A lot of the opportunities that we have gained have come from, advocating for our organization through Instagram and through our website, and just really being active on social media.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of young people today are interested in starting their own organizations, so definitely fascinating for people to know. Another question asks, what are some examples of other activities you all do to raise awareness of gender inequality in STEM?
Yeah, so a lot of the activities that we do are workshop based. So we've held workshops in our elementary school and in India, and we really want to make it hands-on. So for example, last year we held a 7-week workshop at our elementary school about the scientific method. So each week we would do a different experiment with the students, and it was really a lot of fun.
Okay, so that seems to be the end of the questions in the chat. Oh, okay, so Melanie asks, do you have any upcoming virtual workshops with your organization?
So we recently hosted a workshop with another organization about coding, and we do hope to plan some more virtual workshops, not just for Girls for Science, but for another branch of our organization, Girls for Science Environmental. And we really hope to focus a lot on climate change and environmental ethics. And so all of the announcements for future workshops will be on our Instagram, shameless plug at girls.for.science. We will always post updates on there, so make sure to check that out.
Yeah, definitely. I highly recommend checking out this organization for anyone interested in advocating for gender equality in STEM. So any other questions from any of the attendees?
Okay, I can type the Instagram in the chat. Someone's asking for that.
Okay, then I guess we'll come up with my own questions. So for someone for a girl or female currently in STEM, what are some strategies that they can use in their workplace to make sure that they experience equality? For example, equalizing the pay gap. How can someone advocate for themselves in the workplace?
So I think imposter syndrome is a very common thing to experience. The idea of feeling like you don't truly belong, especially in a STEM, very male-dominated field. But I think just understanding your worth and knowing that yes, you do belong, it's extremely important. And understanding that no matter, regardless of whether you're a woman, if you're qualified to be at the position you're at, nothing should stop you from succeeding. And just, I think a lot of the issues are, the mental aspect of it, right? So it's just important to understand and know your worth.
So what other suggestions do you have for women wanting to go into STEM entrepreneurship specifically? Specifically in that field of entrepreneurship and starting their own initiatives? I think that's definitely heavily male dominated. So what are some strategies that women can use in that area, in that respect as well?
Tejas, did you want to go ahead and take this one?
I think I'm just going to add on to what you were going to say before. Girls for Science started in 2017, but they had a bunch of workshops, but they only started adding to their team in 2019, I think, which is when I joined. So I think like starting their foundation with like a foundation of what their ideas were before they started to add to their team was really helpful in making Girls for Science successful now. So yeah, and also just like being nice to other people who have their own organizations. Just like don't think of it as a competition. We're all working towards like one singular goal in the most part. So yeah.
Yeah. So I know that in the US and many other countries, we're making progress. Obviously, we have a long way to go. But in certain societies that are even more aggressive than our society in the US, what are some ways that you think political leaders or even just normal people should take responsibility and advocate for themselves in societies in which they may not have enough power to do so easily?
I definitely think just, being aware is the first step for, not just political leaders, but for people in general. People, as I said before in the presentation, people think that gender equality is no longer an issue. People think that, all genders are equal, and statistically speaking, that isn't the case. So I know you mentioned political leaders. I think the first step is holding them accountable and making sure that they are aware that this is still an issue that needs to be solved. And by just, mentioning that this is still a problem, hopefully they can create their own awareness from there.
Yeah, I think it's important to hold political leaders accountable and make sure that they're advocating for everyone in society. So definitely those are useful suggestions. So the other day I was reading an article in The Atlantic, and it talks about how in societies that have more gender equality, there's fewer women in STEM actually. And there's this paradox in which countries that have more female empowerment have women less likely to choose math and science fields. So I was wondering if you had any commentary on that subject or any thoughts on that area.
Yeah, so that's actually very interesting. I didn't know that viewpoint. I think, now when like men and women are unequal, I think there's a lot of need to kind of prove yourself in very male dominated fields. And I think once we, take the stigma around the whole concept of STEM being for men, and like men only, women can really pursue what they want to pursue. And the whole point of Girls for Science isn't to force anyone to learn about STEM or to study STEM in college or anything like that. It's all about really taking your interests and, applying them in a STEM-based way whenever possible. So, that's really interesting that you mentioned that. I just think that, the stigma is a really big part of what plays into like the whole idea of having to prove yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was something interesting to me because in this article, they showed this very powerful graph. So there was a negative correlation between the level of gender equality and the percent of women STEM graduates. So yeah, that's definitely something that was interesting to me. Yeah. So yeah. Do you have any other, we don't seem to have any other questions. So do you want to pose your own questions and answer them? Maybe some frequently asked questions or something like that?
I think a lot of the questions that we get asked are, about how to start your own organization. And I think, as I mentioned, social media is definitely the way to go. Did anyone else, Teju or Sweta, did you have anything? Do people ask you guys anything a lot?
It's just like having a clear goal in mind of what you want to accomplish with your organization is so important as well.
Also, maybe some people are wondering when applications are going to be open.
Yeah, so we tend to open them every year at the beginning of summer, like the end of May, early June. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, anyone interested, highly recommend to apply to the Girls for Science. Definitely a very powerful organization that you should join. So we have another question in the chat. So Melanie asks, do you believe it's more impactful to advocate in our own communities instead of politicians? Should we be teaching STEM equality in our own homes, such as parents, older siblings, or mentors?
So this is actually a really interesting question. So I think that it is very important to start teaching STEM, in our own homes. But at the end of the day, politicians have a lot of impact. But they only have impact if the constituents, us, hold them accountable, as I said before, for their actions. So it's sort of an equal exchange of accountability. We need to hold them accountable so that they are aware that this is a problem. And so that it's our responsibility to make sure that they're doing what we want them to do. So yeah, I think it's important to advocate in our own communities, but politicians also do have a very large impact in that advocacy as well.
Yeah, I think politicians, as I said before, should be held accountable for improving society. But in the US, especially, as with any issue, there's this big debate over public sector versus private sector and who should hold the responsibility for achieving change, in this case, gender equality. So do you think that the government should be held more responsible than companies, or the other way around, or how do you think is the best way to approach it?
I definitely think it's both. Obviously, within specific organizations, specific companies, they should be making sure that they're having a positive change. But when it comes to, public servants, politicians are essentially public servants. They should be serving the people. It's also their responsibility to bring equality to their communities as well.
Do you think that legislation that might be passed in the near future, like the ERA, might help with STEM equality, or do you think there needs to be even more comprehensive legislation passed in that respect?
So I think passing the ERA is definitely a very good start. And while it might not reach to every single sector, including STEM, that would most likely be a very large catalyst in getting, further future legislation passed. Politics normally is overlooked, I think, specifically within the STEM fields. I think people see politics and, STEM as very two separate entities. But when we're speaking about gender equality, it's very evident that politics has a very large role in that. So going back to the ERA, that's a good start, but there's still a lot more to do, and potentially in terms of legislation as well.
Yeah, definitely. So people have implemented various strategies to achieve STEM equality, or at least work towards STEM equality. And some of these include having female role models, or classroom-based projects, or STEM equity legislation. But if there's one strategy that you think works the best, what do you think that is?
Does Teju or Sweta want to answer?
I don't know if there's one strategy that works the best, but for example, we wanted to present influential women in STEM, and they are seen as role models to these younger girls, saying that you can go into STEM if you want to.
Yeah, so I think, having role models, especially for younger students, is incredibly important, before they kind of have a grasp on politics and legislation. Presenting women in STEM as role models to them is very important. But I think, as a student progresses in their academic career and is really, more open and understanding of the idea of politics, speaking of legislation is, I think, equally as important.
Definitely. Yeah, another factor that's coming up in debates about the future of economics of societies is automation and the advent of robotics and things like that. So do you think that will have any effect at all on STEM equality and perhaps more easily achieving equality in STEM?
So I'm actually not sure if that's going to have an impact on STEM equality. I think, there's also this controversy of whether it's going to open more jobs or close more jobs. And I think that aspect could have an impact on STEM equality. But I definitely think that it's still a realm of study that needs to be explored. And that would be honestly a great topic to talk about for, maybe a Girls for Science workshop.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a question in the chat. So Erin asks, what are some ways you all will incorporate Girls for Science in your future, specifically in college or beyond college?
Yeah, so we definitely plan on continuing this in college and beyond college as well, just conducting more workshops and getting the word out and just spreading more awareness.
Definitely. I know that, in college, we're all going to be busy, but I think, just staying true to the original meaning of the organization is definitely something that I find important. I definitely want to expand the organization. Right now, we have a chapter in Melbourne, Australia, and we have 2 branches of Girls for Science. We have Girls for Science Environmental and Girls for Science Healthcare. But one of the most important things about expanding to me is as we expand, I don't want to dilute Girls for Science. I don't want to dilute the impact that we have. I want to make sure that Girls for Science is staying true to our original mission, while still also having a wide geographical impact as well.
Do you recommend any books or movies or anything like that for someone interested in learning more about STEM inequality and achieving equality? Anything that you recommend people learning about?
Teju and Swetha, do you guys have any recommendations?
I don't have any book recommendations necessarily, but I think just like reading up on, influential women in STEM and all the accomplishments that they have made is honestly very inspiring for people to learn about.
So we actually had to read a book for school called The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. And that was probably one of the most influential books that I've ever read. It was really interesting. So I'm very interested in politics, and I want to eventually like go to law school. So it really incorporated the realm of STEM, but also, ethics, like biomedical ethics into this. And that was really interesting to me. This is before Girls for Science, like I didn't know if STEM and, legislation or law could, coexist. And that book really opened my eyes to a lot of opportunities. And I'm very well aware of now that, yes, they actually have a really large impact on each other.
Yeah, definitely. I'm also interested in the intersection between STEM and legislation. So yeah, that's a very interesting area to go into. So more broadly than STEM gender inequality, how do you think that politicians can incorporate science more into policies that they make? How do you think that scientists can be more involved in policy making?
Absolutely. So once again, politicians are essentially public servants. They should be making all of their decisions, especially in a democracy like America. They should be making all of their decisions based off of what the people say. So they should be listening to, scientists in terms of what they believe is right for the next step. Not just in gender equality, but I think in overall equality, especially, climate change and environmental ethics. I think it's really important to listen to scientists, listen to professionals within the STEM fields, to really think about what to do for the next step of whatever legislation is in the process of being written.
In America, especially, there seems to be this distrust of science and scientists in general. So how do you think that politicians can overcome this? I know that some politicians are even working to actively oppose science, but how do you think that we can more readily integrate science into politics and legislation?
I just think the basic, just education is so important, and that's the main aspect of Girls for Science. We are an educational organization, a STEM-based educational organization, and I think just trying to get across the fact that science is real. You can't have an opinion on science. Science is factual. And I think basing legislation on facts and statistics is incredibly important. And while certain politicians might be distrustful of scientists, you can't necessarily be distrustful of science itself. And getting across that point is probably one of the most important things, especially, right now with coronavirus, and also, with past and future legislation regarding climate change as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a barrier that, especially in American politics, we need to overcome and make sure that scientists are trusted and that science and facts are integrated into policies. So another question in the chat asks, how do you balance your organization, school, and personal life? And adding on to that, how do you think that people can manage their workload in general when being entrepreneurs, when having all these activities that they're involved in?
Yeah, it can be honestly quite difficult to balance both Girls for Science, school, and also other extracurriculars as well. But I think just like prioritizing and trying to find some balance. So like I write everything down in my planner. I make sure to schedule everything, and just so I have time for everything, I can perform to the best of my abilities.
Yeah, Tate, you're in college, so.
Yes, I started college Monday. For college, I have like a spreadsheet with all my assignments on Google Sheets. And then I have a Google Calendar with any events that I'm doing. I was going to say, try to not overbook yourself. It's very easy to get involved in a lot of activities, but it's most important to like find a few activities that you can spend a lot of time in and dedicate yourself to them rather than like do too much. It's important to like make a difference in what you're doing, I personally feel.
Yeah, definitely. I think people are very pressured, especially being at home nowadays, to start all their own organizations and do all these things and be involved in so many things. So I think definitely it's important to manage your time and make sure you also keep your mental health in check and everything like that also. So does anyone else, any attendees have any other questions? Okay, I don't see any others. Do you guys have any closing remarks, any other things you want to add on to your presentation?
I'm just really thankful for this opportunity to share Girls for Science, share what we do, and also really bring attention to women in STEM. We focused on women of color in STEM, and we just think that it's really important to bring light to all of the amazing things women have the power to do. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for letting us present about Girls for Science, and thank you to all of the viewers, and thanks for participating in the Kahoot. We appreciate that.
Yes, thank you all so much. It was so much fun.
Yeah. I think Inchira's here, so I think she wants to take a photo of everyone. So if you can all turn on your videos, she can do that. So yeah, let us know when you're ready, Inchira.
Yeah, give me a second. It would be great if all of you could turn your videos on. Okay, could you all just give me a wave for a video? Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Divya, Teju, and Shweta for presenting. Really fascinating, and you definitely inspired all of our attendees here today. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
So we have, to all the participants, we have a few minutes break until our next presentation at 12 p.m. Eastern time. So feel free to just stay on the Zoom call for about 5 minutes, and then I'll introduce our next presenter.
For
So welcome back, everyone. I know that was a short break, but I hope you were able to take a bit of a break and move around a bit. But next, we'll have a short neuroscience game hosted by Simply Neuroscience's very own Rishika Singhal, and the game will be Neuroscience Two Truths and a Lie. So it's quite exciting and interesting game, and I'll transfer it over to Rishika, who will be leading this activity.
Hello everyone, my name is Rishika, like Arvind just said, and I'm just gonna share my screen and then we'll get started. Can you see my screen, everyone?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So, like I said, my name is Rishika Singhal, and I'm your host for the Neuroscience Two Truths and a Lie. Before we start, I'm just gonna remind everyone how to play. So the game itself consists of me telling you 2 facts and 1 myth about neuroscience. After I tell you the question on the slide, you will start and will have 20 seconds to answer. And then I'm going to also explain the answer after the question is done. An example of a basic game would be like 1, I have brown hair, 2, I like cookies, and 3, I have blue eyes. The lie for this one is number 3, so you guys would have to click line number 3 when the question starts. All the options will be either line number 1, line number 2, or line number 3. This is just an example and it does not have to do with neuroscience. However, when we play, all the facts and myths will relate with neuroscience and the brain. After each round, you will see who is winning so far and we will continue the game. However, before continuing on to the next round, I will explain the myths and facts briefly and then we shall continue like I said before. Also, a tip is to keep track of which statements were facts and which were myths in the previous rounds, as they can assist you in forming the right answer to other following questions. Okay, before I give you the code for the Kahoot, are there any questions? Okay, so I'm just going to go on the Kahoot now. Okay, so as you can see from the screen share, the code is 2703931. Is everybody on now, and should we continue, or are there some people that we're waiting for? Okay, great. Let's begin. You guys can see my full screen now. Hopefully I made a full screen. Okay, we're gonna start now. Okay, so this is question 1. And the first one is the brain stops making new neurons when you're an adult. The second one is the brain storage capacity is unlimited. And number 3 is the excessive brain activity is linked to a shorter lifespan. Which one is the myth? Time for the quiz now. The correct, the myth is number 1. The brain stops making new neurons when you're an adult. While most of our neurons, so right now the person winning is Prashi. Good job, and we're going to continue, and I'm just going to explain which one, how the myth is number 1. So like I said, the myth is number 1, which is the brain stops making new neurons when you're an adult. While most of our neurons have been with us since birth, your brain still makes new neurons. These neurons are thought to be important for learning, memory, and responding to stress. The second line, which is the brain's storage capacity is unlimited, is true. Research suggests the human brain consists of about 85 to 100 billion neurons. Each neuron forms connections to other neurons, which could add up to 1 quadrillion connections. Over time, these neurons can combine, increasing unlimited storage capacity. The third line, which is excessive brain activity is linked to a shorter lifespan, is true. Researchers at Harvard analyzed brain tissue of people who lived to be 60, 70, and up to 100 or older. They found people who died before their mid-80s had lower levels in their brain of a protein called REST, which lowers levels of high brain activity. So the REST is a protein that lowers levels of high brain activity. Older people had high levels of REST, causing less brain activity. Okay, question number 2. Number 1 is the brain uses 20% of your body's total oxygen. Number 2 is even 2% of dehydration can have a negative effect on brain functions. And number 3 is we only use 10% of our brains. Which one is the myth? Good job, 12 people answered correctly. In the lead currently is Muna, and then we're going to continue now. So like said, the myth is number 3. We only use 10% of our brains. Actually, a healthy person uses 100% of his or her brain. The myth was started by Harvard physiologists in the 1890s, I mean. James told audiences that people only meet a fraction of their full mental potential. However, it was later established that this was just a myth. Line number 1, which is the brain uses about 20% of your total body's oxygen, is true. It's the oxygen is actually the source of energy for your body. It also uses 20% of your blood in your body. Your brain needs a constant supply of oxygen to do its functions, as it provides energy to cells. As little as 5 minutes without oxygen can cause some brain cells to die, leading to severe brain damage. Line number 2, which is even 2% of dehydration can have a negative effect on brain functions, is true. This is because about 75% of the brain is made up of water. Hydration and a loss of sodium and electrolytes can cause acute changes in memory and attention. Okay, question number 3. Number 1 is when you are awake, the brain produces enough electricity to power a light bulb. Number 2 is the brain is the fastest processor in the world, faster than any device. And number 3 is when we sleep, the brain shuts down. Which one is the myth? Oh, wow, everyone got it correct. It is correct. The myth is number 3. Currently in lead is still Muna, so good job and continue doing that good. Like we said, the myth is number 3, which is when we sleep, the brain shuts down. Patterns of brain activity shift when we go to sleep, but the brain is active 24 hours a day, whether we are sleeping or awake. The first line, which is when you're awake, the brain produces enough electricity to power a light bulb, is true. And this fact justifies the second fact, which is the brain is the fastest processor in the world, faster than computers, phones, or any other device. According to computer scientists at Stanford University, a robot with a processor that is virtually as intelligent as the human brain would need at least 10 megawatts of electricity to just work properly, while neurons in the brain make enough electricity to run a light bulb, which is 100 billions of cells that generate this electricity. However, to run a light bulb, a person will need much more electricity than a robot needs to operate correctly, showing how much electricity a brain can create. And the brain works fast too, so fast that it's speedier than the world's greatest computer. The information going to your brain from your arms and legs travel at 150 miles per hour. Okay, next question. Question number 4. Number 1, the brain of a human being on average contains about 100 billion neurons. Number 2, mental capacity is something you are born with and cannot be changed. Number 3, like our fingerprints, every person's brain activity is also unique. Which one is the myth? Wow, everybody got it correct again. The myth is number 2. In the lead is still Muna. So like said before, the myth is number 2. Mental capacity is something you are born with and cannot be changed. Mental abilities do have a genetic component, but they are also heavily influenced by environmental factors and rely on adequate experience in order to develop. This is a misconception that the brain is static, unchanging, and set before you start school. Like we said before in question number 1, research suggests that the human brain consists of 85 to 100 billion neurons. This shows that line number 1 is true. Line number 3, which is like our fingerprints, every person's brain activity is also unique, is true. Research published in the journal Nature Neuroscience suggests that a person's brain activity may be as unique or as his or her fingerprints. Scientists use functional magnetic resonance imaging to create connectivity profiles, which allowed researchers to identify the brain activity of more than 100 individuals. Learning about individual brain connections offers scientists specific insights about an individual's intelligence or personality, showing how everyone's brain intelligence, activity, and personality differed. Okay, now on to question number 5. Number 1, the brain cannot feel pain. Number 2, more than half of our brain is made up of fat. Number 3, our brains learn most in the first 3 years. Which one is the myth? Only 2 people got this correct. The actual myth is number 3. In the lead now is Ola. Like I said, number 3 is the myth, which is our brains learn most in the first 3 years. This is not true at all. In fact, the brain is not even fully developed by the age of 18. Neuroscientist Sandra Amont explained that the prefrontal cortex, which is the area of the brain responsible for impulse control is not fully developed until your 20s, making 18-year-old adults likely to engage in risky behavior as well. Line number 1, which is the brain cannot feel pain, is true. The brain itself does not feel pain because there's no nociceptors located in the brain tissue itself. However, it interprets and processes brain signals sent to it by other parts of the body. This explains why neuroscientists neurosurgeons can operate on brain tissue without causing a patient discomfort. And in some cases, can even perform surgery while the patient is awake. Line number 2 is true as well. The brain consists of about 60% fat and is the fattiest organ in your body. This is why healthy fats such as omega-3s and omega-6s are vital for brain and overall body health. Healthy fats help stabilize the cell walls in the brain as well. Okay, on to number 6. Brain size correlates with level of intelligence. Individuals do not have a distinct learning style. A person learns the same whether it be visual, textile, or auditory. And number 3, the living brain is mostly wide on the inside. Okay, which one is the myth? Wow, only 6 people got this correct. The myth is line number 1. In the lead right now is Ola with a streak of 5 correct answers in a row as well. So like we said, the myth is number 1, which is the brain size correlates with level of intelligence. Overall brain size doesn't correlate with level of intelligence. For instance, the brain of a whale is more than 5 times heavier than the human brain, but humans are considered to be of higher intelligence than whales, of course. The more accurate measure of how intelligent an animal may be is the ratio between the size of the brain and the body size. This is only to compare between different animals. However, among humans, brain size doesn't indicate how smart someone is. Some geniuses have smaller than average brains, while others have larger than average brains. Line number 2, which is individuals do have distinct learning styles, and a person learns the same whether it is visual, textile, or auditory is true. Many individuals will state preferences for the way in which they want to learn, but there is no evidence that matching a teaching technique to a preferred style will improve learning. People prefer a specific learning style. However, individuals learn the same and do not have distinct learning styles. It's the variety of brain regions recreated through multiple neural pathways that makes learning in general and not a specific learning style most effective for all learners. And line number 3 is true as well. Living brain tissue is pinkish on the outside, but mostly white on the inside, with subtle variations in color. So moving on, we have completed 6 questions. Now it's time for the special question where there will be 2 myths and 1 fact. Here you have to state which one is the fact, not the myth. Before you chose the line number that you thought was the myth. However, now you will choose the number you think is the fact. Example, number 1, I'm a vegetarian. Number 2, I have blonde hair. Number 3, I have blue eyes. The fact is number 1, which is I'm a vegetarian. So you would choose number 1. Any questions? Okay, I don't think there's any questions, so we shall move on. So the special question is, 1, some of us are left-brained and some of us are right-brained. Number 2, there's a cognitive side of the brain and an emotional side of the brain. Number 3, the left hemisphere of the brain controls the left side of the body, and the right hemisphere of the brain controls the right side of the body. Which one is the myth? the fact is number 2. So like said, the fact is line number 2, which is there is a cognitive side of the brain and an emotional side of the brain. Research shows that there are different parts of the brain that are divided into 2 big categories. These parts are called the cognitive brain and the emotional brain. In fact, anxiety is caused by interaction between these parts of our brain. In stressful situations, the emotional side of our brain, where the amygdala is located, also known as the hub of fear, produces fear signals. With more stress, the signals from the emotional side overtakes the cognitive side, which is the side that puts our thoughts together to form appropriate decisions. This causes all our decisions and thoughts to be filled with fear. As seen, the emotional side is where our emotions, especially fear and sadness, appear, while the cognitive side is where our thoughts and appropriate decisions appear. Line number one, which is that some of us are left brain and some of us are right brain, is false and a myth. As we learn, there are 2 sides of the brain, but that is not left brain and right brain. Many people believe the myth that a person is either left brain, which is someone who is better at exact scientists and hates writing essays, or right brain, someone who prefers to learn poems by heart rather than solve some math problems or equations. This myth comes from the 1960s when 3 researchers, Roger Sperry, Michael, and Joseph Bogan, carried out split brain studies. Patients, mostly those who suffered with epilepsy, were operated on, which showed huge differences between the sides of the brain. When further researched on people without epilepsy, there were no longer differences between the sides of the brain. So as seen, there are differences, but only with those with epilepsy, mostly. Moving on, line number 3, which is the left hemisphere of the brain controls the left side of the body, and the right hemisphere of the brain controls the right side of the body, is false and a myth. This is totally a myth, and there's no doubt about it. This one just sounds funny. Think about it. The left side of our brain controls our left arm, left leg, left eye, left side of the mouth, left ear, etc., while the right side controls the right arm, right leg, right side of the mouth, right side of the stomach, right side of the teeth, right side of the tongue. That just doesn't sound right. Our stomach, tongue, and mouth is not split in half and controlled by 2 different sides of our brain. Okay, we have reached the end of the game. 3rd place is Vivian. 2nd place is Ola. While 1st place is Riyat Sila. Congratulations to all 3 of you. And I'm going to write your names down so you guys can win prizes. So great job. Now I'm just gonna answer any questions that there were. And yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna see the chat. So does anybody have any questions? How did you guys all like the game? Thank you. Thank you, everyone, that you guys liked the game, and I really hoped you enjoyed. And please tune in tomorrow to join another game, which will be Brain Pick the Word. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you to everyone for participating in this workshop. I hope you all learned more and had fun with this interesting activity. which was something different that we are trying for the first time. So we hope you all liked it. In a few minutes at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we have our next workshop, which is on movement and how the muscular system works in conjunction with the nervous system. So we have 3 Simply Neuroscience members presenting that as well. So stay tuned for just 3 or 4 more minutes for that to start. Hi everyone, welcome back to Something Neurocon. I hope you all had a good a few minutes break. Now I'd like to introduce our next three workshop presenters, which is on movement. So all three of these are members of our Brain Resource Creation Department at Something Neuroscience. So we have Amutini, Riddhi, and Jennifer presenting on movement. So I'm excited to welcome them.
Okay, hello. So I will share my screen real quick and we can get started with the presentation. Can everyone see the screen? Is it good? Okay, perfect. So, yeah, I guess we can get started.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Simply Neuroscience workshop on movement. We'll be learning a lot of new information today, so stay engaged till the very end for a Kahoot to win prizes. If you have any questions in the middle of the workshop, just type them in the chat and we'll try our best to help you out. My name is Amdini Arivaligan. I've been with SN for the last 2 months, and I'm going to be a rising senior in Maryland.
And my name is Riddhi Mittal, and I have been with SN for, I guess, a month now, and I'm in the Brain Resource Creation Department. I'm going into university or college right now, so this is my first year, and I am from Halifax, Nova Scotia, but I'm currently in Montreal, so in Canada. Oh, and Jed, you can go now.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can unmute myself for a while. Okay, so hi, my name is Jed, and I'm a rising senior. I'm from California. I've been with SN for almost a year now as co-director of Brain Resource Creation. So can't wait to discuss this with y'all.
In today's rundown, we'll be going over voluntary movements, involuntary movements, and neurodegenerative diseases, and then a final Kahoot. This workshop is about movement. From walking to smiling to even blinking, everything we do is a movement directed by our central nervous system. The central nervous system consists of the brain and the spinal cord, which work together as a tag team. In today's workshop, we'll learn about the different types of movements and how our brain allows our body to move in general.
Yep, so voluntary movements are those produced by skeletal muscles, which are accordingly attached to the skeleton. So these muscles work in pairs of flexors, so joint bending muscles, and extensors, which are joint straightening muscles. Their actions oppose one another. So one good example we have is the elbow. To adduct or pull in our arm, the biceps or the flexor contracts, while the triceps, which is your extensor, relaxes, and vice versa to abduct our arm. These muscles work in opposition, and you might know these as agonists, and antagonists. Agonists are defined not only by just opposing another muscle, but also by their ability to promote rapid movements. Meanwhile, antagonists stop the agonist to allow acceleration, movement at the right speed and precision. Essentially, they are movement stabilizers or controllers. Also, some agonists and antagonists co-contract. So by this, we mean they contract simultaneously. Also, skeletal muscles are made of muscle fibers, which are muscle cells, essentially, and they are controlled by an alpha motor neuron from the spinal cord to the brain. So once again, it's a combination. So muscle fibers and alpha motor unit is equal to motor unit, which forms the link between the central nervous system and the skeletal muscles. If these motor neurons die, such as in ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease, as you know, or amyopathic lateral syndrome, people gradually lose the ability to move or swallow or breathe. And fortunately, this will eventually lead to death because there is no cure yet out there. And some muscles act not on joints, but on soft tissue. For example, those in the lead and head, those in the head and neck allow chewing, facial expressions, swallowing, talking, etc.
Okay, so now we're going to do a quick review. There's 2 questions, and make sure to put your answer in the chat. So the first question is, which 2 structures make up the motor unit? Now this is from what Jed and Amuthimi just presented. So let's see if anyone remembers. I'll give a few more seconds. Okay, so most of you are right. So it is the alpha motor neuron and the muscle fibers. Now the second question is, which of the following pair might be the extensor muscle? Is it either the quadriceps or the hamstrings? Wow, you guys are really good at this. So you're right, it is the quadriceps. Okay, so now we're going to get into the second part. So every voluntary movement we have, we make goes through this circuit that we can see here in this image. And this can be really complex, but it can be broken down into a few steps that we'll be going through, all of which creates this network that you can see on the slide. So first we have a signal from the brain in the regions that coordinate voluntary movement. So this is the motor cortex, as we learned about. And these commands then go to the spinal circuits. So they're then relayed to the spinal circuits. And now we have these neurons that come from the motor cortex, and then they send signals that activate the spinal alpha motor neurons. So you can see it creates this sort of network and this web of different neurons interconnecting. From this, we can see that the motor cortex neurons and the spinal alpha motor neurons cause our muscles to move, and that's why that's where the muscle movement comes from. So for example, your hand moving. And then this also relays a message to signal and cause a direct coordinated movement. For example, if your hand is moving, then the direct coordinated movement could be putting food to your mouth. So this is that sort of network. And this overall process generates patterns from the activated spinal cord and brain, all of which is called locomotion. I can right there. For example, the alternating action of legs walking, it goes through this whole system. And yeah, so you can see that from this, then central patterns are generated and then they're re-put into the circuit in the network. And it is a continuous cycle, and that's how we do most of our voluntary movements. So it's a bit complex, but once you understand the steps, it's not too bad to understand.
The cerebellum is one of the major regions of the brain that modulate voluntary movement. How it works is it receives input from the other limbs and the other organs in the form of sensory receptors or neurons, and sends back motor receptors or neurons to ensure muscle action. Like listed above, the functions of the cerebellum include the control of fluid movements, motor learning, adaptation, etc. Long-term alcohol abuse can have a dramatic negative effect on the cerebellum by causing cerebellar degeneration, which often results in poor coordination, stumbling, speech changes, difficulty in eating, writing, or dressing. These are the other regions of the brain that work alongside the cerebellum to control our motors and our muscles. They work together in a parallel loop, which, hint, hint, will be asked later on, to send motor signals throughout our body. When you look here, you can see how the basal ganglia and the thalamus work together. They share connections with the cerebral cortex's motor and sensory areas, and then monitor and adjust motor performance. Dysfunction of the basal ganglia or any of these other parts can cause different movement disorders that we'll discuss later. We'll now do another review for prizes to see if you guys are paying attention. The first question is, how do regions that modulate voluntary movement work together? What kind of loop is it?
Should I show the answer?
I would assume so. It was a parallel loop, which we just went over. And The second question is DASH is described as the central patterns generated by activated neuron circuits in the spinal cord and the brain. This was the part Ridley went over where she talked about the different steps to the neuron circuit. This one was definitely a more difficult one, so I can guess why people didn't get this. It's locomotion.
Yep. It's a little bit difficult because I think the complex circuit can be really hard to understand, but if you get the overall gist of it, it's pretty cool. So now we're going to go into the neurodegenerative diseases that affect movement. So the first one is Parkinson's disease, and I'm sure most of you have heard of this before. It's really common in seniors, and the reason why is because it's caused by the degeneration of the substantia nigra neurons, which typically signal to the basal ganglia, which Amuthini was talking about. Now, because this area is reduced in activity, there's less dopamine. The person's coordination of movement is greatly impacted. And you can see this within the symptoms that occurred in patients that have Parkinson's disease. For example, they have tremors, rigidity, stooped posture, akinesia, which is the inability to move. And all of this is caused by, I guess, like the effect that the degeneration has in the areas that impact movement. And now we have another new neurodegenerative disease that Amuthini will be talking about.
Another movement disorder is Huntington's disease. This movement disorder originates from the loss of inhibitory neurons, which are neurons that prevent other neurons from firing in the basal ganglia. And as a result, there's no neural signals to stop or suppress these random movements in our body. This often results in the common symptoms of Huntington's disease, which is uncontrolled jerking and twitching movements. Next.
All right, involuntary movements are basically automatic muscle responses to specific stimuli. So they depend on neuron circuits, or we also call them arcs, rather than the brain or conscious attention. So the best example you may have heard of is the knee jerk reflex. So how does this work? How does it exactly work? So so what happens is that a tendon in your body next to your knee extensor muscle, which you remember earlier could be the quads to your kneecap. And when this tendon stretches, it causes the muscle to stretch as well. And then we have muscles, we call them muscle spindle receptors. They're stimulated and they send signals to sensory neurons, which then sends an impulse to the spinal cord. Remember, it's the spinal cord that essentially activates this reflex, not the brain. So the contract order is activated in the spinal cord and the signal is sent back down through the postsynaptic motor neurons to the quads. And finally, the quads will contract and we have reflex, which is once again what we know as the knee jerk reflex. So this process involves the activation of, once again, sensory neurons in the skin, joints, muscles, and synchronous activation of sets of motor neurons controlling the muscles. Remember earlier, we talked about agonist and antagonist muscle pairs, as we discussed earlier. So as per this agonist-antagonist opposition, the flexor muscle on the posterior or the back of the leg relaxes. And then it also has a similar reflex arc, but includes an interneuron in the spinal cord, which then connects and synapses with the sensory and motor synapses with the sensory motor neuron. Ultimately, reflexes protect us from environmental hazards because if you touch a burning stove by accident, we have pain receptors that activate this spinal reflex circuit, and so in time we can pull our hand away to avoid burning our hands or so. All right, so real quick, let's have a quick. This is like our last review of prizes. So, first, name a symptom of Huntington's disease, if you can. All right. Random jerking, that's right. It's totally right. Good job. Uncontrolled jerking or movement, that's what I was looking for. And next question. Involuntary movements do not depend on what attention. So There we go. I see people say conscious. That's right. Good job. Thank you.
I think we will be moving on to our Kahoot now. So Ms. Dini, you're gonna share your screen, right? I will stop sharing right now.
All right, give me a second to just share my screen. All right. All right. So we'll wait for 2 minutes for everyone to join in, and then we can start the game. No one wants to join the Kahoot. We are offering prizes for whoever gets first, second, and third place. So make sure you join.
And oh yeah, you can answer the question.
Try again. I don't know why it's saying that. I think there was some kind of settings on it. That's why it's not letting you do that.
Maybe it's just for anonymous, like anonymity. I can't even say that word.
Start the game, and hopefully this time you guys should be able to do it. Sorry about that, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope everyone can join the Kahoot. It's really fun, and you get to test your knowledge and what you learned from this presentation.
Yeah, I think I figured out why it was like that. But yeah, I think you guys should be able to put in your actual names now.
There we go. Yeah, it's working now.
We'll wait for 1 more minute for people who want to join.
Yeah.
Is that everyone? I think I'm going to start the game. You can always join in mid-game if you want to. The first question is about a skeletal muscle that I think Jed went over in the beginning. Yes, mostly everyone got this right. Good job. Let's see who's at the top. As always, it's Veda. I've been looking at all the recent games. She's always topping. Next question. This one's for double points. Yes, I think almost everyone got this question right. Good job, Jed. I think he was the one that went over this question. Oh, I think we've seen a little bit of change in the leaderboard. This one's a true or false.
It's okay. Everyone has time to still catch up.
Yeah, you can always still join in. We still have some questions.
And some of these questions may not have been covered in the presentation, so some of them are just general neuroscience and psychology questions. So we apologize if there's something that you might be unsure about.
Is everyone else able to see the questions, or is it just not visible for everyone? Oh, okay. yeah, I think you might have to extend your Zoom screen or try logging on again. I can always read the next question to make it easier. But almost everyone got this question right. Good job, everyone. On the top of the leaderboard is still Veda, but I see some other people are also catching up. I'll read the next question for you guys. Muscles that bend a joint are called dash, and muscles that straighten a joint are called dash. So it's two answers. I mean, one button, but two different answers. This was, I think, the very last thing, or the very first thing we might have gone over. We have 30 seconds left. So I'm gonna wait for 10 more seconds and then I'm gonna, okay. But yes, I see some people got this one wrong because I think you switched it, but the correct answer is flexors and extenders. Oh, the leaderboard switched again, but Veda's on a streak and hopefully some other people catch up. You can always still join in. I think we have like 5 more questions left. The muscles that stop the movement are called we went over the other part of this question, the opposite question earlier, muscles that initiate movement, which was agonists. So the opposite of that is antagonists. Oh, the leaderboard did not change. So let's see if it changes in the next round. The next question is, where does a alpha motor neuron originate from? Oh, I see a lot of people answered spinal cord, and I can see why, but the brain and the spinal cord work together as the central nervous system. So it's why it's the brain and the spinal cord. Oh, the leaderboard did switch up a bit. We have 3 more questions left. So let's see if it changes any further. The next question is, select all that apply. What is the central nervous system made of? For sure. Some of these questions are a bit more difficult, but in a 30-minute workshop, we couldn't fit everything into it. So some questions we hope you guys just guess. Sorry about that. There's 2 more people that have to answer this one. I see this one was split between brain and spinal cord because both of them are the right answer. And I just went over this, so glad everyone got this right. And Veda's still leading, but everything else is changing. So Erin, congratulations for being back in the game.
I think there are some people catching up though, which is good.
What controls the movement of all skeletal muscles? I think this was something that we covered earlier and right now. So, oh, okay. So I think we covered this in the presentation, I think, and if we didn't, I can guess why most people guess central nervous system because that's what we talked a lot about. So, but Joelle is first. Congratulations, Joelle and Prachi, who's on the leaderboard now. And our second to last question An involuntary and automatic muscle response to a particular stimulus is known as. This was the very last thing we went over. Yes, it is a reflex. Almost like everyone got this right, so good job, everyone. And on the leaderboard, it didn't change a lot. Prachi is still on a streak with 9 right answers, which basically means she got everything right. So congratulations, Prachi, and everyone else on the leaderboard. And the very last question is a true or false. People usually still have their ability to move if a motor neuron dies. Oh, this one was generally more split. I think more people said true because I think this is a common misconception. People still, without a motor neuron, people cannot move. And on the leaderboard, the final winners for our Simply Neuroscience stickers are Joe, Veda, and Joelle. Congratulations, everyone. I think one of us will reach out to you with the stickers and information on how you can get them.
Okay, so we just want to end off by saying, just 1 second. Still figuring out Zoom. Okay, so we just wanted to end off by saying thank you so much for attending this workshop. We hope that you all learned something new and probably got more interested with neuroscience and with specifically movement and how that's connected to neuroscience. There's so much going on, and this is just the surface. So if you would like to do your own research, please do so. We'd want to open up to any questions if there are any. And you can also always contact us. Our emails are written below. So yeah, if there are any questions, we can quickly cover them. If not, that will be the end, I guess. Well, thank you guys. You're so sweet.
Yeah, once again, thank you guys. Once again, as always, it's not the last brain resource creation workshop. We have one, I think if I remember correctly, tonight or tomorrow. So be sure to check it out as well. So once again, we love the support. We love the engagement in the chat too. So, and they Kahoot, good job.
Okay.
I think we have one question. What exactly are ganglia? I think you're referring to the basal ganglia, which was something I went over. It is a part of our brain that works with the other parts of the brain to allow our body to move. So it's part of the brain that helps us move. That's basically what it is. You can always look it up in more detail.
Yeah, it's basically where the neurons like exit and enter. So it's like a little bit of a circuit. So yeah, it's part of the peripheral nervous system, if you were wondering. So yeah, I think that's it. We'll sign off now. Thank you so much. Bye. Let me see how this works.
Yeah, thank you to Riddhi, Jed, and Amutini for your workshop. I think it was really entertaining for everyone and taught people more about movement and chapter 3 of Brain Facts. So now I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Nan Lin. So a brief introduction on Dr. Lin. She is a pediatric neurologist and epileptologist from the Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center, and her specialty is in caring for children and their families with epilepsy. Particularly patients with epilepsy that have not responded to first or second line medications. In her free time, she also enjoys reading, traveling, and scuba diving with her family. So I'm excited to introduce Dr. Lin, and feel free to start your presentation.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you guys virtually over the phone and video. Is everyone able to hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent, excellent. So this is meant to be pretty interactive. Let me know if you guys have any problems with seeing my screen right now, but should be the title of the talk, which is called What's Shaking? Or Introduction to Seizures. Unfortunately, with the way that I have my screen set up, I can't see your questions, but I would love to tackle anything that you guys want to know about neurology, epilepsy, becoming a doctor, anything like that. So write down your questions and we'll take a look at the chat box towards the end. So thank you all for coming today. I'm very excited to talk to you guys about epilepsy and seizures and go through a few patient cases, as well as walk towards the future direction of medicine. We are here in the 21st century and it's a very exciting time to be in. So I'm very, very excited at the possibility that you guys may be joining us. It's about half an hour's talk and we'll get started. So the first basic question that most people have, because hopefully most of you guys are healthy and haven't met a neurologist, is what is a neurologist?
Dr. Lin.
Very simply, a neurologist is a physician that takes care of kids, babies, adults, with anyone with any problems with their central nervous system. It also includes the peripheral nervous system. I was on for the last 5 minutes of the game, which was super fun. So any issues going on, we will take care of.
Dr. Lin, we can't see your presentation, so can you please share?
I'm so sorry. Let me try that again. That seems to be a common, let's see here. Share.
Okay, yeah, we can see it now. Yeah.
Okay, can you see the main screen or just
Yeah, now we can see it.
Ah, fabulous. You guys didn't miss much other than awesome graphics. Thank you. So we talked about neurologists, and then for a pediatric neurologist, we focus on a specific age group. So we take care of babies. Unfortunately, infants and toddlers can also get neurological problems. We take care of young children. And most importantly, one of the best parts of our job, which differentiates us from adult neurology, is we work with our families and their children and their support network to take care of the child in order to optimize their brain health. So common disorders that we typically see are stroke. Unfortunately, children do get strokes. My particular specialty is seizures and epilepsy. So I will see a lot of kids with lists. Headaches is another one. Muscle problems. I think you guys were talking about some of the muscle agonists and antagonists. And if there's problems with the motor neuron, we'll definitely see kids with that. Congenital malformations, intellectual disability, used to be called mental retardation. We now call it intellectual disability, and much, much more than can be covered in the scope of this talk. So the really awesome part of my job is we get to do things that are beyond just clinical care. So I'm primarily focused in clinical care, but a lot of my colleagues are doing research in neurogenetics, which I'll touch briefly about. You can also get involved in research in order to better the lives of our patients, whether that's bench research, clinical research, quality outcomes, quality improvement. Clinical care is obviously a big part of what we do day to day. And then education is also a really big part. So I really love talking to teenagers, adults, our medical students and our fellows that are learning. It's one of the awesome perks of being at an academic institution. We also try to do some advocacy because I think we know we have a lot of information for what works well with our patient, set in our political context with insurance and things like that. So our organization, the American Academy of Neurology, will go to Capitol Hill once a year to advocate. So it's not just limited to seeing patients. So I wanted to walk you through, what a day in the life would look like. And keep in mind, I'm very focused on clinical care. So what my schedule looks like may be very different than when and if you enter medicine in about 10 years. So the first thing I do in the morning is 6 a.m., 7 a.m. I wake up, I grab a huge cup of coffee to get going. And then my clinic usually starts about 8 o'clock. Because I'm in an academic institution, I have the luxury of having a little bit of time for lunch. I think food is very, very important for brain health and other things as well. And then in between patients, usually I'll either have half a day of clinic or a full day of clinic, 3 days of the week. I'll also be answering patient calls. And then after that, I get to go home, I sign out my pager, and then that's it for the day. So it's pretty easy lifestyle. In terms of what I do, I do want to walk you through some of our basic definitions and things like that. So first things first, seizure. What is a seizure? So by definition, a seizure is an abnormal electrical firing of the brain when it should not be activating. So I love this graphic, which walks through signs and symptoms of a seizure. So when you think of your brain, as I think the other presenters have talked about, your brain is responsible for so many things. You have a motor cortex and the precentral sulcus that's responsible for our voluntary motor activity. You have a limbic system that's responsible for emotion, behavior, reward system. You have something called the hippocampus with a complex route and circuitry that's important for memory and learning. Your occipital lobe plays a very important part in your vision and recognition and processing of visual information. So you can imagine if any part of that becomes dysregulated, you can have symptoms that correlate to the structure and function of that area. So symptoms and signs of a seizure can include confusion. Aura is not an aura of what we're going to see in the future. It means a feeling of something that's a little different. Common auras will just be a sense of fear, unease. People can get a sensation of deja vu. Very rarely for the epilepsies that are difficult to manage, they will have seizures where they just drop. It's called an atonic seizure. You can also have seizures where on the outside, the only thing that friends and family can see are that the patient the patient is just staring and not responsive. The ones that we see most in Hollywood, and is a slight misrepresentation, is the uncontrolled jerking of your limbs. By then, that usually suggests the seizure has spread throughout your brain to involve the motor system, which is why you see that. You can also get strange sensations and emotions and a decrease in your level of awareness. So not all seizures mean that you have epilepsy. Epilepsy, in a simplified manner, means 2 or more unprovoked seizures. And we say the word unprovoked here as very important because there are things that we know that can provoke seizures. The common one that I usually walk through with my parents and families that hopefully you guys have not experienced is, for example, alcohol withdrawal. Say there's an adult that's been using a lot of alcohol over the last few months. For some reason, they decide to stop for a few days. They'll get withdrawal symptoms, and then on day 1 to 2, they can have withdrawal seizures. That's clearly provoked. It doesn't mean that they have an underlying predisposition to seizure reoccurrence. Other epilepsy facts that I really like that I stole from Epilepsy Foundation of Australia, which is why it says 800,000 Australians. The fact for the US is higher because we have a larger group of people. It's 3.4 million people. So half the time, the cause of epilepsy remains unknown. Unfortunately, this is one of the most frustrating parts of my job because you can imagine it's very difficult for parents and children to hear that there's not a cause for what's going on. The total worldwide estimate of epilepsy is about 65 million. So it's not an uncommon problem, whether it's in the US or worldwide. And then 21st century medicine is great. So that means that about 2/3 of our children and adults will have good seizure control with just medications. But there is that 1/3 group that will remain refractory to that. So we'll talk a little bit about what we do in those cases in our patient cases. One of the questions that patients and parents ask me is, what causes it? Why am I having 2 or more unprovoked seizures? So this is going to be a pretty simplified introduction to this. I hope some of you guys join us and help us find the answers to epilepsy and causes. But the real fact of real life is there are a lot of medicine and science where we just don't have the answers. So in a patient that's developmentally normal, doing well, nothing complicated under neurological exam, nothing under MRI, nothing under EEG, there is a very good chance we're not going to find an obvious cause of their epilepsy. The other side of the coin for lists means, however, that also means there's a good chance they might outgrow it, which would be good. If we do find a cause, what we're typically looking for are structural lesions. So have they had a stroke as a baby? Do they have something called focal cortical dysplasia? We really hope that we don't find like a tumor, but unfortunately that does occur. We screen for risk and prior history, including infections of the brain. And then we ask about other things like head trauma. And when I say head trauma, I mean significant, like motor vehicle accidents, not like the head bumps that we've all had as part of growing up. So the biggest risk factor for epilepsy will be age. So unfortunately, the young and the old, meaning I consider myself old, but we're talking over 65 years here, are at the bipolar distribution of the people that commonly get epilepsy. Other risk factors that we don't understand that well is we know a third of our children with autism and adults with autism also have epilepsy. If you have a developmental delay or intellectual disability, that suggests there's something going on with the network that also puts you at increased risk for epilepsy. Some significant family history will also increase your risk factor. Significant TBI. TBI is traumatic brain injury, like we're talking motor vehicle accidents and things like that. And then for the cases we don't know, it's pretty exciting time to live because we know that genetics are playing an increasing role. So I stole this figure from one of my colleagues at UPenn, where here are some of the hypothesized and known genes that cause epilepsy. So ion channels, meaning disturbance in how sodium, potassium channel, and GABA and NMDA, which are important neurotransmitters of the brain. We know single gene disturbances can also cause epilepsy because it regulates the voltage. And you can imagine if there's a decrease or increase inhibition of your voltage gated channels, that it's easier for that electrical activity to depolarize or repolarize. We also know that there are genes that interact with how the neurons talk to each other that will be important in playing a role in epilepsy. We also know on the biological level, there are growth inhibitors, the growth, mTOR is an important one, which is a target of rapamycin that include proteins that can cause overgrowth that are involved in epilepsy as well. And then we're starting to find out more and more about chromatin remodeling and transcription regulators that are also playing an important role in epilepsy development. However, real life is not as simple, right? So one of the things that people are thinking about now, beyond just single gene, one disease, is chances are a lot of the epilepsy and neurological syndromes and medical problems that we may not understand are probably complex inheritance with multiple genes and their transcription regulators and modifiers interacting at a level that we do not understand. So complex inheritance is one example. Oligogenic model is a model where there's a small number of variants that are combining together to cause disease. Polygenic model is where many variants, maybe hundreds or thousands, are contributing a relatively small effect to overall disease risk. But when you combine it with some of the other risk factors that we talk about, just push you over a threshold to get disease. And then the omnigenic model is where interconnection between some of these gene regulatory networks are disrupted and therefore are causing association and increase your risk for disease. So these are all things that we're probably going to clarify as we move together in the future. Epilepsy by age is honestly one of the biggest ones. So for neonates versus children and infants versus children and adults are going to have different ones. So the biggest ones for infants, unfortunately, are during the delivery process where there's a decrease of oxygen. There's also electrolyte imbalances that can occur that can trigger seizures. This is super, super rare where you get an inborn error of metabolism. What this means is that, put simply, there's a problem with how your body breaks down basic building blocks that are required for energy. So sugar is required for energy, Protein is required for energy, carbohydrates. So if there's any problems with how that is made, bleeding in the brain obviously is not great and can increase your seizure risk. Infections of the brain, we talked about abnormal brain malformations, exposure to maternal drug use, and obviously genetics. For the other end of the spectrum, for the elderly, meaning above 65, if they've made it through life without seizures, their risk factors are very different. It's stroke, unfortunately, neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, and trauma. So these are the things when a patient walks in my clinic door that I'm going to be screening for and talking to them about. The other ancillary piece of information that I tend to use is a EEG. Let me know if you guys can hear this video, but I'm going to turn on.
Electroencephalography, or EEG, is a technique used to measure the electrical activity of the brain. In EEG, electrodes are most commonly placed on the scalp of a patient, primarily to detect the electrical activity of neurons in the cerebral cortex. Typically, EEG does not record the activity of single neurons, but rather detects the signals created when populations of neurons are active at the same time. It mostly records signals from small areas of the brain surrounding each electrode. EEG is primarily measuring postsynaptic potentials, or changes in membrane potential that are elicited by neurotransmitters binding to receptors on the postsynaptic membrane. EEG provides an image of electrical activity in the brain represented as waves of varying frequency, amplitude, and shape.
I'm just going to stop there. I just really like the video because it gives you an idea that, first of all, what we do is we place a bunch of stickers on a child's head. You do not have to shave your hair. You do not have to do anything other than have a nice clean scalp. The stickers don't hurt. Depending on the center that applies it, it's sort of like an EKG, which is for the heart, but electrical activity of your brain. So it's an electroencephalo EEG for your brain. Nothing with the hair has to be modified. The other thing that I tell my patients is it cannot read your mind. It is reading the summation of excitatory and inhibitory potentials on your brain. And it's giving us the idea of, is there dysregulation or disruption or areas of the brain where you're more likely to seize from? So we'll give you some examples. I read my own EEGs. Sometimes this does not page forwards very well. Let's see. Okay, the other thing that I look at to help me, so the EEG looks at the electrical activity. The complementary, but not quite the same thing, is I also take a look at the MRI of the brain, or more rarely CT of the head, which is less sensitive. So I'm looking at structures that list video features. Again, we won't spend too much time, but these are the parts of the brain I'm looking at. For example, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital, cerebellum. I'm making sure there's no tumor. I'm looking closely at the temporal lobe because that's a common area of seizures. And then you guys get the idea. Okay, I think the best way for any learning is to show you guys what I see. So I'm going to give you a patient case. This is a video of a patient from YouTube. So I want to reassure you that I take HIPAA very seriously. This is not one of my direct patients. So this would be a very typical case that I see in clinic. There's a 5-year-old boy. I don't think this kid is 5, but just work with me here. There's a 5-year-old boy, previously healthy. Because of COVID, he's been locked down at home with his parents. And they've noticed that over the 6 weeks that he's had episodes of just staring. He's really nice kid, so they don't think it's behavioral. They try to get his attention by snapping in front of him, and he's not distractible. These last a very short amount of time, like 5 or 10 seconds. And they're occurring, they think, maybe a few times an hour, maybe even up to 50 times per day while he's awake. When he was in school, the school teachers also noticed this as well. So let's take a look at what he does. It's about a minute on, so I'm just going to forward. So what they're doing here is the father is having him hyperventilate because it provokes a specific type of seizure. It doesn't do it for most types of seizures, but for this type, it does. So our young man's doing a really good job of blowing on the tissue. I'm just going to skip past this and then go here. right here. So you can see dad calling his name. He's not responding. And then he keeps doing what he was doing. And then he's not aware of what happened. For those of you guys that missed this, it was super subtle. So I'm just going to replay it again. So he's blowing. And then you can see there's behavioral arrest, very subtle upward eyeward deviation, and very subtle eyelid fluttering. And maximum, that was probably 5-10 seconds, right? So if you're not staring at him or not at home quarantined with your child, it can be easy to miss. These do increase in frequency. So after a while, people do catch on, but sometimes there's a delay to recognition of seizures for this reason. I take a look at the patient's EEG. So this is part of my day-to-day tasks. And what we're looking for here is changes to the background of his EEG. So just to orient you guys and give you a crash course for how to become an epileptologist, these on the left are the name of the electrodes that are placed over his scalp. So FP1, so the odd numbers mean electrodes on the left. The even numbers mean electrodes that are placed on the right side. FP1 means frontal polar, which is right here above his left eyebrow. F3 means frontal 3, which is here. Central, parietal, occipital. So it's a train, these two electrodes are measuring the difference between electrical activity. This is just a train walking back here. This is a right-sided mirror image. And then these are temporal chains and then temporal chains. And CZ means central. So you can see here, every vertical black line here represents 1 second in real time. So this means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds has happened. And then you see that this half of the EEG looks very different as compared to the first half. This sharp thing is just from activation of the frontalis muscle. So when you're wincing or crying or raising your eyebrows, you will see that there's activation of the muscle. So this is normal variation. But what we're looking at is differences in the waveform. So here you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what we call theta frequency. All of this is normal. And in here, there's something going on where it's very sharp and it looks like if you sat on it, it would hurt. So this is called 3 hertz because there's 1, 2, 3 per second. 3 hertz spike in wave per second. So some of you may know that this is pretty consistent with something that we call absence epilepsy. So in my office, I given his EEG and a clinical presentation, and I would be hyperventilating him, and he would have the same presentation of the behavioral arrest with the eye fluttering. I would make a new diagnosis of epilepsy, which means 2 or more unprovoked seizures. He would be started on a medication called ethosuximide, which is first line for childhood absence. I would follow up with him in about 1 to 2 months with his parents. Most of our kids respond really well to this calcium channel antagonist. In about 2 years, his repeat EEG is normal. I would take him off anti-seizure medications, and there's a very good chance that he would remain seizure-free for the rest of his life. So it's pretty amazing. So this is very characteristic of something called childhood absence epilepsy, where the typical onset of seizures is between age 5 to 7. Typically, kids will have very frequent seizures, but they're very short, up to 100 per day prior to treatment. The EEG has a specific pattern that I showed you of those pointing things that are 3 hertz spike in wave per second. The good thing about this type of epilepsy is it's very easily treatable and most kids will outgrow it. Any questions about this? Okay, moving on. We'll go to our patient case number 2. We have 3 patient cases in total. Patient case number 2 is a little bit more tough. So Liz is a 16-year-old girl who's in my epilepsy clinic. She's here for what we call a second opinion, meaning she's seeing another doctor to get another consultation from another viewpoint about if there are any other options. Unfortunately, unlike the first kiddo, she has had 4 years of seizures and has been tried on 6 or 7 medications that have not worked. She's an adolescent and wants to be free of seizures and wants to just hang out with her friends. So she's not very happy and is depressed about these seizures, and it's affecting her quality of life pretty significantly. Otherwise, she's healthy, no asthma, blood pressure, heart issues, things like that. What do her seizures look like? Her seizures are all very similar, where she gets this really not comfortable rising sensation in her abdomen that lasts about 30 to 45 seconds. What her friends and family see next, they don't see this rising sensation, obviously, is that she just becomes a little bit more focused, less responsive for a few minutes. They try to call her attention. She seems kind of out of it. She doesn't fall. And then the subtle observers will notice that she develops subtle lip smacking. The other kid in the other video had it as well, with right arm flexion and kind of what we call dystonic posturing of her right arm. Very rarely this becomes the motor seizures. And in total, it lasts about 3 to 4 minutes. Afterwards, she's tired, she's sleepy, she doesn't want to keep going to school, she'll have difficulty with speaking, and she won't recall that the event has happened. So let's take a look at her MRI. So I want you guys, I don't know how many MRIs you guys have looked at, but I'm wondering, give it a few 5 to 10 seconds. I'm wondering if any of you guys would like to speak out about where something looks a little bit abnormal. So this is the brain. This is the coronal slice, meaning it's a picture of her brain looking this way. These are her ears. This is not her MRI. For people practice at looking at MRIs, this is of an adult. Anybody willing to give it a shot? I think this is hard, but if you look very carefully, there is a very subtle asymmetry in the deep part of her temporal lobe on the left. By the way, radiographically, I don't know why, they revert it. So I know this is the right side, but it's actually the left side of her brain. So you can see across a couple of slices moving back and forth that she has what we call a T2 hyperintensity in her left hippocampus. So this lesion very well could be the source of her seizures. We'll then take a look at her EEG. This is a similar montage. And I want to give you a few seconds about where you guys can think about where the seizure is starting from. So where is that abnormality starting from? And this is super advanced stuff, but I think it's fun. So some of you guys might be thinking here, this is actually normal variation. Some of you guys might be thinking here, this is also normal muscle variation. What we're actually looking at is the start. Remember, these are even numbers. So this is right, and then T stands for temporal. So it's a right temporal, because you can see the evolution of these sharps, meaning if you sat on them, they would look like they hurt. They start here, and then they kind of spread to the frontal and back, and they also have involvement to the left contralateral as well. So this is a pretty good seizure. So I had shown you her MRI, which was left hippocampal sclerosis as part of her left temporal. Our lady on EEG has a right temporal seizure. So what's going on? Well, it actually turns out that her MRI shows bilateral. I didn't show the other side very well, but she actually has bilateral hippocampal sclerosis, meaning the hippocampus, which is the most inner part of her temporal lobes, has injury. Her scalp EEG, in addition, also shows seizures coming from both sides. So what are your options? What are you going to do next to help this young lady who has the rest of her life ahead of her? So let's talk very briefly about temporal lobe epilepsy. So common things being common, this is the most common cause of seizures that are called focal, meaning the seizures are coming from one part of the brain as opposed to all parts of the brain. So with the first example that I showed you for the childhood absence, you could see the spikes and the sharps were in all of the leads. So that's what we call a generalized seizure. And because the child has had 2 or more, that's what we call generalized epilepsy. Most of our children and adults, though, are going to have focal epilepsy, where the seizures are coming from one part of the brain. With temporal lobe epilepsy, because you don't have the motor area over it, that's more frontal or parietal, you'll get behavioral arrest and impaired awareness. Automatisms are pretty common. Automatisms means behavior that's kind of automatic. So people will have lip smacking or finger picking, where they're senselessly kind of just picking on something. And then seizures can also include, as part of the auras, auditory hallucinations, where they hear things that are very similar to each other, a feeling of fear. If it's coming from the amygdala, this is not a great thing to feel. And this is coming out of the blue. It's not in context of horror movies or, someone being scary. Sensation of deja vu, which means a feeling as though something has happened before. We all have deja vu symptoms, but this is a lot more than we normally expect for normal life. Rising upper gastric sensation that we talked about. So this is what a temporal lobe is. So this is the frontal, this is the motor gyrus, somatosensory gyrus, parietal. This is the temporal lobe here. So it's sort of by our ears here. This is what we call the side view of the brain. So a subset of the temporal lobe epilepsy is the case like we discussed for patient case number 2, where it's due to the injury to the deepest part of the temporal lobe called the hippocampus. So the MRI usually is going to have signs of injury there with a bright spot that you see. These type of seizures can be particularly medication resistant. So oftentimes people will come to my office and say, look, Dr. Lin, I've already tried this medication, this medication, this medication. What we can do for some of these cases is surgical resection, meaning we take out, or rather my neurosurgeon parts take out the part of the brain that's involved. And for carefully selected cases, this can offer seizure freedom for 75% of our patients. The other new and upcoming therapy for these patients is something called laser ablation, where you put a laser therapy there and ablate the area with high thermal energy. So this is one of the examples of surgical resection. It's where you remove the amygdala and hippocampus. There's several ways to do temporal lobe corticectomy or resection, but here the neurosurgeon, not me, will make a very thin slice in the temporal lobe here, and then use a directed probe to resect this particular part with the hippocampus and probably a little bit of the amygdala as well. So this is what it looks like on gross resection. This is a cadaver. So the hippocampus and then the temporal lobe here. Pretty cool. The other way to do it nowadays is, because we're in the 21st century, there's something called laser ablation, where they can put a tiny, tiny burr hole, meaning just a little hole in the opening of the skull. You do have to shave your hair for this. And it's about 3.2 millimeters. So that's less than half a centimeter. They put the laser blade applicator there, and using real-time MRI to make sure, and machine trajectory projections, they'll apply heat to the hippocampus and ablate it. Pretty darn cool. So it's not as invasive as this one. But back to our patient. So if she had just hippocampal sclerosis on one side and seizures from one side, that would be an option. But what do we have to offer her? We can offer her medication adjustment, but she's already been through 6 or 7. We can offer her ketogenic diet, which unfortunately, due to the time limitations of this talk, I won't have time to go into. We can do surgical considerations, including resection that I talked about, and laser ablation. But the problem is she has pathology on both sides of her brain. And as I said earlier, she's a 16-year-old who's otherwise doing really well in school. So if you reset or ablate both hippocampus, which is incredibly important for memory, you're going to give her significant, when we're talking 10 to 20 point deficits in verbal memory. And that's a no-go. So what do we do for her? Do we just leave her on these medications? No. One of the really cool things that just came out in the last 1 to 2 years is something called brain responsive neurostimulation. I have no commercial ties with this company. So I'm just going to skip forwards.
RNS system wires are placed directly into the affected brain region without the need to remove any brain tissue. The neurostimulator, implanted in the skull, is then able to sense abnormal electrical activity and respond by sending pulses to counteract the effects. How's the patient doing with it?
So this is really cool, guys. We're starting to do these for adults and now for children as well. I apologize. Sometimes with the video, we really have to page through. But the outcomes are pretty darn amazing for selected surgical cases. So what happens is, for this girl, what we would do is our neurosurgeon colleagues would implant deaf electrodes. So these are skull films. So you can see this deaf electrode going in to her bilateral hippocampus where it's precisely targeted. And these are the electrodes here that are lighting up. And essentially what we would do is we would program the machine, and it's probably 10 centimeters or less in size. So right now, the top 2 bands are left hippocampus, bottom 2 bands are right hippocampus. So we would have them learn to detect this type of electrical activity. You can see these sharp waves, and when the machine sees that, it knows to terminate it, which can be quite effective for leading to seizure freedom and potentially weaning her off of anti-seizure medications. So I'd like to go over some common myths of epilepsy for takeaway points to kind of summarize what we've gone through. So the first is a lot of times people from the population think that seizures or epilepsy are rare. Unfortunately, 1 in 10 people have a seizure. Sometimes it can be provoked, sometimes it can be unprovoked. But the good thing is only 1 in 26 go on to have epilepsy. So about, depending on where you are, about 1 to 2% of the population has epilepsy. There's a very good chance that someone in your classroom has epilepsy that they may not discuss because of the social stigmata associated with it. A lot of people also think that with the jerking of the seizures, with the motor convulsive seizures, that you can swallow your tongue. Guys, this is not physically possible. Please don't place anything in the patient's mouth. It's dangerous to them. It's dangerous to you. They will not swallow their tongue, despite what Hollywood says. Seizure first aid is really important. The most important thing is put them on their side, doesn't matter what side, because you don't want them to aspirate, and then you want to time the duration of the seizure. If it's longer than 5 minutes, we will prescribe an anti-seizure medication that will terminate the seizure. But you don't need to hold them down. Just put them on the floor, away from dangerous objects, let them have the seizure, and then time it. We talked about how all seizures actually don't involve someone shaking. So contrary to the title of this talk, which is what's shaking, what the answer is not everything is shaking. Not all seizures are evident from the observer standpoint. So depending on where that seizure focus is, and depending on how that network of that seizure spreads, is where you're going to get symptoms or no symptoms that you can see from the outside. I don't think anybody thinks seizures or epilepsy is contagious, but sometimes fear can cause irrational thinking. So just to let you know, this is not a contagious condition. Sometimes people think people with seizures or epilepsy are physically disabled and won't be able to get a job. Some seizures are more severe. We talked about 1 in 3 people having seizures that don't respond to medications, but most of them are able to work, go to school, do normal life activities like the rest of us. And the other myth is that seizures are lifelong. This is actually not true. Like we talked about for that first patient case, some people can outgrow their epilepsy. So don't give up hope that if for some reason one of you is diagnosed or one of your family members, it's not something necessarily that you will have lifelong. This is another one that I hear about commonly from my patients, where they are worried that TV or strobe lights or their iPad, especially during COVID times, can cause seizures. This is actually only true for the photosensitive type of epilepsy, which is less than 1% of the 1% that have epilepsy. So I'm actually not going to show this, but there was a Pokemon episode played in Japan where it caused about 700 kids, actually only, I think only a subset of them had breakthrough seizures, but it was in 1997. They broadcasted this Pokemon episode. 700 children went to the hospital, and in extreme cases, I think a very small subset of these kids experienced seizures and were diagnosed with epilepsy. I'm not going to show it because I'm worried about the patient population, but basically what happens is it's a really fast strobe light that can be seen. Okay, so takeaway points. Seizures in epilepsy are not uncommon. Not all seizures have to involve shaking, but certainly if it spreads to the motor area, you will see that. Children with epilepsy and adults with epilepsy can still have healthy, lifelong lives. And there's a lot of promising treatments that are not just medication involved, not just for epilepsy, that are on the horizon if they're not already here. Okay, I'm going to talk about a few of the future directions. I do want to give you guys time to ask me questions about any questions or concerns, but I want to let you know there's just a very exciting time to join medicine, whether it's as a health practitioner, whether it's as a bioengineering a person that's making those cool network detectors, whether it's as a geneticist or a wet lab person trying to find our cure for our epilepsy and neurological condition people. So back in the old days, prior to 2000, you can see that I only had a few genes they know about, but with the advances, particularly in next generation sequencing, with our knowledge now of the whole genome, with the whole genome transcription regulators and things like that, there's been an explosion in what we know about genes with polygenic inheritance or single gene inheritance that can be causing epilepsy. So super exciting time. The other thing that is pretty exciting is we want to get to seizure freedom. So there's a lot of work being done for biomarkers for seizure predictions, for neuroimaging, including fMRI, PET, MEG, that can hopefully predict the network and exactly how to target. Pharmacogenetics is huge. Psychiatry is ahead of us in that particular area in trying to know in advance what medication at what dose will work with minimal side effects. We're working on seizure detecting devices and even seizure prediction devices. At our recent American Epilepsy Conference, they're implanting small devices to try to look at the network to predict a seizure and cut it off even before it happens. We're looking for cures for the epilepsy types where it's one gene, one epilepsy, one cure. I'm hoping to be replaced by robotics and artificial intelligence in terms of interpretation of EEGs in about 10 to 20 years. And then a big one in our epilepsy field that we don't talk about is the risk of sudden unexplained death in our epilepsy patients and how to reduce that risk, and much, much, much more. I was going to go over patient case 3. I think, why don't we go over this last patient case and then we'll end there, and then I'll let you guys ask me any questions you want, because I do want to give you some hope after we talked about some things that were a little bit more depressing. So this is spinal muscular atrophy. This is a pretty representative patient case where this is not epilepsy related, it's a pediatric neurology case where a patient comes to your clinic. She's a beautiful 2-week-old newborn. She's coming to a neurology clinic because the pediatrician is very concerned about her. She's having difficulties with feeding. When her mom holds her up, her head flops back. She has a very weak cry. She's very floppy. You examine her and her reflexes are very difficult to obtain. And then on exam, the other thing that you see are what we call tongue fasciculations, where it's abnormality of the motor neuron unit. So you can see that here. This is pretty sensitive for a particular motor neuron disease. You recognize the syndrome and you send for a test. And unfortunately, 5 years ago, this would have been a devastating diagnosis, guys. Pretend it's 2015. This is the spiel that we have to tell parents, that she has a new diagnosis of spinal muscular atrophy type 1. She is unlikely to ever sit independently. She will need help with breathing. She is not going to survive past 2 years of life. And we're going to do everything we can do to keep her comfortable during those 2 years. Okay, this is what we have to tell parents when they are 2 weeks old. This is devastating. Sometimes our job is not always happy. So spinal muscular atrophy is a rare disease. It's autosomal recessive. Most common mutation is due to a survival motor neuron 1 deletion of exon 7. And luckily, we have a backup called survival motor neuron 2. So depending on how much of survival motor neuron 2 you have, it can generate a little bit of the gene product. It correlates with disease phenotype. So due to the degeneration of the anterior horn cells, you get muscle atrophy and weakness, including breathing muscles, which is what ends up causing the mortality in these kids. And the really sad part of this is cognition is preserved. So these kids know what's going on and what's happening to them. I won't spend too much time, but this is the SMA type 0, 1, 2, and 3. So prenatal is they require respiratory support. Type 1, like the kid we talked about, is they never learn to sit, stand, walk, and so on, depending on SMN2. But just in the last few years, we now have disease-modifying gene therapy, which Neurocon came out, which modifies the splicing of SMN2, which increases gene product. And then this one just came out in May 2019, which uses a super cool adenovirus to deliver a functional copy of a survivor motor neuron 1 into the patient and helps them give a product of bliss. So some of these kids who were, their future was guaranteed to never sit or walk, are now rolling over, sitting, and walking. This is a fantastic time to live in the 21st century, guys. So I don't want you guys to give up hope. I do want to give you guys time to ask me questions. I think it's a good breaking point. Any questions of any of the things that we just talked about, or medicine in general, or pediatric neurology?
We have a few questions in the chat. So
okay. Let me close the box and see if I can see the chat box. For some reason, I am not able to see this.
You can go to meeting controls and it should be, and there should.
Thank you. Sorry, where is this?
In meeting controls, there should be an option to see the chat, or I can just read the questions to you if that's easier.
That'd be great.
Okay. So our first question is, so Veda asks, how does ethosuximide work?
I'm sorry, how does
ethosuximide work?
Oh, that's a great question. So ethosuximide is a calcium channel antagonist. So the very basic of how we think childhood absence seizures work is there's an abnormal hyperactivation of the thalamocortical network connections. Specifically, there's a hyperactivation of T cells and the T-type neuronal cells. So ethosuximide specifically blocks those cells from becoming hyperactive. It's a great question. And it's only used for childhood absence.
Our next question asks, how does the procedure change if the medication doesn't work? Do you give another medication or do you change your approach, and how do you work about that?
Yeah, so that's a great question too. So for epilepsy management, the first thing I tell parents is, unfortunately, none of us have a crystal ball. So we don't have the pharmacogenetics and the individual tailored medication information to know in advance what medications are going to work for which person, because each of us are our own mixed bags of DNA and things like that. But we do know there are certain medications that work for focal epilepsies and certain medications that work for generalized epilepsies. So we generally pick the ones that have the fewest side effects, or we pick a side effect that we would want, such as weight loss for a kid that might be overweight, and start with that. If the first medication in all newcomers has about 60 to 70% chance of working, if that doesn't work, then we go on to the second medication. If that doesn't work, then we go on to the third, and then we talk about surgical and diet options after that point.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So Shalina asks, are the sensations of fear, epigastric sensation, and other sensations unique to temporal lobe seizures or other types of seizures as well?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when you have auras or like the rising epigastric, that's pretty specific for the temporal lobe. It has to do with an activation of the limbic system, I think. Not 100% sure of the pathophysiology. But anytime you have a seizure with impaired awareness, it can be coming from any part of the brain. In order to stay conscious or awake and alert, you need either one cerebral hemisphere and your reticular activating system, which is ascending and descending pathways of your brainstem, or your bilateral cerebral hemisphere. So if you knock out just one part of it, like one very small part of it, you can have impaired awareness. But epigastric rising sensation is pretty specific for the temporal lobe.
That makes sense. So next we have, are people with schizophrenia at a high risk of having epilepsy?
That's a great question. I think it depends on what's causing their schizophrenia. So compared to population norm, I don't think so. But keep in mind that I usually work with families and children. And for the most part, our kids don't yet have schizophrenia. But I would have to look that one up and get back to you for whether or not their risk factor for epilepsy is higher. If the schizophrenia is in setting of someone who has a known gene that's causing the schizophrenia and can be associated with epilepsy, definitely. But I think that would be a smaller subset of the general population, because most of our adults and young adolescents with schizophrenia don't have a lesional or a structural reason for it.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Hope asks, how do you determine if a case is eligible for surgical resection?
Oh, that is an excellent question. Come join us in clinic sometime and we can walk through how we determine that. So what happens is they get a bunch of studies. So the first question is, we got to make sure they actually have epilepsy. We didn't talk about this, but 25% of the time when they present to the epilepsy monitoring unit for refractory seizures, it turns out to not be real. So first, we got to confirm they have seizures. So we try to capture the seizure on what we call phase 1, which means the scalp EEG. We try to look for a lesion on the MRI. If they don't have a lesion on MRI, we use other data like PET to look for an area of hypometabolism on the brain that might be the seizure focus. We use neuropsychology testing to tell, are the patient more weak in one area that might suggest a source? And then a bunch of us, including the neurosurgeons, the psychologists, the epileptologists, social workers, sit together and discuss the patient case about whether or not they're a good candidate for more invasive monitoring to look for consideration of resection and things like that.
So does hippocamphectomy have any side effects?
Oh, definitely. Yes. Anytime that you have any sort of surgery, there's a consideration of the benefits versus risk of surgery, right? Surgery is a pretty big deal. So there are risks of bleeding, infection, and unpredicted surgical complications. So yes, for amygdala and hippocampal removal, one of the big things that we worry about is verbal memory, a hit to your verbal language skills, because it's part of the system that's important for verbal memory. So that's why neuropsychology testing as a baseline is very important. Not all kids get it, especially if you're right-handed, your verbal skills tend to be on your left. So if you have a right hippocampal sclerosis, it's going to be more easily removable with less likely deficits. But we definitely discuss it on a case-by-case patient basis.
And are there specific biomarkers to detect epilepsy in children?
We are looking for that. That is an excellent question. Please join us in hunting for biomarkers. Right now, we don't have great ones, no. That's a simple answer, unfortunately, but we are actively looking because right now we're relying on ancillary data like EEG, what the patient tells us, or what the eyewitnesses have seen for seizures. But it'd be great if we had a specific and sensitive marker of epilepsy. There are biomarkers like that you can measure in the blood to suggest that a seizure has happened, but it's not the same as looking for a biomarker for epilepsy. Great question.
Yeah, that would be interesting research to look into. So
yes,
yeah,
for sure.
So another question we have asks, could you summarize how strobe lights can cause seizures and how they affect the brain?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can you summarize how strobe lights can cause seizures and how they affect
Oh, that's a great question. So it's not the strobe lights itself per se, it's the flashing of a particular frequency at high enough light to cause it. So what it has to do is it has to do with the act. So by definition, all humans are visual creatures. So the information goes from our eyeball to the back of our retina, through the optic nerve, to the optic chiasm, to the optic tract, to the optic radiations to our occipital lobe, where we then process that information and then send it to the temporal and parietal lobes to analyze, and then we talk about it. So when the strobe light happens at a certain frequency for our kids with epilepsy, very, very rare photosensitive, it somehow activates that network of processing and gives them a seizure. But super rare, guys. It's one of those things that's super cool, but realistically super rare.
Yeah, I know that's like a common misconception. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So we have another question. So it asks, so besides MRI, is there anything you can do if EEG doesn't work to detect a seizure?
EEG is usually the gold standard for a diagnosis, but obviously a kid's not going to live with EEG on their head waiting for the seizure to happen. So most of the time, like medicine, you know, it is a clinical diagnosis based on what family and friends and the patient tell us. We don't really have other good gold standard of diagnoses other than that.
Yeah, so that's the end of the questions in the chat. I know you had a last section of your presentation, so you can feel free to do that.
Yeah, feel free to, you know, Mr. Krishnan has my contact. So if any of you guys are in the Cincinnati area, feel free to let me know if you want to come and shadow me or if there's any other questions that you guys have, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Lin. It was really interesting hearing from you. And as a high school student myself, it's really inspiring to hear your story at this stage. So yeah,
thank you guys for your time. It was great to hang out with you for a Saturday.
And if you can wait a minute, Dr. Lin, Ichiro wants to take a picture of everyone. So yeah, we'll do that quickly.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lin. That was an amazing presentation.
Oh, no worries. I really appreciate it, guys. Oh, I can see the chat box now. Yay.
It would be great if everyone could switch on their cameras for a quick picture.
Oh, hi guys. I hope you guys are dealing with COVID okay. It's such a stressful time for all of our patients and families, and you guys have to worry about high school and applying for college, and oh my goodness. Thank you also to Mr. Krishnan for putting all of this together. This is so impressive, guys, and his team. Seriously, I had so much fun with the movement game right before this started.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lin. Can we just have everyone quickly do a wave for a video? That's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you
Take
so
care,
much.
guys. Be safe.
Yeah, thank you. So our next presentation will be a mental health panel, and I'll transfer it over to Ishika to introduce them.
I didn't realize I was muted, sorry. Our next conference speakers are going to be Say Rundri, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, from Project MHEA, Kiara from Each Mind, and Madeline from the Purple Hydrangea Project. And today they'll be doing a quick little Q&A mental health panel regarding their individual projects and just mental health in general. So to kick it off, if everybody that's speaking at the panel wants to briefly introduce themselves, just for organization, we can kind of go in order for every question, so we're not speaking on top of each other. So just kind of the order it was in the slide, if you guys want to keep that up.
Yeah, so hey everybody, my name is Sarandri Satyanarayanan, you got my name right. I'm the founder of and what we do, we try to spread awareness about and destigmatize mental health issues among high school students. And we've been working in India, in the Middle East, and in the US so far. As for me, I'm a rising senior at the University of Washington. I study molecular, cellular, and developmental biology, and I hope to go to medical school one day.
Okay, awesome. If the next person would like to introduce themselves.
I'm Kiara. I'm a sophomore in high school, and I founded Each Mind, which is an organization that aims to change the mindset on mental health by enriching the dialogue, advocating for policy reform, and making treatment more accessible. So we just started basically 2 months ago, and it's been a lot of fun kind of talking about mental health. We're producing a magazine right now, which we're really excited about. And we look forward to do more in the future.
Awesome.
Okay, hi, I am Madeline. I am the founder and executive director of the Purple Hydrangea Project. We are a student-run 501c3 nonprofit org, and our mission is to improve mental health support that is available to youth. And we try to do this by engaging in a variety of virtual and in-person community outreach projects. We go like in schools to talk about mental health. We also do a lot of like online webinars and communities focused around like creating a safe space for mental health. And yeah, that's just like a quick rundown of what we do. As for me, I am an incoming freshman at Stanford University, and I will be studying neuroscience there. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. It's really amazing to hear about all of your initiatives. Right now, I just want to briefly say, anybody who's listening to this panel right now, if you have any like questions at any time, just drop them in the chat and I'll totally convey them to our speakers. But our next question for you is, has your mission or has your operation or anything like that changed since COVID-19 began?
Yes, definitely. Especially since, during a regular school year, MIA conducts in-person workshops where we address issues like stress, anxiety, depression, and a bunch of other issues that adolescents face, like peer pressure or eating disorders, you know. And we do basically a series of 4 workshops. Each one is about an hour long, and they're in person, where one of us from Team MIA, we go ahead and we initiate these discussions with students. Now with the closure of schools and everybody quarantining and staying at home, that really wasn't possible anymore. So we had to move everything online. So when the pandemic was just starting out, we created this guide that helps that gives like tips and guidelines on how to take care of your mental health while quarantining. And now we're focusing more on providing our workshops and all of our content online and conducting online workshops for all of our member schools.
COVID. So kind of what we're planning to do once kind of the pandemic's over is expand to in-person events, like having athletic runs to kind of raise money, also advocacy for policy reform that can take place online by calling representatives, but also making impact with like marches or in-person kind of activities once the pandemic's over.
Yeah, for us, things have definitely changed, but I wouldn't say for the worse. We've actually gotten a lot more active in putting on virtual events. It all comes down to, I guess, like adaptability, I guess, to everything going on in the real world, and we've been trying to implement that as much as possible. Yeah, it was just a matter of taking or just coming up with projects that were more virtual and accessible to everyone and not just in person. It was very sad that we couldn't do a lot of our in-person projects, such as like presenting at schools and stuff, but we're just going to postpone that to next year, hopefully when the whole COVID thing dies down.
I just want to add one thing about how the entire pandemic has shown a lot more light on mental health issues. And I feel now it's more important than ever for us to keep the conversation going and, you know, keep showing light on and destigmatizing mental health. If we were to, you know, back down and say, oh, you know, everything's online, there's nothing much that we can do, everybody's just going to suffer. And it's going to hurt our mission as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's really great to see all the adaptability and everything. And that was also something I was going to mention. So I'm glad that you said that. So my next question is, how do you think we can spark like important conversations about mental health in our communities? Or like, how can we advocate for this mental health equity?
I think, well, the first thing that you need to do is I mean, the most basic thing is you have to start conversations. You need to learn how to become more comfortable talking about depression, anxiety, self-harm, suicide, stress, anxiety. There's, and it is hard because like society has conditioned us to be ashamed of, you know, struggling with suicidal thoughts or, you know, engaging in self-harm. And so I think educating yourself first and foremost on how to be sensitive of other people's issues is an important first step. In addition to that, also educating yourself on how to have such conversations, like asking open-ended questions, reflective listening, what is motivational interviewing, and using those techniques to help the person struggling with such issues feel supported. I think those are very important. So number one is the most basic thing is starting conversations and educating yourself so that you learn to become more comfortable with such conversations.
My writing director and I on breaking the stigma, and kind of like some of the things we talked about things that you can do individually is kind of using language mindfully. So kind of like avoiding terms that are stigmatizing mental health, mental illness, and being conscious of how that can affect people. Other ways, kind of like talking about your experiences if you're comfortable, and making sure people know that they're heard and it's not like you're blaming them for something, because mental health is something that takes a lot of courage to talk about, especially with the current like stigmatizing climate we're in. So it's really important to be listening, and that's kind of something that everyone can practice, kind of using your language and being mindful about that and listening.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I believe that like the two key things to destigmatizing mental health and everything that's stigmatized in general is empathy and education. Education is just so huge, which is why we have like such a huge focus on it within our organization. Because if people don't know like because there's a lot of misconceptions out there about mental health and mental illness. People thinking that it's like dangerous or some like scary thing, or that people who deal with it are like crazy or unstable, and just like a lot of other kinds of misconceptions that simply aren't true. So we need there to be mental health education that is more accessible to the masses and people who are willing to educate themselves about mental health and mental illness, so that those kinds of misconceptions and stigmas can be broken down, and then we can actually have these conversations. And within those conversations, that's where like the empathy part comes in. There was like a study by the Stanford Social Neuro. Wait, that wasn't just me, right? She dropped out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll wait for her to come back then. Might be something with her Wi-Fi. Welcome to virtual conferences. Okay, I think she's back. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
My connection went weird. But anyways, there was a study that pretty much said empathy is something that people can choose to do. It's not just like a reaction that people are like born with. It's something that can be grown and something that's like actively practiced. So I think if people choose to open themselves up to those hard conversations and to actively listen to the people without judgment, without bias, and just kind of come in with like wanting to understand them and not to judge them, then that's something that will completely change the way that mental. Okay, we'll give her a couple seconds. She was back pretty quickly last time. Okay, I see her icon again, so that's good. That's a good sign. If not, we can totally move on to the next question. Yeah, I was done with my answer. So okay, perfect. Yeah. All right, she's back. That's awesome. Yeah, I totally agree with everything you guys said. Like, it is so important to have that conversation, and that stigma really needs to be like worked on. So this next question is one that probably everybody on this call has related to at least once in their life, and it's how do you deal with imposter syndrome?
That's a very good question. And sometimes I feel like I don't know the answer to that myself. But I think one key to it is to just not compare yourself to other people that you see around you, because I feel like one part of it comes from that comparison, and you feel like others have done more than you have to get to that situation, or others are more qualified than you are to be at the same situation that you are. But I think if you like come to recognize and accept your own struggles to be wherever you are to get to the position that you are in, then you will start to recognize that you are worth it and that you have deserved everything that you have gotten so far. So yeah, it's hard to do, but I think just not comparing yourself. I think that's what it is.
Well as kind of like looking at your own self-worth and celebrating that. Also kind of seeing that in this online environment we're in, a lot of kind of someone's self-image can be enhanced or like fabricated. And so it's important to not like see everything at face value and try to like compare yourself to someone else because of what they're presenting online, but really like kind of look away from that and into yourself and kind of like how you can be the best for yourself, which is kind of cheesy advice, but imposter syndrome is something that like truly happens to everyone. So recognizing that as well, that you're not alone in that, and just reaching out to people who are mentors and who can really kind of guide you through that is really important.
Yeah, for me, imposter syndrome is definitely something that I've struggled severely with over the past few months, and I think that the thing that's helped me the most is just this is way easier said than. Give her another 30 seconds. For some reason today is severely unstable. But anyways, just try not to compare yourself to everything else like going on around you. Yourself and know that like, you got where you are today because of like your own work ethic and you know like you yourself, and that even if people are like you know they've had resources in their lives that kind of started them out and got them a lot of their opportunities and stuff, you know eventually you are going to like end up in the same place if you work hard and you just focus on what you're passionate about, and then you are just like solid in knowing that like you are still intelligent and you that was all I had to say. So all right, yeah, definitely. Self-confidence, easier said than done, but one of the cures to imposter syndrome. So my next question for you guys is, how do you think like mental health has been impacted by the pandemic, and what can we sort of do to combat that discrepancy?
So there's kind of a lot of things to it. First of all, isolating yourself. You know, a lot of people find a good support system from their friends and the people that they interact with on a day-to-day basis. And especially for you guys, since you're all like school students, you go to school, you interact with so many people every day. And, you know, having that snatched away from you and it was all like very quick, it was all very sudden. So having that support system taken away, number one for sure. Second of all, the healthcare system got very quickly inundated with what at the time seemed a lot more pressing and a lot more urgent than mental health issues, and all of the physicians and all of healthcare professionals were directed towards a certain cause. So initially, mental health kind of fell back, it like faded away, and it was like, you know, it was not really on anybody's radar. So isolating, not being able to, not having that that daily interaction did definitely exacerbate existing mental health conditions for a lot of people. Yeah, so that's one thing. I feel like yeah, that's one. The other thing is being put in a situation that none of us have ever actually been in, especially when the pandemic was just starting out. Like this is the first pandemic of this is the first pandemic that I've actually been cognizant of and that I've actually lived through, and having to stay at home all the time and figure out, you know, how to interact with people online, all of that was also a lot of stress for people. There were other things like unemployment, being laid off, which affected so many people here in the US. So it's not just, yes, there was social isolation that happened, but there were so many other factors. Loved ones maybe were affected by COVID. The paranoia that comes with knowing that there's a virus out there, and if you step out, there's a chance that you might get it and you might spread it to people that you love. All of that kind of everything happening so fast and just piling on top of each other really made things worse. And I think what you need to do is to just take a step back and take a step back and try to remove yourself momentarily from the situation and just view what you have, and try to make the best. I know it sounds very difficult and it sounds easy for someone to say, but try to make the best of the situation that you've been given. Um, if if you're being isolated, if you can't go out and you really need exercise, for example, go like try to improvise and come up with at home, workout routines or something like that. You don't need to have any like specialized equipment. You just jump up and down at home or do planks or crunches or whatever suits you, whatever you're able to do with that situation, to try and replicate that semblance of normalcy that you otherwise would have had if not for the pandemic. Other things like FaceTiming your friends or using Zoom to stay in touch with people virtually, because that's like the second best thing to in-person contact. And another thing is, because there is a pandemic going on, it's easy to forget to take care of your own mental health. Self-care is an absolute must. And self-care can look different for so many different people. For some people, it can be, putting on a face mask or taking a long hot shower or reading a book. For some people, it can be becoming more productive and making sure that they get all of their tasks done. Basically, you need to find out what it is that helps you de-stress and what helps you manage all of the things and all of the emotions that you have, so that you don't feel overwhelmed and you don't feel worse off than you were before the pandemic.
Mental health right now, it's kind of become like a perfect storm for really exasperating existing mental health conditions, and especially the system, at least in the US, how it works, is kind of coming into stress, and people are questioning its efficiency because there's not a lot of resources that can be given to low-income families. There's not a lot of education on mental health. And kind of what we're seeing right now is the unemployment is affecting mental health in youth whose parents may be unemployed. There's a lot of financial stress. The pandemic itself is really stressful because you fear getting infected, hurting the ones you love. And online learning kind of creates this new environment where it's really difficult to interact with people. I've noticed it in myself. It's like kind of very difficult to connect and have those same emotional attachments online. And this can really kind of make people feel isolated, make people feel disconnected. I think like a lot of these factors are really like making it more important to talk about mental health, and realize that's something not only people with a mental illness have to be accounting for, but also people who are going through a stressful time. Because for all of us, this is a stressful time. And so kind of the suggestions I would have is kind of like being cognizant, reflecting. I think it's really important to kind of journal or kind of like write things down. It's such a like just getting your thoughts on paper can really help them stop like going around in your head and making you really anxious. At least for me, that helps. Some of the other things is staying connected. Even if it's difficult, just reaching out is so important. It makes connecting with people is just like really important for your mood, for your kind of like self-esteem. So those are kind of my suggestions. Also, now that we're entering school, kind of being cognizant of toxic productivity and just like, especially since we're like, we don't have the internum time, like commuting, everything else, just like kind of like work all the time, and we may have more homework. So it's really important to take breaks and to kind of realize your limits. And we're all in a pandemic, so it's really important not to overwork yourself and be reflective.
Yeah, the pandemic has definitely caused a downturn in like global mental health. And I think it's because of a lot of factors that have been mentioned. You know, one is the isolation. People are really dependent on like hanging out with other people and getting that connection and that interaction with their friends. And that's those connections are kind of hard to foster, you know, through Zoom or through text. Like it's just not the same. And also there's a big factor that is like the like a lot of the bad things about 2020 hasn't just been the pandemic, you know, like there's just so much going on in the news, such as the events that sparked the protests of the Black Lives Matter movement that have just been, you know, weighing on people's mental health because yeah, because like one, we're in isolation, two, there's a bunch of bad things going on in the world. There's the news is like constantly giving out like sad stories every day, so of course that that would weigh heavily on a lot of people, and without things to distract themselves such as like school or work, like they're literally just sitting at home, like those things just, you know, start to get in their head, and it all just starts piling up. But I guess ways to combat this is to I guess keep yourself busy in other ways. Try to pick up like some hobbies that you can do at home and that you can pour yourself into. And unplug yourself from the bad news sometimes. Like it's okay to not constantly be on social media getting those updates from, you know, everything going on in the world. Make sure to actively practice self-care. Make sure to reach out to your friends. And even though it's not the same, like hanging out on Zoom or like texting in a group chat, you know, those friendships and those connections are, you know, just as important. So it's all just about adaptability, learning how to keep those connections and trying to make as normal of a life in a world that has like ripped us out of our normal life, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, that was all super insightful and totally appreciate all the tips that you guys mentioned. So now Cassandra asks, how do you think the desensitization, of depression has affected people getting the support that they need or people not knowing if they need support?
So yes, I think there's two ways of looking at it. What concerns me the most is the way people talk about depression. They're comfortable enough to use the word and, you know, talk about depression, but they do it in a very lighthearted way, and they often joke about it, or they use it in contexts that are not really fitting. Like if someone is just feeling very sad on a particular day, they tend to say, oh, I'm feeling very depressed, not fully knowing what it actually means or what a clinical diagnosis of depression is, what the symptoms are, what you need to do if you want to get treated. So they tend to deal with it in a very lighthearted way. And what that does is, let's say you were in a group of 5 or 6 people and you say something like that. There might be somebody in that group who's struggling with depression, but they're like, wait a second, this person, so I said that I'm feeling very depressed today, but I seem okay. Like I seem pretty happy otherwise. And so they may think that there's something very, very wrong with themselves and they're not reacting to their situation in the right way. And that kind of adds to the stigma. They start to internalize the way that, you know, they think that they're not dealing with the situation the right way. And because of that, there's a kind of a shame that's associated with it. And they don't want to admit, or they don't want to tell somebody that they're dealing with this, with whatever it is that they're dealing with. And they won't feel comfortable enough getting treatment for their depression because of the way someone else in that group flippantly, you know, joked about depression, about being depressed. So that's what is concerning me the most. I think the thing is, it's kind of like a byproduct of just having more and more conversations about depression. People are talking about it. People know that it's a thing, and people are willing to let it be a part of their conversations. But just because it's a byproduct doesn't mean we should ignore it as well. People should still be mindful about the, like it was mentioned before, people should be mindful about the language that they're using. They should be mindful that other people are going through more serious issues, and you can't just joke about depression without fully knowing what it actually is and what it means.
And kind of the way we use like depressed or something as an adjective really makes it seem trivial when it is a diagnosed mental health disorder. Kind of the other ways I think it's desensitized is in education. Like the way we talk about depression and health education needs to be more robust. It can't just be like equivalated to suicide or self-harm, because it not always is, and there's lots of other factors that tie into it. It can't be seen as dangerous or antisocial, because that isn't the case either. And it's really important to kind of get rid of those stereotypes in our education and the media we consume. There's a lot of movies and TV shows that kind of tie into these tropes of people with depression are like dangerous or kind of like antisocial and scary. And that just really makes it difficult for people to get help, because essentially in their minds, they're basically admitting that there are those like harmful personality traits, which is just really silly, because mental health is something that is irrelevant to what your personality is. It's something that affects you. It's kind of like it's a little bit like external. It's like an illness. So the way we talk about it really, I feel like, is a big factor in people seeking help. And I think that's why it's so important that we break the stigma and we see it challenged.
Yeah, I think language is a huge part of it. What the other two were saying about how people talk about it in such like a flippant way, like, oh yeah, like I am just I'm depressed right now, when they're probably like not actually clinically depressed. And then and a different kind of perspective to look at it is that when depression is like so normalized, and like these symptoms of depression are kind of like made light of, or like they're like people kind of poke fun at it and kind of make it into a meme, people think that like it's not as serious of an issue to go seek help about. So for example, like there's like this huge misconception that therapy is only for people who have gone through like super traumatic events, or people that need like that are like are at the that have hit rock bottom, or like people that are mentally unstable, when that's just not the case. Like therapy is accessible for like everyone, whether or not you have like a mental illness or not. But people can start to think like, oh, like if everyone else is kind of talking about these things that I'm going through so lightly, and they're not getting help, then like why should I get help? Like it's like that's just not something that needs to be done, because it's not presented in like a serious way, and like that it needs to be. So it all comes down to people being more cognizant about how they talk about mental health, making sure that they're not making a joke out of it, that they're not using it in like a joking, memey manner, and just being careful about the way that they talk about these things, so that people who are actually going through the who are actually dealing with depression can realize how serious their symptoms are, and that they need to get help.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree with that. There's a lot of like words and phrases that I feel like I'm not going to mention, for example, that are definitely like very, very normalized. Like I've heard them in the hallways, like back when we went to school, like every day. I saw that you unmuted yourself. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, no, I was going to say exactly what you were saying, that it's not just depression that's susceptible to this desensitization, but like people joke about PTSD. People say that they have OCD if they're just being like a little particular about something. It's nowhere near what the clinical diagnosis of OCD actually looks like, but just because they want something a certain way, they're like, oh, I'm OCD, excuse me for that. So yeah, so like going off of what she said, it's just a lack of education. People are being ignorant of what it actually is, and they don't want to educate themselves, and they just start going around, talking about this without knowing what it is.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to add like one more thing to that. Sorry, but yeah, what she mentioned about like about people using little things such as being really organized as like OCD. I feel like there's like a weird kind of culture where people try to use mental illness as some kind of like a quirky like personality thing, like oh like I have OCD or I have PTSD or like I'm suicidal. And then that kind of blurs the line between people who are actually dealing with those things and the people who are joking about it. And when people are joking about it, that makes people think like, oh, probably everyone is just joking about it. So the people who are actually going through those things, when they try to reach out for help, people don't take them seriously because they think that they're just like trying to do it for attention, or they're just like faking it, or they're just trying to be quirky. And again, it all comes down to like a lack of education and a lot of ignorance, because mental illness isn't something that is just a personality quirk. It's something that's really serious. And I feel like if people knew about like what the symptoms of these mental illnesses were and the degree of them, then they wouldn't be going around saying like wearing it like, just talking about it so flippantly.
Yeah, and in another way that this hurts is when it's not just for the person who's experiencing these mental health disorders, but also like, let's say someone's feeling suicidal, and they tell a friend, they're like, I want to kill myself. But the friend is aware of how a lot of people tend to exaggerate their feelings, or um, or just talk about such things flippantly, maybe for attention or whatever. And so this friend might ignore what the suicidal friend is saying or feeling, because they may just jump to the conclusion that they are also doing it to get attention. And so it hurts both sides. It hurts the person who's trying to get help, and it hurts the person who might actually be able to offer help.
Yeah, for sure. To add on, like, like if someone does two different things, like, oh my God, I'm so bipolar, or like if they get nervous for a test, they're like, I have test anxiety. Like, no, you don't. You're just nervous, like everybody else. So definitely, totally agree with that. And I'm so glad that we were able to talk about that today. My next question, you can like kind of have a second to think if you want. But what do you think, like in your opinion, like obviously this isn't verifiable, but what do you think post-COVID mental health is going to slightly look like? I know it's a pretty open question, so feel free to take a second if you need.
I feel like there's been a lot more conversation about mental health now than there normally ever is. So I feel like people may start to pay a lot more attention to their mental health and that of the people around them, because they've come to recognize and realize how, all of these crappy things that have been happening over the course of 2020, they're coming to realize how all of that can affect how all of them can actually affect a person. So I feel like people will start putting in a little bit more effort. At least that's what I see amongst, my network. I see a lot more people actually starting to take care of themselves. So that's definitely a plus. But like I was mentioning, there are always going to be certain byproducts of these kinds of conversations and a lot more attention on mental health. So we might see people self-diagnosing themselves with mental health issues. And I think that's just one thing that all of us need to be a little bit more careful about. I don't know if that actually answers your question.
Optimistic, but I think once we kind of all had this collective experience, and still do with the pandemic, and that kind of allows us to connect to each other, which is really kind of helpful for building that empathy with people with mental health conditions. Another thing I think is kind of seeing mental health as not linear, but actually like on a spectrum where it doesn't mean like you're diagnosed with a mental health condition, but you can have bad days and feel really down, and you might need to see a therapist without having a mental health condition. I think that's really important for our society to recognize, because kind of rating oneself like trauma, like either, oh, I have depression or like I don't. But there can be people that go through really tough times but don't actually have like a consistent mental health disorder. And it's really important to recognize that emotional disruption is something that happens, and is happening more because of the pandemic. So my hope is that people go to therapy more often, and that it becomes more accessible with teletherapy, which is becoming more affordable, so that it's not restricted to people who can afford it, because that's something really harmful as well, where people who are low income can't get mental health treatment, and then that just exacerbates, and leads to a cycle of mental health conditions and worse outcomes, which is really harmful.
I think for me, my biggest hope for mental health post-COVID, or maybe not my biggest hope, but one of them, isn't necessarily on like the individual or like personal level, but more of how mental health is addressed like in professional spaces. And by that, I mean, I'm hopeful that the workplace and school environments will be more willing to implement mental health services that are available to their employees and to their students, because I hope that with everything, becoming remote with COVID right now, they are realizing and becoming more aware of the fact that like mental health is something that needs to be taken care of, not only on like a personal level, making sure that their employees are okay, but also, for like their performance. And, if their mental health isn't good, then that'll just lead to burnout. So I'm just hoping that employers and school districts will start to make mental health services such as like psychologists or like mental health benefit programs be more accessible to the people that work for them, so that they're just taking care of everyone during like this hard time, and that they're just like, practicing that kind of empathy and giving those accommodations that we all need during this time.
Yeah, wonderful. On that note, Cassandra also asks, sorry, what are some efforts you think can be done to make people more empathetic towards mental illnesses?
Again, I feel like this has been mentioned before, but I think education, giving people an idea of what a diagnosis of depression or PTSD or anxiety or an eating disorder actually looks like, and trying to erase some of that representation or portrayal done by media. I used to find that a lot of movies and shows would show people with mental health disorders as those who are being very violent or who pose a threat to society, and they need to be locked up or isolated so that they don't like hurt anybody. I feel like what needs to be done, like we need to undo all of that. A lot of people have they have this misconception that people with mental illnesses are very violent. That's just one example of one such misconception about mental health. And I feel like the first thing that needs to be done to tackle that is education. Teach people what what exactly depression is, how people with depression, behave. There are a lot of people, like, there are people who might be struggling with depression and they may still be coming to work and you may not even be able to see it. It manifests itself in different people in different ways. And I think educating yourself, it doesn't have to be through a formal program or something like that, but just going on YouTube, like, the possibilities are endless. You can learn so much. You just have to search whatever it is you want to learn about online, and you can find out what clinical cases for all of these disorders look like. So I think community-based education and outreach, and also doing it for yourself and doing whatever you can to teach your network and the people around you about these mental health disorders. And so I feel like that's number one. Number two is that it's just understanding that people with these disorders they're people like you. They're not any different. They are going through issues like every human being does, and just trying to see it from their point of view and understanding that they're doing the best that they can as well.
Down those portrayals in the media, as Sayandri said. So I'm gonna kind of tackle that question from like the angle of race and gender. So, and also LGBTQ plus. So the way I see it, kind of a lot of the problems in terms of kind of recognizing mental health in marginalized communities is firstly provider bias, and also like peer discrimination. So kind of the way like people who are LGBTQ plus in schools are kind of bullied or discriminated against, and this can really affect mental health. And that's why it's really important to be understanding and be empathetic and see people for their humanity instead of degrading them for their identity. I think that's an important factor, as is race. I think often overlooked is the impact that racism has on mental health and kind of the trauma that gets carried from racist acts that we see on TV, like police brutality, incarceration. That's really kind of debilitating to having a self-perception that isn't tainted by racism. So kind of with that is kind of a empathy in the profession itself of mental health and mental health treatment. A lot of the problems and barriers to having mental health in these marginalized communities is provider bias. And that kind of impacts the way providers interact with their patients, how they diagnose them, and it can lead to misdiagnosis because of these biases that are ingrained. And I think as individuals who might be going into those fields or who are right now around people who have a mental health condition, it's really important to recognize people for who they are inside instead of their outward appearance or kind of things that are out of their control. And it's one of the biggest reasons, besides like all these other factors, to stop with racism, homophobia, and transphobia, because it's so harmful for mental health, and it's really like really unfair. And building that empathy is really important.
Yeah, I think that all the points that Kira made are so on point. And something that I want to add on to that is like one of the efforts that can be done to like build that empathy towards mental health in marginalized communities is multiculturally competent care. And so like what that is pretty much like training your mental health professionals to be able to give help and treatment and support to people like across different cultures, across different identities. So in certain cultures, there's like a lot of stigma surrounding mental health sometimes. And then, there's sometimes the case where that translation between a patient and like, let's say their therapist isn't communicated if like they come from different identities. And so there's like a frustration that builds in like the patient trying to communicate like, this is my struggle with mental health because of the background that I come from. And then the therapist that's giving their advice, it may be valid, but it's not really applicable to the person that comes from that background who is like dealing with those with those culturally specific things. So if we train mental health professionals to be able to take a person's background and identity into context when they're giving their treatment, I think that can be transformative for the way that mental health is treated and addressed in professional spaces. And also adding on to the conversation about media, I definitely think that like people going out and consuming media that presents mental health in like a good light is really important. Something that the Purple Agenda Project is doing, not to plug, but we've been doing like these interview series where we interview people, youth in the Black community, youth in the LGBTQ communities, and interviewing them and giving them a platform to share their stories and their mental health journeys and their thoughts about mental health and how that plays into the whatever sort of identity that they have. So I think, and then for me personally, like being able to listen to their stories has been so eye-opening for me, especially those who have had like different experiences and different identities and different perspectives than me. So yeah, that's just been really insightful, and I've learned so much from like talking to those people. So I encourage everyone to look for those stories about people who are different from you, like listen to the struggles that they're going with, have those conversations, and because you will come out like learning so much, and your own empathy will definitely grow from that.
Yeah, awesome. Points were definitely made in that question. I totally agree with like almost like not even almost like exactly everything you guys said. Really quickly, I want to say, Madeline, there's a question for you in the chat regarding a Stanford application. So I thought I wouldn't verbally ask it just because that doesn't apply to everybody. And then the next question is, how can you teach people with mental illness to build resiliency?
I think one factor over there is knowing that there are treatments, and that it's not the end of the road for the person with the mental health issue. I think that's the main thing, because often when people talk about mental health disorders, again, I'm coming back to depression just as an example, there's this sense of people look at it like there's nothing that happens after that diagnosis. That's the end of it, and that kind of determines what your life is going to be like what life is going to be like for forever. And I think recognizing that it doesn't have to be that way. There are treatments available for depression. It need not necessarily look the same for everybody, but knowing that there are people out there to help you, and and plus the other thing, sorry, my thoughts are all like scattered because I have a lot to say about this. But it's like one part. So let me back up a little bit. There are two kinds of stigma. So there's social stigma and there's self-stigma. Social stigma, like it says, is basically everything that society tells you about something. It's you can get it from your friends, your family, your peers in forms of isolation. They can stop talking to you, they can start treating you differently, things like that. But there's also there's also something else called self-stigma, where you internalize all of this and you start to expect certain things from yourself because of a mental health disorder. so recognizing that your attitude towards it, if your attitude towards it can also kind of determine what your path is going to be, and that if your resilience, your willingness to, you know, go through treatment and see that you get over this period, or you come to terms with your mental health disorder, can vastly affect your quality of life. I think just realizing that, understand, and like imbibing that will like really help. Another thing that you can do for yourself is finding a support group, finding other people who are going through the same situation that you are going through, and, you know, getting support from those people because they've been through the exact same things. Like your family, they may be very supportive and they may want to help you as much as you can, but often there's a different kind of support, there's a different kind of network that you can get from people who've been through the exact same things. And when you see someone who has been through that and has come out and is dealing with it the way you would eventually like to, that's kind of like a motivating factor. And you're like, okay, so this is not it, there's more to it, I can become this person that I've always wanted to be. It's not the end of the road.
Resilience in order to get through mental health condition, to see through treatment. I think that kind of having that mindset is really important. At the same time, I've seen like a lot of more kind of buzz around that term since COVID-19 hit. But when it refers to mental health, sometimes I see kind of like a problem in it because it essentially refers about like toughness to getting back and kind of getting back quickly. And although that is important, it's important to recognize that everybody else has their own struggles and a lot is dependent on the environment you live in. So kind of expecting everyone to be resilient can be damaging. To talk about race specifically, I've seen this like kind of referred to as well, but kind of expecting, there's been like a movement with like, I don't know, some of you guys may have heard about like the holistic psychologist and kind of like the way she has an Instagram account where she like talks a lot about self-healing and kind of rejects psychology as the traditional form, and kind of just like getting through it yourself. And kind of the problem with that is it kind of ignores the cultural barriers that we mentioned about racism, homophobia, transphobia, and those individual circumstances that make resilience harder for some people than others. And I think that's really important to be culturally aware of. Although resilience is something that is important to practice as a life philosophy, it shouldn't be expected for everyone. It's something that is cultivated, and having that expectation like, oh, you should just be more resilient, you should just bounce back, it's all in your head, is kind of victim blaming. So I totally agree that if it's something you can foster in yourself, it's super helpful, but it shouldn't be expected.
Yeah, just something quick that I want to add on to that is that personally, I think that people who are dealing with mental illness exhibit resiliency in like every moment that they choose to like continue on, you know? Like Kiara said, I'm not very just the way that it's phrased, like, oh, like you should be more resilient and then you should be able to deal with these with all of this better. It does kind of seem like victim blaming to me, and yeah, I just think that yeah, the best thing that people with mental health struggles could do to build resiliency is just to like hold on and to like keep going. And then honestly, that's like and if that's the most that they can do, like that one day, because not every day when dealing mental health is going to be good, then that's perfectly fine. And that's all that they should aim to do. Just keep holding on and keep going.
Yeah, thank you so much to all of our panelists, Tyranri, Kiara, Madeline. It's really fascinating to hear about all of your organizations and all of your missions that you're accomplishing. So thank you so much for presenting at Simply Neurocon. I really enjoyed everything that you talked about. So everyone, feel free to contact all three of these amazing advocates if you have any more questions for them or would like to reach out about their initiatives. And again, yeah, thank you so much for coming to Neurocon. So for all the participants, we'll now be transitioning to the next presentation since it's already 3 p.m. Eastern time. So I'll be introducing the next speaker now. Okay, so our next topic is about yoga and its cognitive benefits, which is a interesting perspective that we haven't seen in other presentations in Simply Neurocon. So I'll introduce the speaker. So Ms. Deepthi Kohli is a senior software engineer by morning and a certified yoga teacher by night. She's passionate about teaching yoga and meditation, not only its postures, but also the ancient knowledge of breathing techniques and other specifics of yoga, which makes it more authentic. She feels everyone can benefit from mindfulness, especially today, and makes it her mission to spread mindfulness to as many people as possible. So welcome, Ms. Deepthi Kohli, and we're excited to have you here.
Hello, everyone. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me right. If you can give me a thumbs up. You guys can hear me? Awesome. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful opportunity, and yoga. Everybody talks about yoga, so I'm here to talk about that as well. Before we start on today's session, can I request, is it too much to turn on the video for maybe a few people? Or would that be like a no-no?
Yeah, everyone,
okay.
Turn on your video if you are able to, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys can turn on the video a little bit, I would be able to, see you, and we can have a more interactive session, right? You want a monologue, or we want to go for a dialogue, right? So I think it's going to be like really fun. Thank you, Kruti, just switched on. Melanie, thank you. And Inchara, thank you so much. And we have Arvind with us, definitely. So yes, welcome to the session. This is all about yoga. But before we take on and before we start the session, I just have one request. Can we all participate in the chat? Yes? Thumbs up? You guys can do thumbs up even if you're offline, even if you cannot see. Hey, Joelle is also there. Yes. So let's have, yes, I see a couple of thumbs up coming right there. Awesome. Sarah, thank you so much. Erin, thank you so much. Pelin, yes, thank you. Let's have this interactive session because it's like more fun that way, right? All right, awesome. Now we got to keep that commitment all throughout. Now, my another question before we take on is, how's everyone doing today? Good? Okay, or like this, or double thumbs up like how Arvind said. How are we doing today, guys? Good? Little more enthusiasm might be better, right? Yes, Jed joined us online as well. Awesome. Yes, yes. Okay, so people who are not feeling this or who haven't given me thumbs up, let's do something to start with, okay? Because we decided, hi Vivian, welcome. So because we decided to have interactive session, let's just wake up and shake up. How about that? Simply shake your hands. You know, you don't know how much stress goes out when you shake your hands up and down, left and right, diagonal, up, down, in any way. And shake your body as well. You know, there are so many people who are on this session since morning. We need to wake up, right, guys? Awesome, 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 awesome. All right, now my question, how are we feeling now? Did you see some difference in the energy level? Yes. All right. So that is definitely one of the things that I wanted. I didn't want this session that, okay, we are just listening to what yoga is and just go from there. It would be more like practical. We'll be doing certain processes together. All right. Yes, Melanie. Awesome. So yoga, we all know what yoga is, and we're going to talk a lot about that. But just before we get into that, let's do one yoga posture. Are you in for that? And this is something you all can do every day. Let's do it. And you can actually teach your parents, your friends, your family, because it's very simple. Keep sitting where you are. Let's raise our arms up. Can you stretch your arms up? Stretch your arms up. Everybody. People who are not online, off camera, they can also do that. And look up and say, I am grateful. Can you all say, I am grateful? And slowly bring your arms down and hug yourself. Hug yourself and say, I love myself. Say it loud. It's okay. I love myself. That is one yoga posture that you all supposed to do every day. Is that a promise? Every day? And I'll tell you why. You know, when we said we are grateful, how did you feel? How did you feel? I saw whoever has turned their camera on. I saw Kruti with a big smile on. I saw Ichira with a big smile on. And every one of you. And look at Jer, look at Joy. When we say we are grateful, you know what happens? We are not complaining at that moment. Our mind at a time can either complain or can be thankful, right? There are so many things that are given to us, which is really, really a dream for so many out there. But what happens? Our mind is non-stop looking at what's lacking. Our mind is non-stop complaining. Yes or no? How many of you agree with that? Or is it just me? Agree? Let's say you score great. Your grades are coming good, but then there's like one test, not so good. Would you not keep on thinking about that one test, right? Or I'll take a better example because it's a Sunday. Now, Kruti goes to a party and she is all decked up. She looks amazing, you know, she's like, and she goes and everybody says, Kruti, you look amazing. Just look at you. I love you having there. And if she gets thousands of compliments, like, and she is on cloud 9, right? Kruti, you would be on cloud 9, right? After receiving that much. Now, what happens? She just meets Sarah, let's say Sarah. And Sarah says, Kriti, you look amazing, but what happened to your nose? And what happens? And what happens? Kriti goes to the washroom, and when she'll look at the mirror, what would be the first thing she'll be looking at? Her nose, right? This is how our mind works. You know, our mind is in this habit of complaining, all right? So we can either be thankful or we can be a complainer. So let's try not to be complaining and let's try to be more in gratefulness, the attitude of gratitude. That is what it is. All right. So we will, on that note, we'll start today's presentation. I did prepare some little things, so I can just share my screen, Arvind. Right. Okay, let me see. Give me 1 second. I just have to share my screen and okay. So you can see my screen, which is up, right? Can you see now the presentation? Awesome. All right. So a little introduction about myself, because I just wanted first you guys to wake up and then I'm just going to my introduction. So what do I do and who am I and why am I here? So my name is Deepthi. I am an IT professional. I've been working as a senior software engineer for past 15 years. Doesn't sound so interesting. It's quite boring. It is. And I'm telling you, it is. So what I do to have some fun in my life, or what I would call my purpose of my life, you know, I teach people how to be happy, because now we have forgotten how to smile. People have forgotten how to make life celebration, how to celebrate little things. So yoga is one of the way to getting to that. Meditation, yoga, breathing techniques, they all are different ways to get to that. So on the weekends, I become that. And then I go back to my IT professional mode during the weekdays, and not just weekends. When and where I can, I help out other people. So that's a little introduction about me. Now, what is yoga? I just want to start with what is yoga. You know, when we say what yoga really is, a lot of people have this misconception that, which I really want to break today. People think yoga is nothing but stretching. How many of you think that it's more like, turn here, reach out to this hand, reach out to that hand, reach out to your leg and turn and twist and all that? How many of you? Show me the thumbs up. Right? A lot of people, a lot of us, we think that yoga is nothing but stretches. But really, this is the definition that has come from our sculptures. Our sculptures have, like, yoga is not something that has come now. Yoga has been there from thousands and thousands of years, and it has been really decoded from our scriptures. This is one definition that has been given by one of the saints who really introduced yoga to people. And this is a very beautiful definition that I really want to talk about, because this really is yoga and not just physical stretching. Of course, that's a part of yoga. Yoga means restraining the fluctuations of the mind. Now, that's very beautiful. Have you realized how your mind is all the time? It's either up or down, not every minute, even every second. It's always like chattering, correct? It's always like chattering, and it's always thinking about something, right? It would be either thinking about something that has already gone, like in the past, or tomorrow is Monday. What's next? What's next? Right? So what happens? Our mind is constantly in the past or present. And where is the happiness? Here, right now. Happiness is in the present moment. So yoga is the way to clean that modulations of the mind. When the mind is centered, when the mind is calm, when the mind is on harmony, then the energy level is high. Then we feel calm, we feel relaxed. And if you feel calm, if you feel relaxed, obviously you're more productive, you're more focused, and you progress in life. Yes or no, right? So yoga is really, I would say, it is, it's very beautiful. It is a Sanskrit line. It said yoga chitta virodha nirodha, chitta vritti nirodha, which translates to yoga is the restraining the modulations of the mind. Now, I'll give you an example that might stay with you on this. Have you seen like a pond or a river, or like any water body? What happens when you throw a little pebble or a little rock stone inside it? The ripples come, right? But what happens at the base? At the base, the ocean is still very steady, right? So this is like how our mind is. All the stresses and all these things, that the anger issue, we are angry sometimes, we are very happy the other time. So all of them are like those ripples. Okay? And at the back, at the base, our mind is in harmony. What happens? We are disconnected with that. We get disconnected because of all the layers that we form, the layers of stress, the layers of, jealousy, lust, anger, agitation, sluggishness. It could be like laziness and n number of things. So yoga really breaks those layers, and it unites you with your inner self, with who you really are. Good. And how are we really? Our basic nature is peace. Our basic nature is love, calmness, relaxation, joy, happiness, harmony. This is our real nature. So yoga is basically a process of restraining these modulations of mind so we can unite with our true self, which is all that what I said. It's basically taking you back to your childhood. Have you ever heard anybody angry child, depressed child? No, right? Because kids, the babies, they are in their true nature. But as we grow up, as the life takes on, we get all of these negative emotions piled up on us, one after the other. And nobody in your school, the irony is, nobody in our school or college has ever taught us how to get rid of that, right? Nobody has taught us how to take care of our emotions. Nobody has taught us how to take care of ourselves when we fail, right? That is why you had a great session on all the mental issues right before it. I was just listening to it. It was an amazing session. It's high time and it's COVID. We all know we are in this pandemic and this situation. So this, we should learn from this. So yoga is one of the way of doing that. Okay. And let me just share my screen one more time. And in order to do that, he also gave different ways of doing that. These are called 8 limbs of yoga, okay, which are kind of 8 legs of a chair. You don't have to do one step. These are not steps. These are limbs. We can do all of this simultaneously. Like they all can coexist with each other. All right. And I will not take much time on this, but I really want to just introduce this. So the first one he talks about here is yamas. Now, yamas means how you socially conduct yourself outwards. See, when you are practicing yoga, postures is one of the limb. You see, there is asanas. Asanas is the Sanskrit word for postures, which is one of the limbs. But he talked about that great saint, said that there are really 8 different limbs of yoga, and you must follow all of them to experience, to in order to get rid of those fluctuations of the mind, in order to experience the bliss, in order to experience your true nature. So he defined them, these 8 different ways. I'm just going to quickly go over this. So first is yamas. Yamas is how you physically, like how you conduct yourself outside in the society. For example, you should follow non-violence, right? We all know we should follow non-violence. Or it's not just physically, even mentally. No thoughts of hatred, no violent thought inside our mind also. So that's one of the yama. The other type of yama is satya, which means truthfulness. You should be truthful to what you do, what you say, right? In the most polite way. And then the third is non-accumulation. If all of you, I'm sure, especially the girls, if you look at your closet, we keep accumulating stuff, even if we don't want it, right? That happens. Similarly, in our mind, what happens in our mind? We keep accumulating so much garbage. Oh, she said this. He said this. My teacher said this. Oh, he behaved in this way on that day, right? A lot of emotional garbage here, right? So we don't want to accumulate that. That's another type of yama he's talking about. Then there are like more like let's say no stealing and all that. So if you want, you can, I think it's beyond the scope of this session, but you can see what he talks about. Physical contact, your physical code of contact. And the next one is niyamas. Niyamas translates to rules. There's certain rules he says are for you. When you practice yoga, certain rules. The first rule he talks about is cleanliness, shocha. That means we all know, right? The importance of being clean. Again, when he talks about, he doesn't talk about like physically cleaning your body. Of course, that's important, very important to be hygienic and cleaning your body. But he also talks about mentally, keep our mind clean, no negative emotions in our mind. The other niyama, the rule he talks about is contentment. We always say, I have this much, but what if I get that? Would have, could have, should have. Is there a limit to desires? Is there a limit to desires? No. What happens? One desire gets fulfilled, another desire comes. That desire gets fulfilled, another desire comes, right? Remember when you were in school, your desire would be like just simple little things. Let me do my homework, let me eat this, that, play outside, finish. As we grow up, more and more desires. Now, a lot of you might be thinking about finishing your studies. I will be then practicing. When you actually start practicing, you will have another desire. Okay, let me have a partner, let me get married, let me build a home, let me have kids. So it goes on and on. So he says, be contented with what you have where you are. So that's another type. The third rule that he talks about is tapas. Tapas means endurance. It means go through something which is not charming, which means practice. Right? Sometimes we say, oh, this is boring. It's not for me. It's not for me. And you give up. So he says, tapas is going through something willingly, which is not charming to begin with. Because when you reach the goal, when you reach the end point, it'll give you a lot of fruits. So, and then he also talks about surrendering to divine, doing some self-study. So, again, if you want to go in detail, you can always do that. The next limb he's talking about is asanas, which is the postures, which we all think is yoga. Of course, that is important. We all know what postures are, but again, how it is different than any physical exercise, or when you go to the gym. How is yoga different than that? When we do yoga, we are also talking about all of these, all of these dimensions, and we are focusing on our breath. We are not just physically lifting something and keeping it back or stretching and all that. We are breathing in and out. We are in sync with our breath while doing that. We'll come to asanas a lot more in a minute. Then he talks about pranayama. This is something which is like, I would say it's an underdog, but the most important one, working with your breath. Breathing techniques, pranayama. I just want to first tell you what that means. Prana means life force. You all have life force, right? That's why you're in here. Yama means expanding it or regulating it. If we can work on our breath, we can actually change our level of energy. We can change how we feel, and it has an effect on our emotions. So that is the breath work he's talking about. Then he talks about pratyahara. Pratyahara means going beyond the sensory pleasures. If you are too much into the sensory pleasures, then yoga, it might take over you. So coming back inwards, taking your attention inwards, then the outward sensory pleasures. And the last thing is dharana, dhyana, samadhi, which really means meditation. Dharana means concentrating. When we meditate, you might have seen, pay attention to your different body parts, or a flame of a candle. So that's all is dharana. Dhyana is then you come into that meditative state. And samadhi is when you are completely dissolved. There's like no you and me, and you're completely dissolved. It's a very, very blissful state. So what Saint Patanjali says, he gives this Ashtanga yoga system. Ashtanga means eight limbs of yoga. You must follow all of them if you want to experience the absolute bliss that he's talking about. And as I said, they all go together. If you're practicing your breathing technique, it is actually very complementary to meditation and postures. So they all go with each other. Now, when we talk about yoga or meditation, this is one question that I get a lot. How should I get started? What should be my daily practice look like? And guide me on that, because I'm not able to do it. So here I have just put together, how you can get to your daily practice. Now, first and foremost, create time and space, which means that there's no particular time. Although there are particular times when you should meditate, which are preferred over others, but you can do it at any time. It's just that you should be meditating or doing yoga at least 2 to 3 hours after the full meal. Because if your stomach is full, the chances are you're going to doze off. You will slip into sleep. So if there is a good gap of 2 to 3 hours, that's a good time to do. Right? And then create a space which is neat and clean, and which is like your space, and like your sacred space. That here, this is my mat. Clean the space, put your yoga mat, and try to do your practice on that location every day, instead of taking your mat wherever you go. Right? Second is find a comfortable position. See, some people says another, there's a myth that I cannot sit on the floor, so I cannot meditate. It is okay. You can sit on a chair to meditate. And when it comes to yoga, listen to your body. Do what is good for you. There are some people who are more flexible than others, right? So listen to what your body says. If you cannot do something, you cannot do something, right? If you can do something, you can do something. So, but over a period of time, it definitely gets better, much better, right? Then set a timer. For the beginners, set just 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes. You don't have to do it for an hour or something, because what happens then that becomes a problem. That becomes a barrier, right? Oh my God, 1 hour. Oh my God, I don't have time. I don't. So set a timer. I have a timer for 5 minutes and I'll be done in 5 minutes. And that's it. And eventually, slowly increase those, those 5 minutes will become 10 and then 20. And then, when you start enjoying it, it will become even more, right? And then, as I said, pranayama. So pay attention to your breath. Yoga is not just about stretching here and there. There is when you learn yoga from somebody who's a teacher or who's been practicing for a long time, they will tell you how we synchronize with our breath. Right? When I just told you that take your hands up, did we care about the breath? Yes or no? No, right? Nobody did, right? Even I did not. But yoga really is when you're aware, you're breathing in, then the hands go up. Breathing out, the hands come down. All right? So pay attention to your breath. If you take deep breaths in, it will be easier to go into meditation. And repeat. Once you do this, repeat this every day. And once you're meditating, then do not just open your eyes at once, because what happens that our body is in a different plane. So give your time slowly and gently. You open your eyes, you move your fingers, you move your limbs, and slowly come out of that. And the most important, you can forget all 7, but the most important is being grateful for the practice. It is very important, all right, to be grateful, to be in this space of gratefulness. Now, this slide is something that I think many of you might be relating with, right? Many excuses, whenever, remember I talked about something called tapas, going through something, which is not very charming to begin with. So yoga might be like that for a few people. These are the excuses I just put together because I get to hear them, but you can add to more, you can add, or you might relate, you might not relate. Totally fine. First is it sounds boring. What do you do when it sounds boring? Put on some music. You are young people, right? Put on some music. Call your friend, right? Do it together. Make it a fun activity, right? There are many creative ways to do this practice. You can actually combine that with some kind of dance that you want, right? So there are many creative ways to overcome that sounds boring, right? Second is I cannot stay still. Now this is more for meditation than yoga. In yoga you don't stay still because you have to stretch. It is okay, that's fine. Initially, as I said, our mind is so much up and down that it is difficult to stay still, but just go through it. It is okay. Just look at those thoughts and just be a witness to those thoughts. Just don't get up that, oh, I'm not able to stay still, I'm giving up. To not give up, sit there and go through that process, right? It's an uncharted territory. Okay, so this is something that you might have to learn from somebody. If you want to, there are so many videos on YouTube and a lot of information over the net, but I would highly recommend that you learn from somebody so that you can get all your answers and you go through the right way of doing it. The next is I have no time. This is very, very funny because one of the benefits of doing the yoga and the meditation is that you get more time. I'll tell you, you want to listen to my experience when I started? I was number 4. I have no time because I'm a mom. I work and I get tired. I used to, I live in New Jersey, used to work in New York City. So every day, 2-hour commute one side. 4 hours it commuting and then working and then the kitchen and then the family and then you have all that commitments. I had no time. And whenever anybody would come to me, this is like 6 years back, you should try something like this. I'm like, no, 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 I better do my chores, I better do my laundry, I better do those dishes. We all do that, right? We have no time, we have no time. I better, you will say, I better do my homework or anything, right? But let me tell you, once I practice it, I get more time within those 24 hours. Because what happened when I started practicing this, my energy level was so high that I was able to accomplish even more than what I used to be. Because what happens, we get drained so much. How many of you get drained with all the mental chatter? Isn't it draining? It is, right? We all get drained. If you have to go somewhere on a particular day, thinking about it, I have to go there, I have to do this, I have to go there, I have to do this, do this, do this, you get more tired. Then you might as well just go and do the thing, right? It's more draining. So when you start doing that, you get that thing off. It's like, cleaning, wiping your the slate of your mind, and then you get more time. That's how I got more time. And then again, I think I already covered this. My mind is constantly racing. Yes, because that is the goal. Your mind is constantly racing. That is why you want to do that, so that you can just calm it down. You can bring it, like I said, the surface of the ocean, you can come to that stage, right? So try it anyway. Even if this one of this or all of them or many of them are your list, I would still tell you, do it anyway. And why would you do it anyway? Because there are so many benefits of yoga. There are, like, you can see this on my screen, but really there are like so many benefits. These are just handful what came to my mind, but these benefits are like, if you could just Google it, you can find it everywhere. Who here does not want the anxiety and the stress level to go down? Nobody, right? So if you want your stress level to go down, if you want to get rid of that anxiety, this is for you. Then you all are people related to neuroscience. So yes, a lot of diseases these days are psychosomatic, right? They all are the result of all the stress that we have been accumulating in our body. And then they translates to the physical, diseases. You all know about it, right? So when you practice yoga, when you meditate, it relaxes your nervous system. It increases your blood circulation. There's like more blood supplied to your heart. It's, your brain functions more. And if you will see, there have been so many studies that have been done, which are these are like real studies done in Harvard and Yale, that when people started doing something like that, how their productivity increased and how relaxing that it was for them. Of course, inner peace, it's related to stress. So if you are less stressful, chances are you'll be more peaceful. The one of the another thing is sleeping habits. A lot of people nowadays, we hear that have insomnia issues. I cannot sleep, they are up all night and even during the day. What happens when you are not getting enough sleep? You become very sluggish. You become very tired during the day, and whenever you're doing any work, you're very, very tired. So when you do this, your sleep level definitely increases. This is my personal experience as well. It enhances, and you get quality sleep. Sometimes even if we are sleeping for 10 hours, but still, we are still up, right? So when you do yoga, you get quality sleep. That is one of the biggest advantages of yoga. And of course, we already touched base on how it boosts your energy level, increase concentration and focus. Yes, it definitely does that, because your mind is centered. It's not all over the place. It becomes sharp like a laser beam. It just like that. And we all want that, right? And then generates self-esteem and confidence. It makes you strong from inside, without taking taking help of any pills, or it's the most holistic way of healing. It just makes you a better person, and you don't realize that. You know who'll realize that? Your family, your inner circle, your friends. They will realize. Once you start practicing it, you will see that they are the ones who come to you and say, oh, you are a happier person now. What did you do? You're glowing. What did you do? You're so confident. What did you do? you know that happens. I have seen that myself. So many people have this experience. Pain control, this is more for like the physical level. If we have, of course you should seek medical help, but there are certain things that you can control through just stretching and doing yoga asanas and doing meditation. A lot of things, like it helps in lowering the blood pressure. It helps in a lot of things, because what happens are, there are different subtle nadis that we call, which are energy channels in our body, from all over our body. They are just the carriers of energy in our body. When we are in stress, those energy channels, they get blocked. So what happens, the energy is obstructed, right? So when you practice this, they clear out, and it's when they get cleared out, then it definitely helps you in overcoming a lot of mental issues, a lot of diseases. As I said, high blood pressure. People have given up addictions, without pain. One of my friend, she was so much addicted to smoking, and she tried everything she could not, but today she is completely off track. She's completely given up. She's a happier person, and so it helps. And much more, we always have I'm just gonna, I can just go on, just sharing about this on and on and on, but really I'm telling you that there are so many advantages of this. A lot of this that I've listed are all my personal experiences. That's why I'm listing them out here. But there are many, many, many more experiences, right? So as you can see, it's a practice of transforming benefit every aspect of life, and not just spending few minutes on a rubber mat. It isn't that. If we can learn how to be kind, truthful, use our energy in a worthwhile way, we will not only benefit ourselves with our practice, but everything around us. Everything around us changes when we change. Have you not heard of this? Everything around us changes when we change. How many of you have heard of this? Did that happens? It is a shift in the perspective that happens when we change our perspective. A lot of the same situation, the same people appear to be different. They haven't changed. Nothing changed in their life, but still we feel that there's something that has changed, and that something is us. We change, and everything else around us changes. So these are some of the things that I just laid out today, but again, it has so much benefits that I did not even touch about the emotional benefits, or the physical benefits separately. But and there are like a lot of things I could talk about, but I think I just highlighted the most common thing that just came to my mind, and I just wanted to bring that to the desk. But I'm very happy to take any questions that you have. And I would also like to do a simple breathing technique before we leave today. You want to do that? It's a very simple breathing technique that you can do on the chair. You don't have to get off the chair also, or come to the floor. Wherever you're sitting, we will do that. But we will do that in a while. All right. We will take some questions. If you have any questions, you can post it in the chat box, and I'll be happy to take all the questions that you have. While the questions are coming up, I just want to say that try that for yourself. It's like, one size fits all kind of thing that people, it's good for everybody. Okay, do you want to have a better quality sleep? Do you want to have better concentration? Do you want a better quality in life? Do you want to be more focused, more productive? If the answer of any one of them is yes, then this is for you, right? And again, you should be learning it, for you should be learning it from a teacher, or a practitioner who's been practicing this for a very long time, so that you know how to do it, what's the right technique and how to go about it, right? So I also want to touch base on one of the few things that I get into, and it's a very common question that I get. One of the questions that I get is I'm talking about the myths. It's about thoughts, it's about meditation. Oh my God, there are so many thoughts. When I meditate, I get so many thoughts. What to do about it? A lot of questions. Do you have that question? Any one of you? Do you get that question sometimes that, oh, I've been bombarded with so many thoughts. This is not for me, right? It happens. And it is okay to have thoughts. I just want to say it is okay to have thoughts when you are meditating, because when we are meditating, what we need to do is understand this. We just need to be a witness of the thought. We just need to be a witness instead of going with the thought and getting lost in that thought, because one thought will go to another thought, third thought, fourth thought, fifth thought, right? Can we resist our thoughts? We cannot. Yes, you want to see yes or no? Let's do this. Sit and close your eyes. Let's all sit and close our eyes. Can we all close our eyes? Okay, let's close our eyes. Eyes are closed, and do not think about a pink elephant. Think about anything, but no pink elephant. No pink elephant at all. Think about anything. Open your eyes. What did you guys think of? Yes, the pink elephant, right? This is what happens. This is what happens. Whatever in life, whatever we resist, it's gonna persist. Always remember. Whatever we resist will persist. It could be a person. It could be a situation. It could be anything. It could be a thought, So right now I told you, do not think about the pink elephant, and you thought about the pink elephant, right? Because you were resisting it. You were pushing it away, right? So whenever you have, whenever there is something, embrace it. It is okay. So the first thing is acceptance. When we are in the acceptance mode, accept it, because the thought has come, that moment has come, right? So when we go with acceptance, okay, then instead of reacting, we respond. Our reaction changes to our response. Okay, and that's a huge thing when our reaction changes into our response. That is the art of living. That is being in the moment. That is being here right now, right? Because otherwise, if you somebody said something, then they become like your remote control. They can push any button here, there, and you will be like dancing on your tunes. Is that right or wrong, right? So all of these practices connect you with your own self, so that you're not like a football of other people's opinions. Otherwise, today I'll say, yay, Kriti is looking very nice, and Kriti is here. And tomorrow I'll say, Kriti, what happened to you? What are you wearing? And she will be here, right? So yoga and meditation, what it does is it brings you to that level where you come in that witness state. Okay, somebody has said something. It's totally okay. It's their opinion. Take their opinion. You don't have to act on it. Opinion changes. Remember, thoughts changes. Feelings changes. I could feel a certain way today about something or somebody, and I could feel in a totally different way about the same person. Yes or no? Yes or no? Remember, we said it's gonna be like a dialogue, not a monologue. I know you guys been on a lot of sessions on and on and on, but yes, it's good to be interactive. So yeah, if you have any questions, put it there, talk to me. If you want to unmute yourself, if you want to talk to me, I'll be very, very happy to answer anything. But what I was telling you is that all of these practices, the yoga, the meditation, the goal of all the practices is to bring you in the present moment. Because where's the happiness? Here. Are you right here? Are you here right now? Are you here? See, when I'm making that sound, you are coming to this moment. Otherwise, you can be physically here and mentally, you might be shopping in the mall, or you might be eating pizza, or you might be doing something, or you might be on Monday already, right? So recognize this, that, when we are fully aware, we are in the moment, then we are truly happy. It connects to what we are, and yoga and meditation really are different ways of getting to that. It becomes effortless to do that. Meditation should be effortless. If you're putting a lot of effort in meditating, that's not meditation, right? So it should be effortless. It becomes your nature. It becomes your nature, and you become a happier person. Okay. Do we have any question that I can answer? Or you guys can feel free to raise your hand and I'll be happy to talk to you as well. It'll be really nice.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mrs. Kohli. That was an amazing session. I'm from Mysore, which is also called the yoga capital. So it was really amazing to hear all that.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had our first question come in. It's from Sarah. It says, is there a huge difference between yoga and meditation?
That's a great question. Yoga is actually a process of taking you to meditation. Yoga is the whole process of getting you to that blissful state of meditation. All of these stretches and, as I said, turnings and this and that, what we do, or all the breathing techniques that we follow, the end goal is to get you into that state of blissfulness, the state of meditation. So I would say yoga is the journey, meditation is the destination. When we are meditating, these all help. So people do these breathing techniques before meditations also. What happens is when you work on your breath, it becomes easy to get into meditation, into the state of meditation, Sarah. Like, for example, you want to do a breathing technique right now? Let's do that. You want to do it? So what we can do, just sit back and remember, now we're going to breathe from our whole body. Generally, okay, one question before we do. When we breathe in, who can answer? Is our tummy going out or coming in? Anybody knows about that? Our stomach inflates or deflates? What happens when we breathe in?
When we breathe in, it goes in.
Breathe in, it goes in. And when we breathe out,
it
comes out. It's actually the opposite, Vivian. Yes. That is exactly why I asked this question, because everybody thinks what Vivian thought. It is very right what she said. This is exactly, why we think? Because we are not mindfully breathing. Should we do that? Let's do it. Now keep your hand on your tummy. Okay. If you keep your hand on your stomach, then and keep your eyes closed. Maybe the left hand can just be on your thighs, right? And keep your eyes closed. Take a deep breath in. Slowly breathe out. Once again, take a deep breath in. Gently breathe out. Once again, take a deep breath in. Inflate your belly to the max. Hold in there. And breathe out slowly. Breathe out completely. Pull the navel towards the spine. Breathe out. Let go completely. Now put your left hand on your chest. Okay, right hand still on the tummy and left hand on the chest. Now we'll do a full yogic breath, what we call. So breathe in, inflate your stomach. Breathe in a little more, inflate your chest, sides of the chest. Raise your collarbones up, breathe in little more. Full breath in. And slowly breathe out. Relax your collarbones, relax your chest, relax your tummy. Breathe out completely. Once again. Breathe in. Inflate your tummy, your chest. Raise your collarbones. Breathe in little more. And slowly breathe out. Relax your collarbones, relax your chest, relax your stomach. Pull the navel towards the spine. Empty your lungs. Breathe out completely. Once again, breathe in. Full breath in. Slowly breathe out. And slowly and gently, you can open your eyes, relax your hands. Did you see? Today, you all use the whole of your body, your lung capacity, your stomach capacity to breathe in and out. You know what happens? 70% of our toxins which are in our body can go out through our breath. 70%. Our breath is so powerful. It is such a powerful tool that, that is so much underestimated. It's right, under our nose. So the secret is right under our nose. Yes or no, right? The secret is under our nose, but the breath is the tool that can connect you from this outside world to your inside. It can be like you fly a kite. It could be the string that is connecting you from the outside world to the inside. So use the breath. Now, what we just did is also a pranayama. It is also a breathing technique. It's called full yogic breath. That's what it is. Try this 5 minutes a day. It's not too much to ask for, right? 5 minutes. Do breathe with awareness. All right, mindful breathing, what we call. When we are really concentrating on our breath, we are completely breathing in and completely breathing out, like letting go. Right? Mindful breathing. It might seem something very simple, right? Oh, this is very simple. We're just breathing in and breathing out. This has amazing, amazing effects on your body. Not just physically, but on a subtle level as well. Okay, so try this. This is something that's going to really, really benefit you. And Vivian, is it right? Our belly goes out or in when we breathe in? It goes out. When we breathe out, then our belly comes, it goes back towards the spine. And it's just like that, like this and that, this and that, right? Just because we are not aware of that. And that is why it happens, we don't know how are we breathing when we are breathing wrong. So this pranayama, as I said, is something. And then, have you seen one more thing that reminds me just now? Oh, somebody's saying I'm getting different colors. Yeah, that happens. That's like getting into, you get into meditation right after this. If you say that I have chattering mind, or I have, I cannot sit at one place, do this breathing technique, what we just did, and then it will become easy to sit at one place for 5 minutes. Day 2, 6 minutes. Day 3, again 5 minutes. Day 4, maybe 4 minutes, but then 10 minutes. And then 10 minutes, and then it'll become a part of your routine. Then you don't have to worry about it. It'll automatically happen, right? Remember, meditation is effortless. You're not putting any effort in meditating is real meditation. Okay, and pranayama breathing techniques are kind of they are little tools that get you into the state of meditation. All right. So do you guys have any more questions for me that I can answer? But that, I'll be happy to answer if you have any questions. If not, I also want to touch base on one thing. Our mind, how our mind and breath are related. We haven't even thought about this really. Have you ever, okay, let's say tomorrow you have to face an interview, or you have just learned how to drive and you are on the Garden State Parkway, or you're driving on a highway somewhere, right? Have you noticed how's your breath at that time? Anyone? Like this, right? You're breathing very fast, right? You're breathing very, very fast. And when you are very relaxed, you're sitting by the ocean, you're watching this beautiful sunset, and the sun is setting. How do we breathe? We say, wow, right? And when we say, wow, what we're doing, we're taking a long, deep breath. So did you see that the emotions had an effect on breath? How you are feeling is driving how you are breathing. Yes or no, right? We are feeling a certain way, we are breathing a certain way. We are feeling a different way, we are breathing in a different way. So instead of emotions driving our breath, we can just reverse the process. We can work on our breath to drive our emotions because they both are related, one-on-one, right? So instead of emotions driving our breath, when you do the breathing techniques, when you do yoga, when you do meditation, what happens? Instead of emotions driving our breath, we work on our breath to drive our emotions. And then when we can feel anything we want to feel, right? Whenever, from my experience, if let's say I get a nasty email at work, we all get, right? I mean, am I different? No, right? We all get those nasty emails sometimes. If I get a nasty email, what happens? I go back to my breath. I do this little breathing thing, which I don't need a space for. It's my breath. It's very private to me. It's very sacred. It's very precious to me. I can just do it, right? I feel a lot better. What happens? My response to that email changes in between. If I don't do that, I would be writing same way back. Whatever the first emotion I would experience, I might write it, or I might not write it, but I keep feeling it, right? What I do, I work on my breath. I take a step back, I work on my breath, and I feel different. My mind gets calmed, and when I'm calm, my response to that email changes. My response to how, to that person changes, and I feel different. Right? Isn't that powerful? Right? So that's how it works, So I would highly encourage everybody to just go through that, learn some breathing techniques. It's going to help you immensely, whether you are 5-year-old or 95-year-old. We all are breathing. Yes? No? Is there anybody who thinks they're not breathing? There might be, because we're not aware. Yes, we all are breathing, right? So work on your breath, and once you work on your breath, you work on your emotions, you become a happier version of yourself. Okay, all right. Do we have any questions that I can answer?
Yeah, we have one more question.
Okay.
Yeah, Vivian, go ahead.
Yeah, Vivian, go ahead.
I was just wondering, like, how you know when you need to like step away from like school, work, and like other obligations, like the real world, like to just breathe and meditate. Because sometimes, when you're like have a lot to do, there's a lot like going on, you kind of forget, or you just don't know like when you need to like stop and like take a break. So I was just wondering, like, how do you recognize that? How do you keep yourself like
motivated? Yeah. So that's a wonderful question. Yes. How to keep ourselves motivated? I think we're running out of time, but I will quickly say something. Let's say you are, God forbid, you get some disease, right? And you go to the doctor, and the doctor says that if you eat sweet, it will get worse, right? And it will get a lot worse. What's going to happen? You will never touch the sweet. You might not even see the sweet. I'm away from this. Yes or no, right? Because you see the benefit of that. It motivates you, right? Because you have that fear in you, right? Similarly, love. If you love something, you would do it. It's about prioritizing. Even though we are very busy, don't we eat? Don't we shower? Don't we do our daily chores? We do all that, right? So it's all about when you start seeing the benefits of that, it will become a part of your routine. Our Art of Living founder, Sri Ravi Shankar, he says meditation is like mental hygiene. How we have dental hygiene, can we get away with that? No, right? So meditation is like mental hygiene. Once you're hooked on it, it becomes a part of your life. And it is okay to skip some days. We all have work, we are traveling and all that, it's okay. But then as and when you can get a chance, come back and you can practice again. You don't have to meditate for like 20 minutes a day or 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours. Even 5 minutes is very powerful. I'm sure 5 minutes is not too much to ask for, right? So whatever, how much time you get, you can just do it. Just step away. Even if you are in the college or you're working, you can always step away for 5 minutes for yourself, and you can just meditate it. You just have to close your eyes and get inside, like turn your attention inwards. You can do it anywhere, right? So did that answer your question? Great.
Thank you so much.
All right, awesome. I think it's sharp 4 o'clock. I think we are out of time, but do you want to, I just want to have my closing comments wherein I just want to thank you all for giving me this wonderful, wonderful opportunity. It was amazing to be with all of you. If you guys have any questions I can help you with, make your life a celebration. That's my takeaway. That should be your takeaway from this session. Smile more, be grateful, see the things that you have, and come out of the complaining mind. Every day, remember, at the closing, I'm going to again start with that. Raise your arms up and say, I am grateful, right? Bring your arms down, hug yourself and say, I love myself. Make it your mantra, right? Do that, do well, and you will see your life will blossom. All right, not just yours, people around you, they will all love you so much more. You'll become a much better version of yourself. On that note, thank you so much for having me. I hope you enjoyed the session. If you have any questions that I can help you with, please feel free to contact me. You can get my information from them. It's deepti.kohli@artofliving.org. That's my email address, but I'm sure Arvind or anybody can just share my information if you guys want to touch base with me. All right. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and lots of love and lots of blessing to all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Indira would want to take a picture of everyone. So
okay.
Yeah, can we have a quick picture? Can everyone please switch on their videos?
Oh, look, now the videos are coming in.
And Mrs. Kohli, I was just wondering, is there like a quick yoga pose or something that we can do to make the picture more interesting?
Yes. Feel free to reach out to me. I'll be happy to connect. There are a lot of yoga courses for kids, for teens, which are specialized for them. And then there are some courses which have yoga and meditation and the breathing technique involved, so we can do all that. Definitely.
Yeah. I meant, is there a pose we can do now for the picture?
A pose, you said?
Yeah.
Now? Yes, I mean, what we just did, yes, that's the pose that I want to leave you guys with. That's what, otherwise we can do a lot, but I want to leave you guys with this. Come on, now the video is on. Let's just do it. Let's have some more enthusiasm right here, okay? Come on, raise your hands up, everybody, and say, I am thankful. You can look at the camera, that's fine. Awesome. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. On that note, all right. Have a wonderful day, everybody, and enjoy the next session. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay, so that was a very excellent presentation of a different perspective that we haven't had in Neurocon so far. So now I'll introduce our next presentation. So Project MAGA is the initiative that Sairandri, who you met before, and Gianna work on as their organization. So I'll give a brief introduction on both of them before their presentation. So Gianna Nguyen is a rising sophomore at the University of Washington from Federal Way, Washington, studying microbiology at the University of Washington, Seattle. Her hobbies include collecting Rubik's Cubes and drawing. Mental health is something that is very important to her, and she finds that MHEA allows students to talk about it openly and freely. She believes that MHEA has contributed to her own growth and other students' growth as well. And Shairandri is a rising senior at the University of Washington, Seattle, majoring in biology and minoring in chemistry. She conducts research on cancer metabolism in neuroendocrine cancers in the Sullivan Lab at the Fred Hutchinson Center, a cancer research center, and is a peer health educator and conducts workshops, panels, and other programs to promote mental health awareness, healthy sexuality, and wellness on campus. Additionally, she also sings for an East meets West fusion music ensemble on campus. So I'm excited to introduce both Shairandri and Gianna to talk about MHEA and all their advocacy work for mental health.
Let me just try to share my screen right now so you guys can see what we have for you. Okay, so you guys see my screen? It should say time to talk mental health. Yeah, okay. Also, is it just me or do you see the Zoom list of speakers on the side as well on the screen that I'm sharing? Do you see that?
No, I don't see anything.
Okay, all right, perfect then. So hey everybody. Yeah, so Arvind pretty much gave you guys an introduction of who we are, but yeah, Gian, do you just want to start?
Okay, yeah. So hi, my name is Jian Nguyen. I'm a sophomore at the UW. Originally, I was born in Vietnam, but I moved to the US when I was 8, and I've been at MIA for a couple months now.
Hey everybody, I'm Sarandri. I spoke at a mental health panel a couple hours ago, if you guys were there. Like he said, I study biology at UW. I'm a rising senior. I was born in Houston and I moved to India when I was 6 years old. And I pretty much grew up there. I did all of my schooling there and I came back to Seattle just in time for college. I helped start MIA. I founded it back in 2018. So I've pretty much been here all throughout with MIA. So MIA was started to help spread awareness about and destigmatize mental health issues among high school students. We are a team of 8 undergraduates who created the syllabus with the help of resources available at UW. For example, the Resilience Lab. We work with them extensively to start conversations about mental health, not just on campus, but also outside. We are here talking to you today and not handing over this job to a teacher because we hope that you will be able to relate to us better. We have been in your shoes not more than 2 or 3 years ago, and we've been there. We hope that this format, that us talking to you, will allow you to have a more lively and interactive discussion with us. We recognize that the online form of communication may not be the most suitable or ideal for an interactive communication, but we'll try to make it as interactive as possible. So we're here to help you recognize the need for conversation surrounding mental health and help you become more comfortable with talking about it to your friends and family. We will do this by introducing you to different topics in mental health and equipping you with ways and strategies to help yourself or a friend cope with a mental health issue. Now, before we get into details, I want to kind of lay a roadmap for what the next 1 hour is going to look like. So questions like, why mental health? Why should we be discussing it as students? How is it relevant and important to our lives? Why should we take it seriously at all? Over the course of the next hour, we're going to be discussing the answers to these questions. We hope to address mental health issues in a way that is open and promotes support and connectedness. We are aware that a lot of you are coming to this conversation having had different experiences in mental health. And so we also would like to put out a disclaimer. If at any point of time you are feeling very uncomfortable with some of the things that we're discussing, feel free to take a break or feel free to exit the room. We understand that it may be a lot for you to deal with. We also want to promote mental health awareness by connecting you to resources and equipping you with ways and strategies to help support a friend. So on this side, we just want to bring your attention to the definition that the World Health Organization gives to health. They define health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Mental health is more than just the absence of mental disorders or disabilities. So basically what they're saying is, if you want to call yourself healthy, you shouldn't just be taking care of your physical health. Your mental health is equally important. You may not have a single disease in your body, but if you are not mentally healthy, if you're not taking care of your mental health, you're not in a complete state of health. So hopefully this should convince you. If the World Health Organization says that you need to be taking care of your mental health in order to be completely healthy, hopefully that convinces you enough of the need for these kinds of conversations.
So now that we talk about mental health, I'm going to introduce some common mental health beliefs that arises from misconception, and we are here to debunk those myths. So just take a few seconds for yourself to look at this. A common mental health belief is that mental illness are not real, and it's a sign of flaw or a sign of weakness. Take a few seconds for yourself to think about this. Is this something you believe in? One common misinformed belief is that many people have is that mental illnesses are not real and it's a flaw or a sign of weakness. However, this is not the case. Mental strength is not the same as mental health. In many cultures, mental health is still being viewed as a taboo or it's simply non-existent, which can indicate that an individual is weak and they're just making up excuses for themselves. But that's clearly not true. Mental health is not like normal and healthy stress. It impairs everyday functioning due to many biological factors, such as neurotransmitter and chemical imbalances that a person cannot simply overcome with sheer power. A second common mental health belief that many people have is that people with mental illness are violent. Now, take some time to think about this belief again. The statistic says that only 7.5% of crimes are directly related to symptoms of mental illness. When the media portrays mental illness, it is often in regards to mass shooting or domestic violence. These misconceptions often lead to false visualization and portrayal of those with mental health problems. This is very true for me too. I tend to listen to a podcast of murder mystery, and majority of the criminals that gets talked about are often ruled by the court system as insane, which can create a false portrayal that a lot of people with mental illness are violent. Although most media cover criminals that are mentally ill, most people with mental health problems are not violent. There are many other contributing factors as to what the reason why people commit violent acts, such as poverty, substance abuse, unemployment, and homelessness. The next belief that many people have is that psychology and psychiatry are phony medical studies, and mental health practitioners are not real doctors. Again, let's take some time to think about this belief. Do you believe in it? This is commonly misunderstood in many cultures, and these practitioners tend to get disregarded by those around them. Or like my mom would say, why would you get a degree in psychology? You can't make money with that, plus you won't be a real doctor, right? But that's not the case. They are real practices. They help us understand human behavior and create healthy patterns. Mental health is a valid field of medicine. Psychologists have to go through many years of schooling to receive a PhD and license to practice. And this is the same for psychiatrists. They must complete medical school, residencies, fellowships, and take exams to get their license. And now the last common misconception is that when you broach the topic of suicide to someone who is having the issue, you might introduce the issue to them. Just take some time to think about this belief. Asking someone if they're suicidal will actually never give them the idea that they already haven't thought about. We're not implanting a new idea into their head. And most of the time, when we reach out to suicidal people, they are often truthful and relieved when they're being questioned about their feelings. By talking to someone with suicidal tendencies, you are the first step to getting real support and help, because most often these individuals do not want to die, but they feel like they're out of option and this is the only option for them. When refusing to address the issue and pushing it aside because it perpetuates a taboo environment, the suicidal person feels isolated, unhelped, and so it's extremely important to reach out to those who are needed and be that first stepping stone for them to get help.
All right. So so far we've we've introduced mental health to you. We've talked about why we need to be discussing this in the first place, and Jian has helped debunk some of the most common misconceptions about mental health. Now let's move more into the things that can affect your mental health. The first one that comes to mind is stress. So according to research, though, there are two different kinds of stress. There's eustress, or good stress, and there's distress, or harmful stress. Often when we think of stress, we tend to club it all into distress and just assume that it's all bad for you and that all stress is bad. But the thing is, let's just break down these two kinds of stress and see how they differ from each other. Eustress and distress can both vary in terms of context. Like, for example, eustress is often believed to be within our own capabilities and is often short-term stress. But distress, on the other hand, can be short-term or long-term, and it is often caused by a lot of different things that we feel are very overwhelming and that we see as a burden. Eustress and distress can also vary in terms of physical and psychological effects. For example, eustress is motivational and it feels exciting. When you're experiencing eustress, you want to get work done. You want to, do well at it. But for distress, it decreases your energy, causes anxiety, and it makes you feel a lot worse than you were before. The third way that eustress and distress can vary is in terms of outcome. Eustress usually helps you focus your energy on a task, and therefore it improves your performance. Distress, on the other hand, can decrease or impair your performance. It can also make you more susceptible to physical illness and mental problems. Now, let me give you an example of what eustress and distress can look like. So let's say I have an upcoming class in my medical virology class. I love that class. I enjoy everything that I learn in it. And therefore, I want to do well and I'm motivated to study and ace the test. But I have a certain threshold. If my stressors cross that threshold, it goes from eustress to distress. So let's say midterms for 3 of my classes are happening within the course of 2 days. And I have other things, like maybe my band is performing on the first of those 2 days, or there's something going on in my family that's really stressing me out. Now, all of that coming together over the course of 2 days moves that medical virology test, moves that from a zone of eustress to distress. Now, one thing I want you to keep in mind is that this threshold varies for each person. What causes eustress for one person can be a source of distress for another person. So it's important for you to think about and understand what your balance is so that you can take care of yourself when you are, facing times of distress. So this curve that we see on the screen over here is called the Yockis-Dodson curve. So can you guys see my pointer? Yeah, okay. So if you look at this curve, on the x-axis is level of arousal going from low to high. which is, it's also called, I mean, you can also think of it as levels of stress, going from low levels of stress to high. And on the y-axis, you have level of performance going from weak to strong. Now, if you look at this graph, let's look at the first, let's say this portion, the first 1/3 of it. Your level of stress is low. Basically, that means you're just unmotivated. You're not really interested in your task at hand, and therefore your performance is also weak. You don't have a lot of attention on that task. But then as your level of arousal goes up, let's look at this part, for instance. This is the zone of eustress. This is where your stress level and your arousal level is optimal, and your performance is also strong. It's really good. That's your peak of performance. But if you look at this third part of the graph, which is where as your level of arousal and level of stress is increasing, you're moving into the zone of distress. And that is impairing your performance because of strong anxiety. Now, what I want you to think about is, where do you fit on this curve during different points of time during the year? So during the summer break, where do you stand on this curve? When the school year just starts, around midterm season, around final season, at the end of the school year. Knowing where on this curve you lie during the academic year will help you foresee when you're going to be experiencing a difficult period, and will allow you to take steps, proactive steps, to help ensure that you're taking care of yourself and that you're taking care of your mental health before you hit that period.
Okay, so now that we've talked about where you lie on the curve and how too much or too little stress can be bad for you, let's talk more about sleep, right? So sleep is very important for you. It's very important for healthy functioning and for maintaining good physical and mental health. The recommendation time of sleep for an adult or a high school student is from 7 to 9 hours a day. And that sleep schedule should be consistent. Sleep is needed for physical recovery. The body undergoes a lot of recovery-related processes during sleep, such as forming new brain connections to record the events that you have today. Your body starts to repair blood vessels in your body. And in the case of kids or adolescents, growth processes occur. Unfortunately for me, that stopped being the case for me because I stand at a mere 5 feet tall at the age of 18, and I stopped growing ever since. Sleep also affects your physical and mental well-being. It affects your mental well-being because lack of sleep can affect decision-making. Sleep-deprived kids tend to have more mood swing and be more impulsive. This is often true when, like many people, I tend to get extremely grumpy when I don't get enough sleep, and most likely won't even pay attention in class due to those mood swings. Lastly, sleep affects your physical well-being because a lack of sleep is associated with increased risk of diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and obesity. For instance, sleep affects how the body controls insulin level, and bad insulin level controls leads to diabetes. A fun fact, a lack of sleep can lead to microsleep, which is you're asleep for a short period of time, but you're not even aware of it. An example of that would be at the end of this lecture, something might not make sense to you because you slept through a part of it and you did not realize that you did. Okay. And now I'll talk about sleep and its effects. Let me get more into the processes that are involved in sleep, because no one ever went to sleep by being told that sleep is good for them. So this is some hard cold scientific reasons as to why sleep is important. There are multiple processes involved in sleep. First, you have the circadian rhythm, which is the body clock that regulates your adenosine level. The body clock picks up cue from your environment and adjusts itself to follow a 24-hour cycle. This allows adenosine to increase, shown in the light blue line on the graphic. It increases in the body throughout the day and breaks down at night. And by doing so, it triggers sleep. A second hormone that involves in sleep is melatonin, and it increases during the day and it triggers sleeps. Melatonin secretion is controlled by photoreceptors in the eyes that are sensitive to blue lights that are emitted from your iPads, your computers, and your cell phone. This is why sleeping with all the lights off will help you get a better good night's sleep. Or if you can't, then it is why blue light filters are recommended to be used if you are on a screen around your sleep time. Lastly, cortisol is a third hormone that increases as the sun rises and prepares you for the day. Now let's talk about the sleep cycle and the stages of sleep. There are broadly 4 stages, and each stage serves a different purpose. There's the non-REM 1, non-REM 2, non-REM 3, and REM sleep. Good sleep would consist of all of these 4 stages from around 5 to 6 cycles. Each cycle is about 1.5 hours, which means that it would be approximately 8 hours of sleep. Some stages involve physical body recovery and are extremely important for physical functioning. Sleep and stress are very closely related because sleep affects stress and stress affects sleep. For instance, people who are more stressed tend to sleep less. Teens with high stress sleeps around 6.9 hours per night, and teens with low stress sleeps for 7.8 hours a night. And people who sleep less tends to be more stressed. It shows that 6.7 hours is the average amount of sleep per night reported by adults, and that's less than the minimum recommendation of 7 to 9 hours. This is a huge problem for society moving towards because people aren't getting enough sleep. As discussed earlier, less sleep can affect productivity and have physical and mental health manifestations. Most adults do not get enough sleep as they need. This puts it in a kind of strange loop to get out of because you need to address both the sides. The stressors needs to be identified and addressed. So what is the stressor and how can I ease it? Additionally, one needs to adopt healthy sleeping habits as well. Okay. And this graphic on the slide continues with the stress and sleep relationship that I mentioned in the previous slide. This chart shows that teens who got less than 8 hours of sleep are more likely to experience symptoms of stress, such as feeling irritability, angry, nervousness, anxiety, depression, sadness, and feeling overwhelmed compared to those teens in the purple bar who gets at least 8 hours of sleep on a school night. Now, is this the case for you? And what are some ways to get a good night's sleep and get rid of these stressors? Studies suggest that there should be a sleep hygiene, a nightly routine in getting good night's sleep. This includes the following: having a consistent sleep schedule. This allows you to stay in tune with the body clock and circadian rhythm. An inconsistent sleep schedule might confuse your circadian rhythm because it would not know when to start producing sleep hormone and initiate other processes. Avoid using your phone before sleep. This reduces light exposure before sleep. In this day and age, technology is a huge obstacle in getting us off of TikTok so that we can actually get a decent good night's sleep. Blue lights filter. I've mentioned this before. The photoreceptors in your eyes are very sensitive to these blue lights coming from your phone screen. And so by reducing the amount of blue lights you are exposed to, melatonin secretion are inhibited. Avoid caffeine. Caffeine is a stimulant and it interferes with your sleep. It can last up to 8 hours. This means that while you're laying awake at 2 a.m. in the morning, you maybe should reconsider that cup of coffee that you had at 6 p.m. yesterday evening. Lastly, practice relaxation techniques. This could include from taking a shower before you sleep, which is something I really like to do, or reading a book. Do anything to help you feel relaxed.
Okay, so we've discussed two of the factors that could affect your mental health or sometimes even exacerbate it. Now let's just get into a few of the most common mental health issues faced by people here in the US. Depression and anxiety. It's not uncommon for someone with an anxiety disorder to also suffer from depression or vice versa. Roughly 1/2 of those diagnosed with depression are also diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. And because of this, people often club both of these disorders together. This Venn diagram over here, hopefully, it shows you how depression and anxiety are distinct, but they also have a few symptoms that are common to both of them. For example, some of the most common characteristics of depression are thoughts of suicide or death, sadness, irritability, frustration, tiredness, loss of interest in normal activities, worthlessness, or disturbance in sleep or appetite. But for anxiety, on the other hand, the most common signs are high heart rate, sweating, having a constant sense of panic, trembling, feeling powerless or nervous, and an increased breathing rate. Now let me show you what that could have, how that can manifest itself. Now, before Gian and we started talking to you, obviously there was a little bit of, at least for me, there was a little bit of nervousness that I faced, especially because, there's so many of you guys on the other side of the screen. Yes, me talking to my computer kind of minimizes that nervousness a little bit, but still I'm talking to so many people. I'm kind of nervous that I'm going to say something stupid and, make a joke out of myself. Hopefully that won't happen yet. But let's say that instead of that normal nervousness, I was feeling something a little more intense. All of a sudden I found it very, very hard to breathe. I started sweating profusely, my heart rate started increasing, and I felt like I had to get myself out of the situation. So what if I had messaged Arvind or any one of the other organizers saying that, I'm not feeling good and that I won't be able to do this talk? Now that's one isolated event, but let's say this happens over and over and over again when I'm put in a similar or the same situation. That is more than just an everyday sense of nervousness. So hopefully that kind of shows you the difference between a fleeting sense of nervousness and what an anxiety attack or a panic disorder could look like. Some of the signs that are common to both depression and anxiety are agitation, restlessness, unexplained physical complaints, and excessive worrying. Now, the main purpose of this slide is to show you again how distinct they are, but also to bring your attention to what a clinical diagnosis of these disorders can look like. We tend to see a lot of people joking about how, when someone's feeling sad, they say, "Oh, I'm really depressed right now, leave me alone." Or if someone's a little nervous, they say that they have an anxiety disorder. They just joke about it. They say it very flippantly. And we're like, no, you don't have an anxiety disorder. You're just nervous like everybody else. So hopefully when you see this and when you realize how serious depression and anxiety are, hopefully we can all together take steps towards getting rid of that lighthearted attitude that we have towards such serious disorders. Okay, so what do you do if a friend is suffering from depression? Now, these are just our recommendations. It need not necessarily be 100% accurate for every situation, but you should always gauge the situation and context before you decide what to say. So don't minimize the situation. Saying something like, "Oh, I'm sure you'll get over it," it makes them feel like what they're going through isn't as big of a deal and that they might be overreacting to the situation. Instead, ask them open-ended questions like, "How do you feel about what's going on?" And asking open-ended questions kind of shows them that you're listening and that that you want to know more about their situation so that you can help. We'll get a little bit more into open-ended questions later in like a few more slides. Don't always offer a quick fix. When you say snap out of it, there are a few things to it. Number one, like Gian mentioned earlier, you can't snap out of depression the same way that you can't snap out of a common cold. And that assumption comes because a lot of people believe that depression or another mental health disorder is kind of like a mood. So if you're sad, if you like watch a funny video on YouTube, or if you try to plaster a smile on your face, you're gonna stop feeling sad. It doesn't work that way. There are a lot of other factors in your body that determine, what mental health disorder you're struggling with, and they're often the root causes and not your personality or the way you think. So saying snap out of it when someone is struggling with depression is just inaccurate because it doesn't work that way. Second of all, when you say snap out of it, it also sounds like you're being very dismissive of what the other person is feeling. It sounds like it may, or maybe that's not your intention, but it can be misunderstood as you trying to come up with a quick fix or a quick solution to their problems so that you can move on to the next conversation and that you don't want to dwell on what it is that they're feeling. Instead, express your care, concern, and empathy, not sympathy. Listen to them. Ask them, how can I help? Let them know that you're there to support them and validate their feelings. Let them know that you believe them. People with mental health issues face so much stigma that you need to take that extra step and let them know that, you're a safe person to talk to and there's no judgment when they talk to you. Never ignore suicidal statements. It's a lot of sometimes when if someone says something, don't assume that they're saying it to get attention. It's best to be safe and help them out. To make sure, ask them if they have suicidal thoughts. Ask them, are you feeling suicidal? Have you thought about killing yourself? Do you have a plan? Do you have a timeline? Do you have the means to end your life? Asking them such questions will let them know that you are not uncomfortable talking about suicide. And if even right now, if they don't feel that way, in the future, if they want to talk to somebody about it, they can turn to you. And lastly, connect to resources. At the end of this presentation deck, we have a pretty decent list of resources for online, in-person texting, all of that stuff for different communities. Be sure if you want, you can take a screenshot of that side when we get to it. Okay, so that was depression. Now, we got into the signs and symptoms of anxiety. How is it treated? One thing that you can do for yourself is self-care. If you have a disorder, one thing you can do is try to remove yourself from the situation that is inducing a panic attack or is inducing your anxiety. There are other ways of treatment. This is more professional. You go to a healthcare professional and you get medications from them. You can also practice meditation or get involved in cognitive behavioral therapy or psychotherapy. Now, what is cognitive behavioral therapy? So let's say that you're afraid of a spider. So a cognitive behavioral therapist will use conditioning to help you get rid of that fear of spiders. Now, what does that look like? So maybe on day one, they will place a spider about 10 feet away from you. And they will just have you seated and just have you look at that spider. Now that may be extremely anxiety inducing, but over time, by exposing you over and over again to that stimulus, you will be able to get rid of that fear. And once you become comfortable with that spider sitting 10 feet away from you, they will move it a little bit closer to 8 feet. And then they will do this exercise again, get rid of that fear, bring it to 6 feet, 4 feet, 2 feet. So what they're doing is by exposing you to that stimulus, they're helping you, they're teaching you a different way of thinking and reacting to anxiety-inducing stimuli. Now, what is psychotherapy? Psychotherapy is basically talk therapy. It's when a specialist talks to people and helps them understand the source of their anxiety and helps them take steps towards overcoming them. I hope all of that made sense to you so far. If you guys have any questions, feel free to post it on the chat box. I think I will be able to see it. Oh.
Now we've talked about we've understand the way that anxiety is treated. We'll talk about another issue, self-harm. Self-harm is causing non-lethal injury to oneself, usually as a mechanism of coping with difficult or distressing thoughts and feelings. The intention of self-harm may or may not be suicide, but there is an increased risk of suicide among those who self-harm. This is a symptom of emotional pain that should be taken very seriously. It is important to find treatment for the underlying emotions. These dark moments often put the person in a cycle that can be difficult to escape from. Self-harm can virtually affect anyone. Study shows that 15% of teens report engaging in self-harm. That number could be between 17% and 35% for college students. These uncomfortable emotions may grow more intense if a person continues to use self-harm as a coping mechanism. Learning other ways to tolerate the mental pain will make you stronger in the long term. Some way that one can cope with self-harm includes staying safe, keep contacts in case of medical emergency handy, get help if your injury is serious, avoid using alcohol or drug. Alcohol is a depressant, which means it will make you feel more worse than before. Alcohol slowly slows down your brain activity, and it tends to increase the feeling of anxiety. Make a safe box. You can put things in that safe box that those things help you feel calm and de-stress there. This could include your favorite quote, your favorite puzzle, your favorite comforter maybe, your favorite game, or a list of things to do. Talk to someone. This could be a friend, a family member, or anyone. You can make a list of people that you can call in time of a crisis. This can help remind you that you are not alone and there are always people there to help you when needed. The people you trust will always be there for you no matter what. You can reach out to the crisis text line to connect you to a real human if you're feeling like you have no one. Lastly, you can reduce the harm. Self-harm using less harmful or less dangerous method to decrease the chances of medical complications or an emergency. This could include snapping a rubber band on your wrist instead of cutting, using a marker to draw on the skin that you cut. Some signs that you can use to look out for when helping a friend. So you can look out in the sudden changes in how your friend talk or how they act, sudden acts of aggression. Are they being themselves or not? Maybe they're abusing drugs more or abusing more alcohol. Or perhaps you notice that they have frequent bandages or unexplained bruises, cuts, or marks. Or maybe they're covering themselves up even if it's in the summer. You can help by not waiting, because when you wait, you're losing time. Let them work at their own pace. This might be difficult to talk to, so let them do it at their own pace and don't force them, don't rush them. Be nice to them. Don't judge them, because a negative reaction or negative emotion might put them off from talking to you. You can be there for them. Ask them how they're doing and be prepared to listen to the answer even if it makes you uncomfortable. Tell them you are there if they ever need anything and you will be there to support them. Don't dismiss emotions or try to turn it into a joke. Avoid giving ultimatums. They might stop talking to you about it and you might not be able to bring it up again. Gently encourage someone to get treatment by stating that self-harm isn't uncommon and that doctors and therapists can help.
All right, so that was self-harm. Now let's talk about a related topic, suicide. Suicide is a very serious and important topic to address. If you or someone you know is experiencing suicidal thoughts, these are some of the warning signs that they may be exhibiting. So they may say something like, "I'm sorry I'm such a burden," or "I feel hopeless," or "I want to kill myself," or "I'm in so much pain." They might be withdrawing from people. They might be saying goodbye, giving away possessions, isolating themselves, looking up ways to end their lives, or sleeping too much or too little. Or they may feel depressed, anxious, irritable. They may feel shame. They may feel anger. They may also be displaying a loss of interest in activities that they were earlier like really passionate about. We have highlighted some of the very obvious things that a suicidal person might say, do, or feel in red, but all of these signs are very serious and all of them need to be acknowledged, addressed, and helped. So, what do you do if you find out that your friend might be considering suicide? Number one, connect them to resources, connect them to professional help. Yes, we as their friends, as their classmates, we're trying to help them out, but we may unintentionally be doing a lot more harm than good. Talk to them about it. Ask them open-ended questions, which we'll be getting to in the next slide. Ask them, are you having suicidal thoughts? Just open, just don't be inhibited, don't be afraid to ask them that question. And say reflective statements, which again we'll be getting into in a bit. If they reveal that they have a timeline, that they have a plan, to go through to end their life, don't leave them alone. Their safety is your utmost priority, obviously, because you care about them and you want to help keep them safe. Also, respect their privacy. Don't go around talking about what they're feeling or what they intended to do to other people, because that will further exacerbate the shame that they've been feeling surrounding suicide. Suicide, as it is a very destigmatized topic. Is a very stigmatized topic, and you want to do the opposite of increasing that stigma. Okay, so I've been talking a lot about asking open-ended questions, but finally, here it is. So what are they? They're questions that require more than a yes or a no. They help you gain insight about their situation and helps you establish trust and rapport with the other person. So for example, during exam week, instead of asking them, are you doing okay? Ask them, how are you holding up with exams around the corner? Doing that it gives them an opportunity to expand on their situation and talk a little bit more about what they're going through. And this is not, you don't have to ask open-ended questions only when you're talking about, mental health conversation, but this can be used in any situation where you're trying to get to know the other person better. The next technique is reflective listening. So now any conversation can't just be made of questions, because that's not a discussion, it's not a conversation, it's called an interrogation. So what you need to do is sprinkle in these statements to further, enhance that conversation that you're having with the other person. Both asking into questions and reflective listening are part of a tool called motivational interviewing. Now, motivational interviewing, what you're trying to do is you're not going to tell the other person what to do or what you think needs to be done, but you will help the person struggling with the issue. You will help them identify solutions to their own problems. Oftentimes, since they're the ones experiencing it, they're the best person to, solve their issues. And so you're allowing them and aiding them to do that. So what is reflective listening? So let's say your friend says, I've been feeling stressed a lot lately. You have a conversation with them. You do reflective listening in a way where your voice goes down and not up, because going up makes you sound confrontational. For instance, the same dialogue. If your friend says, I've been feeling stressed a lot lately, and you want to say, oh, so you've been feeling stressed. Did you see that? Oh, so you've been feeling stressed. My voice goes down. Versus, oh, you've been feeling stressed. When it goes up, it sounds confrontational. It sounds like you don't really believe what they're saying. You're challenging their emotions. You're challenging their feelings. But that's kind of the opposite that you want to do. You want to show them that you're supporting them and that you believe and understand what they're going through. Reflective listening can be done in 4 ways. It can be done by repeating. So you say, you've been feeling stressed. You can rephrase it by saying, you've been feeling overwhelmed. Paraphrase it. You've been feeling overwhelmed and that's taking its toll on you. Or you can just focus on the emotional component and say, that's taking its toll on you. All of these are responses to that one dialogue. I've been feeling stressed a lot lately. Now, what this does is you're not parroting what your friend said, but you're helping them understand their own situation a little bit better. So if they said that and you said, oh, that's taking its toll on you, they may not have thought about it that way. But now that you said it, they may be like, oh, you're right. I am stressed out and it is taking a toll on me. I'm feeling a lot worse now because of all of this stress. Do you see what that's doing for you, for them? So now Gian and I, we're going to take you guys through a conversation to show you what asking open-ended questions and reflective listening will look like in an actual everyday conversation. I will play the role of a student who's going through the situation that you see on the screen, and Gian will be practicing the techniques that I just taught all of you guys. And yeah, so we'll start now. Hey Gian, I've been trying to hold my anger and stress in recently. I'm just trying to be a good person, but everybody, they keep making me want to fight them.
It sounds like you're very frustrated right now.
Yeah. Like my patience is wearing thin. Like when I'm playing football, I always think of those who are frustrating me, and that makes me want to hurt somebody.
Having your mind occupied with such thoughts must be exhausting. What frustrates you?
I don't know. They're just always fighting and they're so selfish, and then they treat me like crap. Grown adults act immature and childish. I just want to be able to talk to somebody about it.
Well, I'm here for you. I don't know if I'll have the solution to your problems, but I can give you an ear anytime.
Thanks. That means a lot. I wish my father was a little bit more supportive. I don't know, ever since mom died, he hasn't been the same.
You must have it hard with her death, but you deserve to feel supported too. It sounds like you wish that you have a family member you can talk to. Also, you said you feel like hurting somebody. Does that include you? Are you feeling suicidal or engaging in self-harm?
Well, I used to, I used to want it, but not anymore.
All right. I'm just concerned for your safety. Now, what do you think we should focus on to help you feel better?
I just want a way to get rid of all of this anger and all of these feelings out of me.
Is there anything you've tried in the past for this?
I used to journal, like write in a diary, but I haven't done that in a while. I also like singing, I guess.
So it sounds like in the past, journaling and singing have helped you. How do you feel about trying them out now?
That could work. Oh yeah, I'll try them now. Those are great ideas. Thanks for that.
Of course. They were the things you pointed out that worked for you earlier, so I'm just trying to help you find them again.
Thank you. Okay, so obviously I'm not very good at acting, so you might have seen that as fake. But but Gian did an excellent job of showing or demonstrating the techniques of asking open-ended questions and reflective listening. Like when I told her that I was feeling, I said I was holding my anger and my stress in recently. She says, yes, it sounds like you're frustrated. So I was like, yeah. So that is one example of a reflective statement, because she's reflecting on what I'm saying. Then as we kept talking about it, somewhere in between, she asked me, what frustrates you? So I was given a chance to talk about what exactly is going on. Yeah, I said frustration, but what is frustrating me? And because I was able to talk about that, she was able to steer the conversation towards finding a solution for me. And even at the end, when she suggested journaling, it was not her idea. She didn't come up with, she was not like, hey, why don't you try journaling? I've heard that it's great, it works for a lot of people. But that's not what she did. She asked me what I've done in the past in situations like this. I told her what I've done in the past, and she was like, oh, so how do you feel about trying them out now? So you see how she didn't feed anything to me. She didn't put anything in my mouth. She didn't put words into my mouth, but she helped me. She understood what I was going through, and she helped me find a solution to that. And that's basically what motivational interviewing does. And I hope this example kind of illustrated that for you.
Oftentimes, just letting people know that you're there for them, that they can speak to you if they ever want to do, is a great way of showing support. Other tools you can include to enable conversations are, as we've shown, asking open-ended questions and reflective listening. Saying things like, tell me more about what's going on, rather than, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, or I went through the same stuff. It allows you to show more empathy and be non-judgmental. Don't just assume that you understand the person's situation, because although you can show them that the shoes fit, you don't know the journey that those shoes have to go through. Now that we've understand we can reach out and ask open-ended questions, let's talk more about self-care. So what do I mean by self-care, and why is that important to us? Ideally, we would all be engaging in regular self-care, which we do things that make us feel taken care of mentally, physically, and emotionally. But that doesn't always happen, and we need to stop and take the time to remind ourselves that we are important too. Self-care is important in maintaining a healthy relationship with yourself. It improves positivity, and it can help improve self-confidence and self-esteem. Some ways that I indulge myself into self-care is that I make art, I exercise, I listen to music, I listen to podcasts, or I just nap. But self-care can be different for everyone. Sometimes working on your school projects before its deadline is done, that in itself is self-care for you, because it takes away the stressor that is the pressure to complete the project on time. These also reduces the negative effects of self-care. It keeps stress from taking over you so that you can function at full capacity. And that brings me to the end of our workshop. In case you haven't entered microsleep, where you fell asleep in the middle of my talk about how sleep is good for you, today we debunk some myths about mental health beliefs, stress and sleep, depression and anxiety, self-harm, suicide, coping mechanism, and lastly, asking open-ended questions as a way to reach out to those with mental health problems. I hope you had a fun time learning during this workshop, and here's a list of resources that we mentioned earlier. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much to Sairandri and Gia for presenting. It was really inspiring and fascinating about to hear what you talked about. And I'm sure these insights will be useful for everyone to keep in mind. And
Thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
If anyone has any questions, you can type them in the chat. And
yeah, I'll linger around for a little bit more, so you can send me a message or something if you guys have questions.
Okay, so I don't see any questions in the chat. So our next session starts at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So we have a few minutes, so we can just wait until then. And that session will be 3 more of our winning teams from the International Youth Brainstorm Summit. So stick around here, some of the top neuroscience high school and college students from around the world. So I'm excited as well.
It looks like someone has one quick question. I think we have a few minutes left, so I think I can just answer one question, and then I'll respond on the chat window. So Hope asks, what are your opinions on the recent glorification of mental health on social media? It is actually very concerning, because the trend that I have seen is that a lot of people they talk about mental health in a very lighthearted manner. I think I very briefly touched on this during the workshop, but like if someone wants something in a very particular way, they're like, oh, I'm OCD, please don't mind me, just because they want a little bit of organization in their life. Or if they're a little bit sad because something happened, they say, oh, I'm so depressed. And the reason why that is so concerning is because that affects the way people who are actually struggling with these issues see themselves, and whether or not they feel like getting treatment for that. Because let's say you're in a group of 5 or 6 people and you say something like, oh, I'm very depressed, and the person who's actually going through this, they're thinking to themselves, wait, she said she's depressed, but she seems a lot happier and she seems to be doing a lot better than I am. So maybe, am I just overreacting to this whole thing? Am I unable to handle my issues the way a normal person would? And that further adds to that stigma, that adds to that shame. And so they're not going to want to get treatment for their depression. So I think, yes, it's very concerning, and it's happening at a very large scale. And I think it's a byproduct of all of the conversations that we're having about mental health. The more we talk about it, the more comfortable people get with mentioning depression or anxiety or OCD or PTSD, but they start to treat it in a very flippant manner. And I think maybe there are other ways, but I think the best way to deal with that is just education. Knowing what exactly a clinical diagnosis of that disorder looks like and helping you understand that what you're going through is not what you think it is. Just because you're sad doesn't mean you're depressed. Because you want organization in your life doesn't mean you have OCD. I think educating yourself or educating your friends is like the first step to helping undo this glorification and flippant attitude towards mental health on social media. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, definitely also a very useful insight. I think people need to make sure to take actual mental health disorders differently from less major issues that people normally construe as disorders or illnesses. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. Yeah. So I think it's 5 p.m. now Eastern time. So, and most of our IYBS presenters are here. So I'll welcome them to present about their projects. Okay. Okay, so the first presentation we have is from Team Shake It Off in the Best in Research category from the International Youth Brainstem Summit. And for those of you that don't know, I can give you a quick introduction on what the IYBS was. So the International Youth Brainstem Summit was a virtual 3-day neuroscience themed ideathon open to anyone ages 13 to 22. Participants formed teams of 2 to 4 students in their age bracket of 13 to 17 or 18 to 22 and picked 5 categories, which were ethics, engineering, neuroeconomics, health, or research. And they had specific challenges in each of these categories. Students had approximately 72 hours to develop their project and propose or pitch a solution to challenge prompts provided to them, and then present their solution virtually to a panel of judges, of undergraduate students and experts in the field. And throughout the competition, the students were introduced to the wonders of neuroscience and its interdisciplinary connections between STEM and the humanities, and got real-world experience in collaboration, thinking, design, and making innovative ideas come to life. We had over 600 participants from 47 countries submitting 120 projects. So thanks to our entire organizing team and 40 plus judges, and with about 99% of participants wanting to participate again and like the event, we saw that it was a great success, and they're excited to welcome 3 of the top 10 winning teams present today. So the first one today is Team Shake It Off, which is the Best in Research category. And we have Divya Venkatraman, Bhuvi Kedia, Cassandra Schroeder, and Isabella Barrera. So welcome, all of you.
Hi, thank you so much for having us, and I will get started with sharing my screen. All right, can everyone see this? Cool, okay. So, hey everyone, hope you guys are having a great day. We are Team Shake It Off from the International Youth Brainstem Summit, and our project that won the Best in Research category award was the application of a newly proposed sound therapy in Parkinson's disease patients, and it was a study conducted measuring locomotor and cognitive ability in a Parkinson's-based rat model. And unfortunately, 2 of our team members weren't able to make it today, but I'm Divya Venkatraman.
And I'm Bhuvi Kedia.
And we're part of the age 13 to 17 age category. So what exactly is the problem statement that we are targeting? So many people around the world suffer from Parkinson's disease, and the problem with it is that not only is the fatality rate increasing, but the treatments that are there, which is just medication, is extremely expensive. So we wanted to propose a possible new treatment that is both effective and efficient, cost-wise and just efficiency-wise.
So the question that we were trying to answer through our experiment was that what are the effects of different sources of sounds on Parkinson's disease? And we did that by measuring the locomotor and cognitive ability in rats. Our hypothesis was that if all sound frequencies are ordered from most effective to least effective on Parkinson's disease, they would follow the order of ultrasonic sounds, low frequency sounds, and infrasonic sounds. Because as more heat is generated from the sound waves, a lesion interrupts abnormal activities such as the symptoms of Parkinson's disease. So here we have compiled a list of few key terms that would be needed to comprehend this experiment, but in the interest of time, we're going to move on to the significance, but please feel free to ask us any questions you might have or refer back to the slide if need be.
So why did we decide to choose Parkinson's disease? So would you guys actually believe that studies have shown Parkinson's disease to be overtaking cancer as one of our kind's greatest fears? So essentially, the severity of Parkinson's disease portends tremendous care needs, as shown by the quote in Amy's story. So not only are these statistics quite remarkable, but also the treatment that is there is extremely expensive and costly. Which received over 132 participants.
So we'll be sharing the most important question on our survey, which was, will our research experiment help patients with Parkinson's disease and ease their lifestyles? And as you can see in the first pie chart, more than 99% of our participants answered yes to this question. And we've added another question on the slide, but we'll be moving on to the solution, first talking about the materials needed. Here is a list of all the materials required to conduct this experiment, but in the interest of time, we'll be moving on to the experimental procedure.
So this was essentially our approach in solving the problem of Parkinson's disease and the treatments. So first, what we would do to test the sound therapy is dilute a solution of TCE. And TCE is essentially a chemical known to induce symptoms of Parkinson's disease in model organisms. So to dilute it, we would add the standard solution and distilled water to make a diluted solution that isn't harmful for rats to inhale. Then we would actually induce this TCE diluted solution into the sponge covers of the rat cage so that the rats will be able to breathe it in. Then we will create the maze using a simple cardboard technique and then use that maze to test steps 1 and 2. And the way we would test these steps is first we would have a control group with no TCE induction and then the rat group with the chemical induction. And essentially the rat group with the chemical induction should have a slower maze time due to the fact that they'd have symptoms of Parkinson's disease like locomotive and cognitive disability. Then comes the bulk of our experiment, which is actually exposing the rats to different types of sounds for 1-hour periods with 10-minute breaks in between. And this abnormal timing is actually because this will help prevent rats from getting conditioned to the sound, as research has shown before. So then we will actually be testing the sound exposure using 2 techniques. Step 6 talks about the maze test and step 7 talks about the rat PET scan. And in the maze test, the rats under all the different groups, so the control and the infrasonic, ultrasonic, and low frequency sounds will be run through the maze. And in the PET scan, the same groups will be tested using the PET scan based to test their dopamine levels. And essentially, the conclusions will show that the rats that had the fastest maze time, as well as the highest dopamine levels, had the sound exposure that's best to treat this disease. Since the maze time, the locomotive and cognitive functions would be able to improve to have a better maze time. And dopamine levels are connected to the basal ganglia, which is where Parkinson's originates from. So now let's move on to our predicted results of what would happen if this experiment were to actually be done in a lab.
So here are our predictions based on numerous scientific experiments done previously. However, the only thing that will yield us accurate results is actually performing this experiment, which we hope to do in the future. So as you can see, the TCE solution was successful in replicating Parkinson's disease in the rat models due to their longer maze times. This is true because the locomotor and cognitive inability are symptoms of Parkinson's disease. And since the TCE-induced rat models had a harder time using their locomotor and cognitive function, they're showing symptoms of Parkinson's disease.
So the next two figures talk about the expected results from the different rat groups with the sound exposure. So this one was testing using the same rat maze. And essentially the control had the longest rat maze time because essentially the control would still have Parkinson's symptoms, inhibiting them from running a faster maze time. And the ultrasonic sound exposure group will actually have the least time to run the maze because ultrasonic sounds are known to emit some type of heat wave that researchers has shown to actually improve symptoms of Parkinson's like locomotive and cognitive disability. The next figure shows the results of the dopamine levels on the same groups, and kind of the opposite trend is shown here, where the control would have the lowest dopamine levels and the ultrasonic sound would have the highest dopamine levels because low dopamine levels are associated with Parkinson's disease and high dopamine levels is associated with the treatment of Parkinson's disease. So now that we finished all the results and the experiment itself, let's kind of go into the analysis of our solution.
So as you can see, more than 10 million people suffer from Parkinson's disease. And through our experiment, we have found that sound therapy is very cost effective, costing people less than $2,500 per year. And through this a new form of treatment, we can help millions of people all around the world.
So these are the references that we used. And finally, as our concluding statement, we just want to say that, especially during the pandemic, so many artificial sounds are being listened to, and the success of this project can lead to more studies with human participants which have Parkinson's disease to hopefully offer a novel and affordable treatment to this malignant disease. So just to end on a really fun note, here are a few testimonials from our survey that kind of talk about our research and the prevalence of it. Thank you so much and hope you guys have a great rest of Simply Neurocon.
Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you so much to Team Shake It Off. Really interesting presentation on your IYBS project. So next we have Team Shallow Reelers, which is the first place overall in the 13 to 17 age category. And we have Hannah Choi, Irene Han, and Jeannie Kim. So welcome to, you're welcome to present now.
Oh, hi guys. Give us just a second. We're just gonna set up the presentation.
Can you guys see this?
Yeah. Okay, nice. So hi, as we were introduced, we're Shallow Reelers. We're all rising seniors at the California Academy of Mathematics and Science, so short CAMS in California. And we'll be presenting the presentation we gave in the competition, in which we'll be presenting the ethical implications of deepfakes and our solution. Ever wondered how Mona Lisa would look like in real life? This GIF is an interesting example of deepfake technology. But first, what are deepfakes? Deepfake is an umbrella term that ranges from synthesizing a voice to manipulating a physical likeness. In order to synthesize deepfake material, videos of a person are fed through AI neural networks, which study and encode the physical characteristics and likeness of a person. Over time, the quality of deepfakes have exponentially increased, as well as deepfake material across the internet. Low cost and efficiency have led to the widespread use, allowing detrimental content to affect both the society and politics. Deepfake media is still legal despite unethical purposes and should have some limitations to the software used to create it. We'll be evaluating the beneficial implementations of deepfake technology. So one common use of deepfake technology in the medical field is the development of disease detection. General adversarial networks, a type of deepfake technology, can synthesize images of realistic medical illnesses, such as skin lesions and tumors of different sizes and locations. In turn, these images can be used to train AI networks. Due to the efficiency and potential low cost of detecting diseases, more patients can be treated and accurately diagnosed.
Deepfake technology can also be used for education. These neural networks have been used to reconstruct voices of Holocaust survivors and historical figures like JFK, which can bring a new perspective into historical education. Art is another beneficial implementation for deepfakes. As was shown previously, deepfakes can be used to animate art pieces like the Mona Lisa. Deepfakes have also been used as art exhibits themselves, like Dali's moving exhibit in the Dali Museum. Though deepfakes can be used beneficially, the more pressing issue is that a majority of deepfakes are being used for detrimental or malignant purposes. The first of these is misinformation. Deepfakes can be used to spread misinformation by using a physical likeness to have someone say or do things that they never did. For example, here is a deepfake of Barack Obama. You can see how something like this, plus convincing audio, could be used to spread misinformation. Deepfakes cause a lack of trust between the government, the media, and the public, and spread fake news that could sway an election, which is especially relevant now in 2020.
A cybersecurity firm, DeepTrace, showed that 96% of all deepfake videos on the internet fell under the category of non-consensual pornographic material. Almost all replaced the faces of female celebrities onto other women. These videos are a major breach of identity. An example would be Rana Ayab, an investigative journalist and writer. Although Ayab was not a celebrity, she held a job that gave her a platform to speak out against societal beliefs. Ayab was a victim and target of deepfake creators who intended to silence and harass her. Due to the release of framed sexual content, Ayab's reputation was ruined. Her story is an example of revenge porn, which is the release of sexually explicit content without consent to cause distress on the victim.
Fortunately, some existing solutions have tried to limit deepfake detriments. Companies like Facebook have created challenges to create innovative tools to detect deepfake techniques. The competitive environment stimulates the growth and improvement of deepfake technology. Some companies have already developed viable detection software, such as DeepTrace, which can scan deepfake media for traces of manipulation using current deepfake technology. Although the technology is able to limit and detect many sources of deepfake media, these technologies cannot be used for the entirety of the internet.
Another solution is government intervention. California, Virginia, and Texas have passed state laws that prohibit certain deepfake-related activities, and more laws being passed could help regulate deepfakes. The biggest limitation here would be that people may use this technology regardless, and the government may not be competent in regulating this technology, something our feasibility survey confirms. People rated their trust in government intervention at only 1.58 out of 3 on average.
To combat these ethical dilemmas, our strategy was to stop the growth of deepfake content by targeting the source, enact government crackdowns, educate the general public, and censor existing content. Due to the overwhelming cons for allowing the public to use deepfake technology, it would be beneficial for the government and approved companies to release licenses to limit accessibility. Creative licenses, which allow individuals to use deepfake technology, are distributed by companies with software licenses, preventing third-party software development. All licenses have contracts to abstain production of sexually explicit and defamatory content. Those who breach the contract agreements would have their licenses revoked and would be punished accordingly.
We want the government to issue copyright infringements onto individuals who are accessing deepfake technology without a proper license. We also want to implement search engine restrictions and investigations on popular search sites. For example, searching up results for celeb fakes is restricted on the Google search engine. We want to incorporate that for potential deepfake porn sites as well. To locate these sites, the government can hold investigations on the most popular searched sites. Another important element for a final solution is to provide widespread general public education on deepfakes. We want to provide readily available resources about what deepfake is and what it can do to the public to raise awareness. In order to achieve this, public service announcements as well as advertisements and hosting mandatory trainings and workshops in schools and the workplace can be created to advocate for the ethical use of deepfake technology while showing the harm and consequences of it as well.
To censor existing deepfake material, we could use detection software, which has already been in development. Continuing to improve this software could be beneficial. In addition, we could completely illegalize defamatory and non-consensual pornographic videos created out of deepfake technology in all states. Currently, victims can only sue or claim copyright of these videos.
To ensure that there is no creation of pornographic material, our solution contains embedded limits within the software. We want to implement an algorithm that can detect pornographic material as well as the faces of politicians within the software, and we believe that this is possible to implement since algorithms have been able to detect tumors in the Mayo Clinic in 2018. 48% of those surveyed expressed concerns that we can't prevent all users from duplicating the software and creating illegal content, since the original software will always remain and can be modified for the creator's personal benefits. We ourselves recognize the limitation, but our solution will greatly reduce the spread. Another limitation would be that the algorithm we want to implement would only protect a limited amount of people, specifically politicians. Another limitation would be that individuals arguing that the use of the software is within their rights. In the survey, 26% responded that they would consider using deepfake technology for their own entertainment or to ruin someone else's career.
In conclusion, our solution to implement government regulatory interventions, raise public awareness, and limit accessibility is the best solution to minimize the harm of deepfake technology. Although limitations remain, our solution can greatly reduce the spread and creation of harmful material. Here are our sources, and thank you.
Thank you to Team Shallow Reelers. It was really interesting. Just like IYBS, I was really fascinated by the topic of deepfakes and how we can connect neuroscience to that. So definitely really interesting. Does anyone have any questions for this team? If so, you can type them in the chat. Okay, I don't see any, but I'm sure everyone was really fascinated and excited. So yeah, thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And our last team today, but certainly not least, is Team Spears, which is the first place overall in the 18 to 22 age category. And it's by Anika Kashyap, Henry Mitrofan, and Celine Yuan. So welcome to all of you.
All right, thank you so much for having us. Okay. Hi, my name is Anika Kashyap.
I'm Andre Mitrofan.
And I'm Celine Nguyen. We're all sophomores at Rice University. So our topic for the IYBS was in neuroethics, because neuroscience really has implications in human self-understanding, ethics, and policy, and this really ties them all together. Our subtopic that we chose for the competition was free will, the ability to act at one's own discretion. So for us, it's a lot about decision making.
First, we will discuss the problem, then our proposed solution, or the Spears Act, and results from our survey. And finally, we will discuss the feasibility and impact. And lastly, our conclusion.
So we're focusing on mental incapacity, legal incompetence, and guardianship. Legal incompetence is when a court finds an individual unable to make legal and financial decisions. Medical incapacity is when an MD provides an opinion on this decision or decides a patient cannot make their own medical decisions. When a patient is declared incompetent, they are rarely ever reassessed, and restoration of rights proceedings are rarely ever used. But standardization is also an issue during said reassessment. Physicians were successful in determining capacity, but in a study done by JAMA in 2011, it was only determined that they determine incapacity in 42% of true cases, and they mainly are using qualitative measures.
The Texas Office of Court Administration reviewed over 27,000 guardianship cases, out of which nearly 64% were recommended for closure. Moreover, the project found numerous instances of unauthorized and unjustified expenses and withdrawals from accounts, indicating the current problem of guardians potentially taking advantage of the word's free will and material possessions.
The following are 3 case studies where individuals were placed under guardianship due to being deemed legally incompetent or medically incapacitated. All 3 had to petition the court against their guardian to be granted independence, and specifically in the case of In re Maxwell, clinical records were used. All 3 cases emphasize the need for reassessment of mental capacitance.
A lot of what is currently in use is qualitative in a patient's ability to communicate a choice, mainly about decision-making again. And many physicians mistakenly view refusing treatment as a sign of mental incapacity. However, in studies conducted in the 1980s, it was shown that generally treatment was refused due to bad physician-patient interactions rather than medical incapacity. The MMSE test is what is usually in use, but in a review done by JAMA, it is underscored how this is only really useful in particularly extreme or obvious cases of incapacity. There are, however, alternate assessments that can be standardized, such as the ACE or HCAT test. In a 2011 review, it was also stated that the HCAT was considered to have a near 100% accuracy in determining medical incapacity.
The solution we propose is the SPEARS Act, Statute for Physician Engagement in Accurately Reassessing Status. Although medical examinations are part of the initial court proceedings for instating guardianship, personal care providers, addressed from now on as PCPs, normally don't have any role in the assessment or monitoring of the individual. First of all, we suggest that PCPs need to be notified of an individual's incompetence and provided with accurate tests for decision-making abilities in order to be able to perform reassessment of the individual. Moreover, the physician performing the reassessment has to provide a medical certificate that can be added to the court file. Having the physician certificate be reviewed alongside the guardian's annual assessment would aid the process of an individual petitioning for restoration of rights by having objective evidence of recovery of competence. Our second proposal is for more frequent reevaluation of an individual's legal incompetence, either yearly or biannually. With today's progress in therapeutic methods, there is increasing evidence that mental capacity can be recovered and therefore guardianship could be revoked. It is especially important for reassessments to occur within the first 2 years after the legal decision, as that's when most of the successful guardianship court cases had been resolved. If no reassessment occurs within the first 2 years, the court is obligated to re-examine the individual through a mental health specialist on site. After consulting with neurologist Dr. Namour, we decided on an alternative re-evaluation procedure for cases of individuals with progressive degenerative diseases, where recovery is quite unlikely, if not impossible. We proposed an initial reassessment within 2 years, another one within 5 years of the initial court decision. Given the progressive nature of those illnesses, if there are no signs of competence recovery after this period, the ward must petition the court to the process currently in place. Although we chose 2 assessments within 5 years as a standard for such cases, the personal care provider can decide on a different timeline on a case-to-case basis.
We conducted a survey to evaluate the conceptions of mental health diagnoses in regards to our topic. As you can see, an overwhelming 95% of respondents believe a state of medical incapacitation or legal incompetence can change, and this is correlated with an interview by Dr. Namour, a neurologist in Houston. In this next graph, over 80% of respondents believe that those individuals should be reassessed at least once every year. Finally, the graph on the left shows that 74% feel confident that a PCP would be able to conduct this reassessment if they are using a standardized testing procedure.
These surveys and our 42 participants show the impact that this solution would have on our target population of individuals between the age of 40 and 65. It would increase patient confidence as more individuals trust a primary care provider using a standardized procedure, and the majority of these individuals believed it is necessary for capacity to be reevaluated because it can change. There are currently 1.3 million open cases in the United States of guardianship, and many are being exploited and stripped of their free will. This is not just a necessary solution, but a feasible one too. There is legal precedent for reassessment and restoration of rights proceedings, as well as state and Senate reports that highlight these issues, as we've previously discussed. And cost is not as big of an issue as it may seem. The Elder Abuse and Prevention and Prosecution Act of 2017 requires the federal government to provide states grants specifically for guardianship cases. Guardians are already required to submit a report on their ward every year, but 43% are out of compliance. So our solution will improve the accuracy of this procedure and reassessment. And the tests that we proposed are already tests that are in use, but are just not standardized.
As of today, there are over 1.3 million active guardianship cases in the US alone, indicating the large number of individuals currently affected by this issue. Whereas most people recognize that cognitive function is dynamic and can also change towards the better over time, the current legal system does not represent the fluid nature of cognitive competence. The government and Senate have already identified the issues with current guardianship proceedings, passing the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act, and the issue has recently come to the general media's attention through pop culture, mainly with the hashtag Free Britney movement and with the current Kanye West mental health controversy. This is a legal and a moral issue, and change is both needed and desired. We propose the Spears Act, aiming to stop individuals under guardianship from having their free will and material belongings taken advantage of. By requiring mandatory reassessments and standardization of testing for mental capacities, we believe we could ease the process of what's petitioning for and even obtaining a restoration of rights. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and I would like to now open the floor to any questions from the audience.
Yeah, thank you so much to Team Spears. Does anyone have any questions for this team? Any questions at all about this project or how they made this idea or came up with their solution? Okay, I guess you explained everything already then. So yeah, thank you so much guys for presenting. Really exceptional presentation, just like IYBS, and we enjoyed having you at Neurocon.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. So to all the attendees, our next presentation is at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So feel free to stick around here. Make sure to stay in the Zoom call to hear that. That will be a panel on mental health from the very large nonprofit organization, Coronavirus Visualization Team. So stick around on the Zoom call for that. And I'll talk to you again at just before 6 p.m.
times. We're concerned about our kids, our jobs, and our safety. But too many politicians only care.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Something Neurocon. I hope you all had a nice break for about half an hour and are ready for our next very exciting presentation. So our next presentation is from the Coronavirus Visualization Team, which is a fairly new student-run nonprofit organization that was started in response, obviously, to the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the focuses of their organization has been to focus on the mental health effects of the COVID-19 epidemic. So from CBT, we have Maria Izzy, Varun Narayan, and Divya Venkatraman to talk about this initiative from CBT. So I'm excited to welcome them to present today.
Hello, glad to be here. So Maria unfortunately is not able to come today because she is in a place with no Wi-Fi, and I'm sorry about that. Varun should be coming any minute now, so I guess.
Hello. Yeah. I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Should I share my screen or?
I'll get the presentation started. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Okay. So for our presentation, we are gonna first share with you guys about coronavirus visualization team and the mental health crisis. So hello everyone. My name is Varun Narayan, as already introduced by Aravind. I'm the co-lead with this mental health project with Maria Izzy. And basically what we do in the mental health department is basically uncover the relationship between COVID-19 and mental health by analyzing data and creating information user-friendly visuals, which will then be turned into infographics. We will then share these infographics with social media sites and psychology publications, which they can use for their own use. And the mission of the project is to really understand how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the mental health of individuals. COVID-19 has impacted the physical health of many people, but it has also caused a lot of uncertainty and fear. Many people are also anxious about the current changes in place due to social guidelines, social distancing guidelines. So why did we choose mental health out of all the other topics for coronavirus visualization team? Well, one, we feel as if mental health is really hard. It's a really hard field to quantify. There are various ways of really quantifying this data. We can use PHQ-9 for depression. We can use the GAD-7 test for anxiety and the IESR test for distress. And all these tests exist, but very few of them are out there online. So it's very hard to get massive amounts of data for common people apart from surveys, which can be biased as well. And there's also like a social stigma as well as around the mental health department. It's not that like it's bad to share, but people think that mental health isn't as important as physical health. That we think it's a choice. That especially during quarantine, a lot of people like have it worse, so they don't feel like sharing that personal connection with others. So how do we get our various sets? So one thing that we found out was when researchers are more focused on physical rather than mental implications of COVID, it's pretty hard. So we use the following methods to do so: journal data, open access data sets, partnerships, which are like a huge help to us, Google search trends, and lastly, surveys. So I'm going to turn it over to Divya.
Yeah, so I am a member of the Mental Health Project, and we do a variety of different projects, and one of them that is more focused on neuroscience is the effect of COVID-19 on Alzheimer's disease patients and dementia patients. And then the second project that I'll be talking about is more about the long-term effect of COVID on cognitive integrity and just cognitive function in general. So first, let's hop into Alzheimer's disease, and first let's go over a quick overview of it. But before we do that, does anyone here know what Alzheimer's disease is? Feel free to pop it in the chat or unmute yourselves. And if you do, feel free to share what you know about it. Yeah, so many of you guys are saying that you do know about it, which is true because it's a very common disorder. So kind of moving on, Vivian did mention that it is a neurodegenerative disease that affects mainly the elderly and can be attributed to buildup plaques. These are all right. So now let's go into an overview of it based off of what we've said. So yes, it is a neurodegenerative disease that typically occurs in old age. So that is one of the risk factors, being above the age of 65 years old. And it can cause many problems with memory, thinking, and behavior due to something called neurodegeneration. And neurodegeneration is essentially the death of cells in the brain, which is otherwise called as neurons. And it can be caused by progressive brain cell death, as just mentioned. And an Alzheimer's patient's brain tissue has fewer and fewer nerve cells and connections. And we'll go more in depth in that later on in the presentation. So as mentioned, risk factors can definitely be someone older the age of 65, although there are plenty others. This was kind of the main risk factor. As well as kind of to put this into a significant point of view, Alzheimer's fatality rate can be incredibly intense, where the patient can only live up to like 4 to 8, maybe 20 years after they are diagnosed with the disease, which is why the fatality rate is actually so high. So now that we've finished the overview, let's quickly go over the symptoms. And for the sake of time, I don't want to go over each and every symptom in detail, but essentially the main points of listing these are that the early symptoms are more in the early onset phases, which can happen to someone in the ages of 30 to around 60 years old. And the late symptoms usually happen in the late onset, in the late type parts of the Alzheimer's disease, which is the main part, which happens after you're 65 years old. And essentially, the fact of the late symptoms is that if it progresses over time, if you allow the late symptoms to progress, it can actually end up being fatal, which is why the fatality rate is increasing every single day. So these are just a few symptoms listed. Feel free to read through them on your own time or ask questions if you have any. But yeah, so that's kind of an overview of the symptoms. So now I'll hand it off to Varun for the effects of it on the brain.
All right, thank you so much. So in Alzheimer's disease, there is widespread damage as many neurons stop functioning and lose control with the other neurons as well. So at first, Alzheimer's disease destroys neurons and their connection in parts of the brain that are involved in memory, such as the hippocampus. It later affects areas in the cerebral cortex responsible for language, communication, reasoning, and all of that. Eventually, many other areas of the brain are also going to be damaged as well. In the Alzheimer's brain, abnormal levels of the amyloid protein naturally clump together to form plaques, and these collect between neurons and disrupt the cell's function. Neurofibrillary tangles are also abnormal accumulations of protein called tau that also collects inside neurons. But in Alzheimer's disease, these abnormal chemical changes cause tau to detach from microtubules, and these like attach to other like molecules that also form tangles inside neurons. And these can like easily block the neuron's transport system, which harms the synaptic communication between neurons. And like by the final stages of the Alzheimer's disease, this process, which is called brain atrophy, is widespread, and this significantly causes the brain's volume to like decrease.
So now that we know how big of an effect Alzheimer's has on the brain, let's go into how physicians actually diagnose this disease in patients. So there are quite a few tests that help in this, from the neurological exam to a mental status test to something called a mini mental state examination to a mini cognitive test to something called brain imaging. And we'll go more in depth in brain imaging in the next slide. So a neurological exam essentially tests the reflexes, coordination, muscle tone, and it's essentially used to test the symptoms of the disease. A mental status test can evaluate the memory and ability to test more of the cognitive inhibition. And the mini mental state examination is more of a survey type like test where patients are asked questions designed to test everyday mental skills, again, focusing more on the cognitive implications of the disease. A mini cognitive test is also focusing on cognitive symptoms, where the patient is asked to remember and a few minutes later repeat the names of 3 common objects. And so essentially all these tests are testing either cognitive functions, other symptoms of the disease, or like memory functions. And finally, brain imaging is more things like MRIs, which are used to rule out other conditions that may cause symptoms similar to Alzheimer's disease. And essentially, we're going to go more in depth in MRI functioning in the next slide. So I'll pass it off to Varun again for that one.
Thank you once again. So in Alzheimer's disease, the region of the brain known as the hippocampus, as already like previously stated, may be like considerably atrophied. So MRIs can help with like narrowing down a diagnosis by revealing shortages that are common in Alzheimer's disease and that are distinct from like other findings in like certain like neurological disorders. So if you look at like these images, like there's like a curved structure that's really deep within the brain, and that's the hippocampus. That like really plays a role in forming and processing memories, as already like stated. But the structure reduces in size even more with this mild cognitive impairment, and this marks smaller than normal in a person with Alzheimer's disease. These scans can also show that the loss of brain mass is associated with Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. It says right here, the MRI scans can reveal the anatomic structure of the brain and are used to rule out problems such as tumor, hemorrhage, and stroke, and this masquerades as these Alzheimer's disease. And as for treatment, there is no cure, but there are various medications out there to help the symptoms of Alzheimer's. I'm just gonna like list them as we go. So one is called Donepezil, which is like a medication that treats all stages of a disease. Another one's called galantamine, or yeah, I think that's how I'm pronouncing it. That treats mild to moderate Alzheimer's disease. The next one is rivastigmine, which is like approved for mild to moderate Alzheimer's disease. And then the last one is Namenda, and this treats symptoms of moderate to severe Alzheimer's disease. And research indicates that these medications can prevent the breakdown of acetylcholine. And this is a brain chemical believed to be important for memory and thinking.
So now that we've gone over the overview, what's a big idea in relation to the project? And essentially that is that Alzheimer's patients need care to help these symptoms in nursing homes. However, due to hospitals being filled up with COVID patients for good reason, they aren't getting the care that they need. So the research project that the CVT Mental Health Project has done talks about the various struggles and impacts that COVID-19 has imposed on Alzheimer's patients due to the increased deaths in nursing homes. So now let's get started on the actual data visualizations. So the first 2 graphs are meant to actually show the impact. So over here in the first graph, we can see that besides hypertension, Alzheimer's disease is the second most common diagnosis in nursing homes. And it's also the most fatal out of all of them listed. So this kind of just shows how many people have Alzheimer's disease in nursing homes, which will play a good role in the next few graphs. So in this graph, we can actually see more amounts of death in nursing homes in 2020 after the COVID-19 pandemic. So obviously we see here that this orange line is the number of deaths in nursing homes totaled, and the blue line is all the deaths from COVID-19, which is obviously a major amount of the deaths, but obviously there's so much more here that isn't from COVID. And from this graph, we can see that about a third of these should actually be from Alzheimer's disease and dementia. So it's really showing that so many more patients are dying in nursing homes from AD and dementia. And you may be asking, how do we know that there are more deaths in nursing homes now than ever before? And that's where these two pie charts come into play. So over here, we can see the amount of deaths in nursing homes versus out of nursing homes in 2018 versus 2020. And as you can see in the blue part, a significant increase has been shown in the amount of deaths in nursing homes. And based on the previous graphs, we can tell that a lot of this could be from Alzheimer's disease and how much it is impacted because of COVID-19. So that was kind of the first research visualizations for our first project about Alzheimer's disease and dementia and the effects of that during COVID. So the next project, as mentioned before, is talking about the long-term consequences of COVID on microstructural and functional brain integrity. And it essentially follows the changes in the central nervous system and the brain observed in COVID-19 patients as time goes by. And studies have actually shown that there are long-term consequences rather than just the physical consequences that are known to the public now. So obviously we weren't able to graph all of it yet, as this project is still ongoing, whereas the other one has been finished. However, this is a quick diagram that was taken from a literature article. And this one shows the effect of COVID-19 on different brain parts. And essentially, if we read the caption, it says that the regions with statistically significant differences in the volumes and diffusion indices of COVID-19 groups compared with the control group show that there are higher mean values of brain integrity dysfunction in COVID-19 groups rather than the control group with no COVID-19. And this is an MRI scan, so that's again playing into the diagnosis slide that we talked about before. So this kind of just shows with the red areas and the blue areas that there's so much more integral dysfunction in the brain in COVID-19 patients versus in non-COVID-19 patients. So that was kind of the other project that we've been focusing on in relations to neuroscience and mental health. So thank you so much for listening. And if there are any questions, feel free to ask them now.
And thank you so much to all of you, for both of you, for presenting. Really interesting to see the connection between coronavirus and mental health. So yeah, does anyone have any questions? Chat. Okay. So Vivian asked something about neurodegenerative diseases that affects mainly the elderly. So Vivian, if you want to elaborate on this, can you talk about that more in the chat?
Oh yeah, that was an answer to the previous question, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions for our presenters? Anything general, specific, anything? Okay, so I guess I'll ask a few then. So for someone interested, okay, so Vivian asks, does the CBT study other things outside of mental health?
Actually, yes. The CBT does like go over other topics that are like correlated with coronavirus visualization team, such as like, socioeconomic factors, geographic factors, where COVID-19 is more likely to be like placed among like other countries and like other states in the US. So I think like it's a really good like organization, a really nice nonprofit organization that really like, it's a great analysis of like how COVID-19 spreads and like the great amount of like sets and where it's there. So another question was, can we get involved in CBT? If so, how? Yes, of course you can get involved in CBT. the founder, Lucas Chu. I think you can contact him. He's really he's a great guy. And if you just contact him through Slack.
Yeah, there's two different organizations as part of the CVT. There's a CVC as well, which is more of a community-based organization, and anyone can go be a part of the CVC. You'll get a Slack link after submitting the application to be a part of the CVT. And then if you're accepted into the CVT, you'll be able to go to that Slack link as well. And I believe their website has an application link as well. So I can check that out and drop it in the chat if I can find it.
I highly recommend CVT for anyone interested in joining. And there's a variety of opportunities that SN is also partnered with CVT on. So definitely look into those. Any other questions from anyone? Okay. So what do you think are the long-term plans of CVT after coronavirus and COVID-19 is under control? What do you see as the future of the organization?
I'm sorry, quick note before we answer that question. In the link that I typed in the chat, if you go to that link, you'll be able to see an apply at, and then it'll show another link on the website, and then you'll be able to apply there for the CVT. Arvind, can you, would you mind repeating the question? Sorry about that.
So, after COVID-19 is brought under control, what is the long-term plan of CVT? Do you guys plan to continue? And do you have anything in the works that people might be interested in?
Yeah, so definitely I think that CVT will have plans to continue after that as well. Obviously, I'm not sure about the main long-term goals because I think that would be a better question for the founder, Lucas, but I do think that there are definitely many other aspects of mental health or aspects of any other field in science or anything really that can provide more information and that could use more visualizations to spread awareness even after COVID-19 may not be a problem. So I definitely think there is a lot more potential for CVT even after coronavirus.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Really interesting organization. Anyone else? Any other questions? Okay, so another question that I can think of is, okay, so after coronavirus is brought under control, do you plan to research any other aspects of mental health? For example, other neurodegenerative diseases that may affect mental health or other aspects of the subject as part of this project?
Yeah, I definitely think that there are so many more aspects of diseases or really any condition that does affect mental health, not just in COVID, but in real life. And a lot of them are actually not widely known to the public. And the CBT especially strives to get that awareness out there. Like a lot of people may not have heard of something called Capgras delusions or Capgras syndrome. And that's like a big thing that affects people's mental health, yet not many people know about it. And I think visualizations and getting the knowledge out there to publications can really help in spreading that news about those diseases and helping people who suffer from them and helping mental health as a whole, yeah.
Definitely. What tips do you have for people interested in scientific research to do so, whether like computationally, mainly like outside of CBT? Are there any things you recommend people to do in order to explore the field more?
Yeah, I definitely think there's so many other things that help with research. I know there are multitudes of programs either offered by universities or anyone else that offers help in research. You can always cold email professors because that really may help, especially if you have some background info in it and you want to just email them to say like, hey, I'm interested in doing something. Would you mind helping me? Or there's also, you can always ask them like a teacher at school. And I know there are multitudes of science fairs out there as well. So if you're interested in research, there's so many different opportunities to help you explore those realms.
So we have two more questions in the chat actually. So Ria asks, are there certain regions of the brain that are more vulnerable to brain cell death because of Alzheimer's disease? And if so, why is this? So yeah, you can, it's in the chat also if you want to read it again.
Yeah. Varun, do you want to take this or should I? Okay. Yeah, so there are definitely regions in the brains that are more susceptible to Alzheimer's. And I think one of them that Varun did mention is like the hippocampus area. And I think the main reason as to why is because the way that it develops in your brain is only targeted in a specific area, much like tumors and such. Although I'm not completely sure about the whole reason. So definitely you can research more about that if you're really interested. But yeah, I definitely think that there are a few regions, especially like the hippocampus and places that deal with cognitive symptoms too, that are more affected by Alzheimer's than other areas of the brain. Oh, and for example, Ria, for example, the parts of the brains that control motor functions may not be as highly impacted as part of Alzheimer's than places that control more cognitive function like the hippocampus, primarily because Alzheimer's is more of a cognitive declining disease, whereas something like Parkinson's could be more related to the motor aspects of it. So yeah, that's my answer to that question.
And we have another question from John. So he asks, can you talk about how the coronavirus or SARS-CoV-2 transverses the blood-brain barrier to cause these effects on the brain?
So our research hasn't really been focused on that. So I don't think I could give you a really intense answer to that one and an accurate answer. But if Varun, you know anything, feel free to answer. Okay. Yeah, so I know you joined late, but our research projects mainly talked about Alzheimer's and the effect of COVID on more things related to brain integrity. And we didn't really come across research in comparison to the BBB, but definitely there may be something. So if you're interested, feel free to contact us and we can definitely look into more research about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's all the questions we have in the chat. So thank you both so much for presenting at Neurocon. We really enjoyed having you and exploring these connections between COVID-19 and mental health. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, so I think Ishika, you can take a photo and video of the participants now. So.
Alrighty, will do. So if everybody could turn their camera on really quickly, so that we can take a quick picture and a quick video just for memories for this course, that'd be great. All right, awesome. So I guess first for the picture, you can kind of do whatever you want, smile, peace sign, whatever. I personally can't smile without a peace sign, so that's what I'll be doing, but anything else, it's up to you. So I'll take that real quick. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right, one more because I can never get a picture right the first time. Perfect. And now we'll take a quick video with everyone waving, just so you know, for fun. So if everyone just wants to start waving in 3, 2, 1. All right, awesome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to this session.
Thank you all so much. So to all the participants, our next session is at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that's in about 30 minutes. So make sure you just stay on the Zoom call to attend that session as well. And we look forward to hosting you with that session as well. And for information, that will be a workshop on the infant, child, and adolescent brain. So a really interesting topic on neurodevelopment. So look forward to hosting that presentation as well. So see you all in a few minutes. Hi everyone, and welcome back to Simply Neurocon. As before, I hope you enjoyed your short break, and I'm excited to welcome our next workshop, which will be on neurodevelopment, so the infant, child, and adolescent brain. And presenting will be three Simply Neuroscience members, so Veda Dayananda, Gurmila Chalotra, and Palak Thakur, who are all members of Simply Neuroscience. So I look forward to having them present this topic to you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the workshop for the infant, child, and adolescent brain. This workshop is from Simply Neuroscience's Brain Resource Creation Department. We'll be learning a lot of information today, so stay till the end for a Kahoot and a chance to win some cool prizes. If you have any questions during the workshop, feel free to drop them in the chat. So let's start with introductions. My name is Veda. I'm a member of the Visual Cortex team, and I've been part of SN for a couple of months.
My name is Gurmit. I am a member of the Brain Resource Creation Department, and I'm a junior in high school.
Hi, my name is Palak, and I'm part of a Brain Resource Creation. I'm a 9th grader, and I've only been part of Simply Neuroscience for a little over a month.
So today we'll be talking about the first years of life and how our experiences shape brain development. And then we'll talk about the adolescent brain and then plasticity. So the first years of life. So the newborn's brain is a product of 40 weeks of development, and this development continues rapidly after birth. To compare a newborn and adult brain, the newborn's brain is about 370 grams, which is around 13 ounces, so a little less than a pound, whereas an adult brain weighs 3 pounds and has 86 billion neurons. So in the diagram, you can see the different stages of development at 4 weeks, 7 weeks, 3 months, and 6 months. So immediately after birth, the brain grows pretty fast at a rate of 1% per day. But then by 3 months, it slows down to 0.4%. And at this age, at 3 months, the brain is now 64% larger than it was at birth, with the cerebellum being the fastest growing region. The cerebellum is the red structure in the diagram. It's located towards the back of the brain, and it helps us learn motor skills, like the basic actions that you learn at an early age, like grabbing objects and eating food. So for trivia, what is the average weight of the adult brain in pounds? And feel free to type your answers in the chat. All right, yeah. Yep, so if you said 3 pounds, that's correct. Nice job, guys. So the brain increases in volume as brain cells grow, proliferate, meaning they become more numerous. They differentiate, so they become specialized to become different types of neurons, and then they migrate to their correct locations in the brain. During the first 3 months of life, the number of neurons in the cerebral cortex increases by 23 to 30%. So the cortex is the superficial layer of the cerebrum, so it's like the top layer. The dendrites and axons are the projections of a neuron, and they grow longer and form connections with other neurons. So these connections are called synapses, and they're formed through a process called synaptogenesis. And there'll be a diagram in the next slide so that it makes more sense. Glial cells are the additional support cells for a neuron, and they grow and multiply. There's a special type of glial cell called an oligodendrocyte that provides myelination to the neuron, and it basically forms a sheath around the axon that helps conduct signals. This sheath is called the myelin sheath, and it's what's known as white matter. And then by age 5, the brain has reached 90% of its adult size. So this is a diagram of the neuron. You can see the dendrites and the axons, which are the projections, as well as the myelin sheath, which is surrounding the axon. So what is the fastest growing brain region during the first 3 months of life? Yep, cerebellum. Nice job, guys. So we talked earlier about the synapses, which are the connections between neurons. During the first couple years of life, the number of synapses increases rapidly. To be more specific, a 2-year-old has 50% more synapses than an adult. But the problem is synapses require a lot of energy and resources to be sustained. And having so many synapses really wastes a lot of energy. So during early childhood, the number of synapses is reduced through a process known as synaptic pruning. And this process is shaped by our experiences. So weaker connections that are not used frequently are eliminated, while stronger connections grow and stabilize. Okay, blank are the glial cells that provide myelination to neurons. Any more answers? Okay, so I see 2 answers. They're both correct, Schwann cells and oligodendrocytes. The only difference between the two is that oligodendrocytes are found in the central nervous system and Schwann cells in the peripheral nervous system. So both of those answers are correct.
Okay, so let's move on to experience shapes the brain. Humans are born with brains that take longer to mature. For example, squirrel monkeys reach their adult brain size at just 6 months. Most of the human brain grows and develops after birth instead of in the womb. This does have an advantage though. It makes it easier for humans to adapt. Developing brains are more easily shaped by their environment and experiences. Connections between neurons are shaped by a baby's early life experience during the critical periods of development. Some examples include seeing parents' faces, hearing their voices, being held in its parents' arms. This provides important sensory, motor, and emotional inputs. So here's a question. Does the human brain develop mostly in the womb or after birth? So if you said after birth, you are correct. Genes and environment exert strong influences during critical periods. They form neural circuits which affect learning and behavior. Neuronal cell death and synaptic pruning are both important processes in shaping connections. They occur in the embryo and in early postnatal life. Changes in neural connections during critical periods lead to high rates of learning. For example, a toddler learning to run or speak multiple languages. So here's another trivia question. Neuronal cell death and blank are important processes in shaping connections. So if you said synaptic pruning, you are correct.
All right, moving on to into adolescence. Adolescence is the second critical period in a person's life in terms of neurological development, with the first being earlier in life when they're just born. During this time, more complex functions of the brain develop and are influenced by the environment and one's experiences. Synaptic pruning continues and competitive elimination starts to occur. Competitive elimination involves stronger connections beating out the weaker connections. During this time, the brain improves its connections as neurons extend their dendritic branches and increase the myelination of axons. Longitudinal studies are helpful for understanding how a brain changes between early adolescence and early childhood and adolescence. So scientists use MRIs or magnetic resonance imaging to show an increase in white matter volume, especially in the corpus callosum. Corpus callosum growth might explain enhanced learning capacity in adolescence due to the increase in connections. Enhanced connections, changes in the brain's reward system, and changes in the balance between frontal and limbic brain regions all contribute to teenage behaviors that people typically see, like increased risk-taking and sensation-seeking. This does kind of act like a double-edged sword, though, since it does also increase the risk of addiction that teenagers face. Frequent drug use during adolescence is associated with damage to brain regions vital for cognitive functions, including memory, attention, and executive functioning. And in this diagram here, we can see the corpus callosum acting as like the communication between the two hemispheres. All right, trivia question. Complex functions of the brain are influenced by environment and what? Okay, we got one answer. Okay, we got a lot of genes. Pollock, do you want to show the answer? It's actually experiences. So genes are a huge factor, but like Veda mentioned, a lot of the brain development actually occurs after birth. So experiences play a huge part. So how do scientists even study this in the first place? Well, they use different scans and imaging. Obviously, we have the MRI, which measures brain volume. There's actually another type of imaging known as diffusion tensor imaging, or DTI, and that is used to study the quality of white matter in the brain. So, for example, in a study, this showed that adolescents who used alcohol had reduced gray matter volume and reduced white matter integrity. Another type of an MRI is known as a functional MRI, or fMRI, and that's used to measure brain activity. In a study, this type of scan was used to show that binge drinking during adolescence is associated with lower brain activity, less skin tension, and poorer working. MRI studies are used to show that gray matter density of most brain regions declines with age. However, the gray matter density increases in the left temporal lobe until about age 30, so kind of like the opposite. Next slide. So here's a quick diagram showing the brain development using scans. Obviously, there's a huge difference between 5 and 20 years old, biggest difference being the major blue regions. In the 5-year-old diagrams, we have a lot of light green and yellow. During the adolescence, the brain undergoes a whole lot of changes, but one of the major ones is the maturation of the cerebral cortex. And the blue in the diagrams shows areas that are more mature. Brain development in one's 20s is when myelination occurs. This process is important for efficiently conducting electrical signals along axons. Earlier in life, myelination is found in the visual, auditory, and limbic cortices. At 30, the frontal and parietal neocortices become more myelinated, which helps with working memory and higher cognitive functions. The frontal lobe, which happens to be the last brain region to develop, is important for executive functioning. Executive functioning includes a range of functions including attention, response inhibition, emotion, organization, and long-range planning. Late maturation of the frontal lobe might explain characteristics of a typical teenager, such as a short attention span, blurting out, and forgetting to do homework.
So let's move on to plasticity. So plasticity is the ability of the brain to modify itself and adapt to environmental changes. It is categorized as experience expectant or experience dependent. So experience expectant plasticity refers to integrating environmental stimuli into normal development patterns. Being exposed to certain environmental experiences, such as hearing language, seeing faces, or being held in its parents' arms, during a limited critical or sensitive period of development is essential for a healthy brain maturation. Experience-dependent plasticity describes continuing changes in the organization and specialization of a person's brain regions as a result of life experiences that are not universal or anticipated. These include skills that develop throughout life, with no critical or optimal period for their acquisition. For example, violinists often show greater cortical development in the brain region associated with the fingers of their left hand. Using 2-photon imaging, scientists have found that experience-dependent plasticity occurs not only during critical periods, but also during adulthood, so our brains are always changing in response to our experiences, no matter our age. So here's a trivia question. True or false? Experience-dependent plasticity has a limited critical period. So the answer is false. So recent insights into brain development hold promise for new treatment of neurological disorders, traumatic brain injury, and learning disabilities, which could help us understand aging as well. If scientists can design an approach to manipulating adult plasticity, whether with drugs or with therapies that involve rewiring neural circuits, it might be possible to correct problems that result from mistimed critical periods. A better understanding of normal brain function during each developmental stage could be the key to finding age-specific therapies for many brain disorders. So now we're going to play a Kahoot, and so y'all should go to kahoot.it and we can start the Kahoot.
Also, there'll be prizes, so. We have 12 people so far.
Yeah. I'll be starting in about 30 seconds.
So this is a multi-select question. The brain goes through many changes during adolescence, including the maturation of the cerebral cortex, medulla, corpus callosum, or thalamus.
Good job.
Which of the following does not generally affect how the brain develops during critical genes, life experiences, or surrounding environment? Blood type. All of the other ones affect how the brain develops.
What is the role of the frontal lobe? Good job, y'all.
Audrey is the highest climber. All right, this one is for double points. By the time the child is 5 years old, the brain has reached about what % of its adult size? %90.
All right, number of connections between neurons, known as flux, increases rapidly during the first years of life. Synaptic density, competitive elimination, synaptic pruning, or necrosis. And it looks like majority of you got that right. Nice.
Blank allows weaker connections to diminish, while stronger synapses that are activated more often will grow. Good job, everyone got that one right.
Armin's in the lead. What is the last brain region to develop as a person? Yep, frontal lobe regions.
Plasticity is the ability of the brain to stay completely rigid after facing environmental challenges. True or false? And everyone got that right. And which of the following functions is not typically damaged due to frequent drug use during adolescence? Executive functioning, taste, attention span, or memory? Yes, taste is not damaged during drug use. And Carmen's in the lead.
And our last question is true or false? The growth of the corpus callosum may explain enhanced learning capacity in adolescence.
That was a little tricky.
Okay. Here are our winners.
In third place, Lena.
And first place is Carmen. So congratulations to y'all.
There is one more slide.
Oh, okay. So
thank you guys for attending. This was a lot of fun, and we hope you guys enjoyed the workshop. We'll be reaching out to the top 3 from the Kahoot for prizes.
Thank you so much, guys, for presenting. Really exciting topic, and I'm sure people enjoyed the presentation and the Kahoot. So thank you guys again. Does anyone have any questions for these presenters about their topic, or any comments or anything?
You can just drop them in the chat or email us.
Okay, I don't see any. So yeah, I guess you explained it all. So yeah. So yeah, thank you guys again. So all the attendees, you can just wait until 7:30. Our next event will start, which is a Q&A with the Simply Neuroscience leadership team, which will be very exciting, including tips on how to start a nonprofit, how to lead a team, how to accomplish very ambitious goals, things like that, general advice for school, college, everything like that. So make sure to stick around for that. And I look forward to hosting that workshop as well. So thanks to everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Simply Neurocon again. I hope you had a nice break for a few minutes. And now welcome to our Q&A with the SN leadership team. So we have several of our SN leadership members here. So I'll let them introduce themselves. My name is Arvind. I've been here the whole day, so you probably have seen me. But I'm the president and board chair of Simply Neuroscience. And I'll let the others introduce themselves as well.
Okay, I guess I'll go. My name is Ishika. I am the director of editing and the co-director of HR. And if you've applied recently, I've probably done your interview. So I conduct a lot of interviews and things like that. Just to make this less awkward, I guess I'll popcorn to somebody. Chinmay, if you want to go next.
Sure, thanks, Ishika. Hi, everyone. My name is Chinmay. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Simply Neuroscience, and super excited to chat with you all more today. And I will popcorn it over to Scott.
Hi, everyone. My name's Scott. I am a freshman right now at Temple University studying mathematical economics and possibly physics. And I was formerly the director of writing and development teams over at Simply Neuroscience, and now am an SN alumni advisor. I'm also the co-founder of Arevna, a not-for-profit that focuses on translating student ideas into impact, helping students educate themselves and their communities. And I will popcorn it to Sasha.
Hey everyone, I'm Sasha. I'm the Director of Outreach and Research at Simply Neuroscience. I'm so excited to chat with all of you guys and answer any questions you might have. I'll hand it off to Selena.
Hey everyone, my name is Selena. I am the Director of Public Relations and I'm also a member of Awareness. I'm excited to talk to all of you. Let's see. I'll pass it on to anyone else that should I pass it on to someone, Sasha, or?
I think that's everyone here.
Okay, I'll pass it back to Arvin.
Yeah, thank you guys for introducing yourselves. I'm sure everyone here is excited to learn more about Simply Neuroscience. So anyone for this session, feel free to unmute yourself to ask any question, and we can each answer it as members of the panel. So yeah, ask any questions. While people are thinking, I think we should first explain more about Simply Neuroscience. So if anyone doesn't know, I think they can get a better idea. So I guess Chinmay, you can start and then we can all add on to that.
Sure. So surface level, Simply Neuroscience, as our official mission statement states, we are a student-led nonprofit organization. And basically, we serve as a community for anyone who is interested in learning about the brain, regardless of what branch their interests fall into, to come together and learn about the brain through a framework of education, outreach, and awareness. And so our wonderful directors mentioned a number of initiatives that they are involved in and lead. And basically all of our work does fall into the trifold of education, outreach, and awareness. And overall, we're simply trying to build a strong bridge between early neuroscience and further education into college and beyond. And I can pass it on now if anyone wants to hop on.
I just saw that Jed joined. So Jed, if you want to introduce yourself, you can do that.
Anyways, hey guys, my name is Jed. I'm the CFO and the co-director of Brain Research Creation and Simply Neuroscience. And yep, like everyone else here, I'm looking forward to talk to you all about leadership and just being an SN as a whole.
Yeah, so does anyone want to add on about more information about SN? Anything that, like any particular part of SN that you enjoy the most? Any special memories that you've had in SN, anything like that?
One thing I'll add is I think one of the strongest things about SN is how collaborative all the departments are. So like Chinmay touched on, there are a lot of separate initiatives and projects within SN, but it's really under one main like overarching mission. So there's a lot of collaboration between departments. And like speaking from the perspective of Outreach and Research Director, we have several projects underneath our department, but a lot of it is like intertwined and we collaborate a lot within projects. So I think that's really cool if you decide to join SN, is you're really joining a network of people like all kind of striving towards the same mission or like same goal.
I guess I can talk about the application process in case anybody was interested in joining. On our website, I think there's like an apply tab or like a get involved tab where you can have access to our type form, and that's like the actual written application. And then from there, within I would say like 2 to 3 weeks, because we're currently extremely backlogged, to hopefully a little bit less than that, somebody from our team should get back to you with a link to schedule an interview. And then from there you would have like a super brief interview. Like, I know a lot of people get scared, but it's like 10 to 15 minutes, 20 if like a conversation sparks or something like that. And it's just kind of basic questions that you can probably answer without any preparation. So there's just like a quick little interview process so that we can make sure that your departments are like well suited for you, because we do have a lot of departments in this organization, which we did emphasize earlier. And then from there, we would kind of get you onboarded. So if anybody was looking to apply, that's what the process should look like.
I like to add on. So I was interviewed by Ishika a while ago, and I definitely love how everyone is super passionate about neuroscience. So everyone who has joined definitely has a passion at first to join the organization and therefore want to involve more to contribute to the Simply Neuroscience. You can also be joining Simply Neuroscience just to discover whether or you like the neuroscience path. For me, I definitely loved it once I started joining. So it depends on you.
I just want to echo off of that too, and just say like it is so like interdisciplinary what we're doing here at Simply Neuroscience. Like, having directed the writing department, people have explored so many different interests. Like, personally, I'm not like huge in more of like the life sciences stuff, but like kind of thinking about like how we can apply like neuroscience to things like machine learning or computer science and other fields is just so like empowering. And at Simply Neuroscience, like people have like that kind of outlet to kind of not just like focus on more of kind of the life science aspect of neuroscience, but also these interdisciplinary aspects between like, say I want to learn more about like deep neural networks, or I want to explore my own like independent research. I can do that through some of the initiatives we have ongoing at Simply Neuroscience.
I can talk about my department real quick. So what I love about my department, so I lead the brain research creation department. So what I love is the variety of things we could do. So one round we did Kahoots, one round we did Quizlet, one round we had people just pick the diseases they wanted to explore on their own and add on to a overarching Google slide presentations. So even within the neuroscience, it's we let you explore, because obviously in high school, I don't think neuroscience is as much as what's it called, explored as bio or chem or any department. So we're giving you the opportunity to explore once again, to just look up, just know more about departments, whatever you're interested in, and you can always, the directors are always open for feedback and like suggestions on what you want to do next. So it's definitely not you're heard, yeah, in Simply Neuroscience.
Thank you everyone for sharing, and also wanted to really highlight that even if you do not feel that you want to get involved with the organization as a staff member, it is definitely okay, and you're very welcomed, in fact, to continue to engage with, honestly, the neuroscience content through the Neurocon, for instance, which you're here already. And we have an advice hotline set up to answer any questions that you have about pursuing neuro in high school and college and beyond, and any other educational questions. And we're going to be setting up monthly workshops and such in the weeks after the Neurocon to really, we want to provide resources for you basically, and we want to support you as much as we can in your own individual brain journeys, as we like to call it. And you don't have to be a staff member of Simply Neuroscience in order to experience that. So just wanted to highlight on that as well. As much as we love, our community directly involved in the organization and the work that we are directly doing through our initiatives, we also absolutely love engaging with you guys through events like such and social media, especially, and beyond like that.
Yeah, definitely. A key priority of Simply Neuroscience is to get as many people interested, involved in neuroscience and its interdisciplinary connections as possible. So if being a staff member of SN is not your thing, definitely don't feel pressured to do so. The goal of SN is to improve society. I know it sounds like a broad mission statement, but essentially that's our goal. Our goal is not to expand our organization necessarily. That's not the main goal. The main goal is to get people involved in neuroscience and expand and fosters people's interest in the field. And I'd like to mention that Simply Neuroscience is one of the most collaborative organizations that I've ever been a part of. I appreciate all the directors and all the members and how much they work together to fulfill their projects, and even outside of Simply Neuroscience initiatives, having all those news nights and everything like that. So I think the entire community of SN is definitely very inclusive and something that anyone can enjoy being part of. So yeah, definitely a collaborative organization and some place that I think any of you would like to be in. So just wanted to add that. Yeah, so do any of you have questions? Any questions?
And it doesn't just have to be about the organization itself. If you just want to ask about anything neuro related, or we can maybe chat about our own personal neuro interests, and all of us can go around, including, non-SN folks as well, and we can just chat about neuro interests as well. That'd be fun to see where everyone's interests lie.
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah. I guess I can start off and I'll popcorn it, and we'll go popcorn maybe through the chat as well. Or if you guys don't want to speak, people have your videos turned off, we can also go in the chat. Briefly, I'll touch upon, I was involved with neurodegeneration in the past and found it really interesting. I know that, we all really want to be able to solve problems and diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's in the future. So that's something that it's definitely near and dear to me. Recently, I've been getting really interested in cognitive neuroscience and traumatic brain injury. This kind of sparked, traumatic brain injury especially sparked through Columbia Synapse Experiences, which is a club on campus, and they recently presented last weekend. And cognitive neuro, I think, just interested in exploring how attention and memory interact in our everyday experiences is really cool. So with that, I will pass it on, no pressure, to Sasha.
Okay, yeah. So for a bit of context, I'm a senior right now in high school. So in terms of like knowing a lot of neuroscience, I'm not that far up there, but I go to a STEM school. So the first biology class we took was in middle school. And that was like when I was first introduced to the neuroscience field, really. And I remember my teacher telling us that neuroscience was like one of the most undiscovered fields. And I was like, from there, I was like, okay, this is what I need to look at, this is what I need to study. And so from there, I was like looking for more biology courses online and at my school. And kind of as I learned more about neuroscience, I branched off to neuroethics. I read some books about neurosurgery, and just, I think, especially when you're in high school, there's not a lot of resources offered to you. So really take advantage of the resources like books, like reading memoirs, like Chinwe recommended When Breath Becomes Air, which is like such a good book. I recommend everybody here. So yeah, like taking advantage of resources such as like Simply Neuroscience resources that we have and books and things like that. Just like growing your interest for neuroscience even at a young age. And so yeah, I think I don't have much to speak about in terms of like specific things within neuroscience since I don't know too much, but so far I'm really interested in neuroethics and neurosurgery. I'll hand it off to Aravind.
Yeah, so like Sasha said, I'm also a high school senior, so definitely not that much of an expert in neuroscience, but try my best. But I became interested in neuroscience actually two main catalysts when I was young. So one of them was when I was 6 years old. I went to the Liberty Science Center, which people in New Jersey may know about. And one of the exhibits there was that you could do a fake surgery on a banana. So this banana, so like they drew like the whole schematic of a body on it, and then you could operate on it, like different parts of it. So I mean, definitely a simple thing, but like at 6 years old, it was really fascinating to me. and I became interested to go into surgery or neuroscience or something in the medical field. So that was my impetus to go into medicine and biology. And then I had an impetus to go into neuroscience. So that came when I got classes in first grade. So I was initially a bit apprehensive about whether my classmates would cast me as an outcast or what they would do, but luckily that didn't happen. So I became more interested in ophthalmology and how vision works. And my ophthalmologist was one of my role models at that age. He exhibited so much patient care and so much humor while exhibiting so much knowledge of ophthalmology at the same time. So clearly, like that mentor in medicine was definitely a impetus behind my story. And then moving on into middle school and high school, I had my biology courses. I pursued biotechnology and plant biology research and computational biology research throughout this time, so definitely increased. And then into mental health advocacy, I actually did my Eagle project for Boy Scouts in the area of mental health advocacy. So I raised funds for a local equine-assisted psychotherapy organization in my community in order to help increase access to mental health therapy, because whether you know this or not, studies have shown that many of the violence-related incidents, specifically gun violence, have been traced to a lack of mental health therapy in communities. So I was inspired to act upon this cause and make sure that we address this very pressing problem in our society. So those are just some of my experiences of how I got interested in neuroscience. In the future, I plan to become a physician scientist, so combining the clinical and research aspects of neuroscience. So I'm more of a biology person, but I'm also interested in economics and how behavioral economics relates to neuroscience and decision making, as well as other connections like with art, visual art, and even music. So there's a lot of areas in neuroscience that interest me. So yeah, that's my story in neuroscience. I'll pass it over to Ishika.
Okay, I went to Liberty Science Center and I also dissected a banana. Like the thing, and they like it was so professional because there was like a camera on the banana and it would project like the screen, so it was like an actual OR. But that didn't spark my interest or anything. But I just thought that was relevant to bring up that I've also done that. It was like so cute. Anyway, my primary interest lies in medicine. And my like starting story is like not the most intellectual. So I was in second grade and you have to get like those routine shots or whatever. And like, I'll admit it, I'm a shot crier. Like when I got shots, I would just start bawling. Like it didn't even hurt, but I would just start crying. So like afterwards, my pediatrician would console me with like the regular lollipops and stickers and all of that. And in second grade, everyone has like their epiphany of what they want to be when they grow up. You know, it's like princess, astronaut, other things out there, and teacher. And I was just sitting there and I was like, hear me out. If I become a pediatrician, I can get unlimited lollipops and unlimited stickers. I don't have to go to the doctor to get them. And that's like the dumbest reason ever. I could just buy them. But second grade me thought that was the smartest idea ever. And just by becoming a pediatrician, I'd get like those unlimited lollipops and stickers and prizes, and I was like, that's my job. And from there it became more relevant. Like now I actually want to go into medicine for reasons besides free lollipops. But yeah, and throughout high school I've actually been blessed enough to go to a medically oriented high school, so I've actually had some exposure with the neuroscience, like taking my medical classes, and that just showed me how wonderful it is. Like this is gonna sound so geeky, but like I just find it so crazy how like this brain is like this big, mine's probably a little smaller, can do like all of these different things, and how like every single part like reacts to something different. Like, you know, like the hippocampus and like different parts of the brain and everything, they all are like in the same area but do something so different and control like everything, and that's totally mind-blowing to me. So neuroscience is definitely something that interests me and I hope to pursue in the future. I'll point it over to Scott.
Yeah, I guess definitely like kind of tying back into like a Simply Neuroscience mission in interdisciplinary neuroscience. I'm definitely on like the opposite end of the spectrum compared to everyone else, compared to most people here. Whereas my interests kind of pertain more towards like applied math, physics, computer science type areas, and really kind of seeing how we can draw the connections between things like computer science and neuroscience. So looking into things like machine learning. So for instance, like within Simply Neuroscience, when I first got started here, I was able to do actually be a member of the writing department and like look into things like how we can use things like, or how we can investigate like how we can use things like deep neural networks, which are based off of like obviously like modeling human brains and how we think and how we go about our thought processes, and how we can use these to predict things such as examples for like instance, like maybe macroeconomic trends or different prediction, like using it as prediction analysis. And my interests lie definitely more on that, just really seeing like how we can take like neuroscience and apply it to more of like computational way of thinking. And that really ties into some of the initiatives that Simply Neuroscience is doing with our computational systems neuro department, and also things you can explore within the writing department in terms of independent research. And I guess I'll popcorn it now over to Jed.
All right, so y'all get to like do surgery in bananas. I don't, but it was actually so my aunt's a nurse, so as a kid I just like flip around books a lot like that. So one of them is actually like this book. It's like an anatomy book, and I like graphics, so like the nervous system is one of the ones that stood out because I like colors and like how obviously like let's say their lobes are colored differently, like red for frontal or yellow for temporal, something like that. So I already was intrigued with the idea of like having I can already understand that there are different parts of the body, and obviously they had like complicated labels and names, but they did something. So it was a start. Maybe I wasn't really interested, but just a random facet of my life. But what really got me was, when I got into high school, obviously neuroscience wasn't really as much of a independent subject compared to bio and chem. So obviously like the bio, and then I guess I wouldn't say I'm completely committed to neuroscience, but I'm more interested in how biology is connected to neuroscience, let's say, especially in diseases, because my grandma passed away from neuropathy and another neurodegenerative disease. So I wanted to like explore more of that, like the molecular element of that. So how they are connected all together. So for me, it was a mix of personal experience and maybe some random childhood experiences, but it's definitely interesting. Something that I'll definitely like invest time in college. Yeah. I'll what's it called? Popcorn it to Selena.
I think having being the gap year student this year, comparing to others who are either in senior or in college already, is an experience that I've sprung me into doing neuroscience. So I did psychology in my high school, and I am especially well aware of how neuroscience and psychology are closely related to each other. So the connection of me of doing neuroscience is simply because of my own interests. I've always loved neuroscience as well as how it's related to clinical psychology, as well as engineering. Everything in your life somehow always relates to psychology and neuroscience. Every act, every action, every behavior, all of that comes from the brain, and it really fascinates me by doing more researches. I started out as a outreach and research member, so I love doing researches as well as doing awareness throughout SN. So I think that's kind of my journey. It's pretty short, but I usually develop my different interests through the analytics of psychology as well as neuroscience. I guess I'm the last person. I'll pass it back on to Aaron.
So we have a few questions in the chat, so we can go through them. So Veda asked, what are some resources or programs to get involved in neuroscience specifically because most high schools don't have classes in the subject? So any programs or any camps that you recommend for students we can talk about? I guess I'll start with that. So if you're interested in the research area, there are a few programs. So a lot of these programs are highly selective and quite hard to get into. So most famous of which is the Research Science Institute, which is at MIT. That's a 5-week research program in which they select 80 top high schoolers from around the world, which is quite competitive. So I applied twice, got rejected twice. So not really, I don't know. But anyway, but there's other programs too. So there's Summer Science Program, SSP. So they have projects in biochemistry and astrophysics. Each state should have a governor's school, or most states. So governor's schools usually select 60 top students from the state to do scientific research in high school before their senior year in the summer. So I've done that. And then there's also programs like Columbia SHP. So I don't know if Chinmay has seen that at Columbia, but high schoolers come to Columbia on Saturday mornings and take classes with professors. So that's something you could look into if you're interested. And then there's obviously lots of online programs. So there's Khan Academy. You can even look into SN's content. and lots of other stuff. So I'll let other people also add on to that.
Yeah, I can add on to that. Oh, were you gonna go? Sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm an avid YouTube watcher for education, so I can give you some recommendations on that. I watch Neurotransmissions, like I think it's a great channel. I think I've watched like almost all of the videos. So Neurotransmissions is the way to go because it's very like I have terrible retention rate, like I'll be totally honest. Like I can't handle like straight up lecture videos for an hour. So those videos are more entertaining. And then going back to my low retention rate, there's 2-minute neuroscience videos, which are just 2 minutes of like cram heavy info. That's a little bit like advanced level. Sometimes I'm kind of like, but like for the most part, like it's pretty entertaining and it really helps my attention span. And then this might be a little creepy, but I totally watch surgery videos all the time. So you can definitely search up like blank surgery video and then I kind of watch those.
Pretty cool, Ishika. I also just wanted to recommend a YouTube channel that has actually collaborated with Neurotransmissions before, I believe. They're a crash course and SciShow Psych. So highly recommend their videos as well. Khan Academy is undoubtedly amazing as well. As for a research fellowship program that may be more accessible, this is geared towards undergrads though. Shout out to ASN, CBT and Decipher Fellowship. We have a research fellowship program set up for undergrads. So if you're looking for more info about that happening during the school year, or if you're taking a gap year, check out the SN Instagram or CBT or Decipher Instagram for more information. But outside of research and videos, highly recommend. There are a bunch of online courses. EDX, Coursera have wonderful intro all the way through advanced neuroscience courses. Sasha touched upon reading memoirs and books and narratives from professionals in the field, as well as intro experiences into neuro, biographies, autobiographies, and such like that are also a really great way to second-handedly, indirectly learn about the brain while also hearing about how neuroscience fits into the lives of these individuals that are oftentimes writing these books. So I highly recommend those as well. I would definitely say look into what is happening near you in terms of there is what's known as the Brain Bee, which is an international high school competition based around neuroscience. So see if, especially if you're in the United States, it's pretty common to have chapters, at least one per state. So see if that's something maybe that you're interested in. Great way to connect with other high schoolers interested in learning about the brain as well. Outside of Brain Bee, science fairs are also a very great way to go because you get to explore an independent idea, proposal, anything on your own and be able to share about it with other folks as well. And many science fairs will have behavioral sciences categories, even biology categories and such. And since neuroscience is so broad, it might feel a little bit confining in terms of categories that it fits into at science fairs, but just the process of being able to understand something related to neuroscience on your own is super exciting. And if there are any universities near you, Arvind mentioned Columbia, for instance, or any local community colleges, state, public, private university, any university or research institutions, even companies nearby you, it's very common to have these open science exhibits, Saturday Science, kind of an open science night and things like that. Schools, oftentimes, you can also encourage your schools to put on events as such. It's very common in elementary schools, so why not translate that to high schools as well? That was a lot of information, but honestly, there are a endless number of ways to get involved with neuro in any aspect, and Google and YouTube will be your best friends. And I'll pass it on with that.
Also, speaking of online courses, I quickly wanted to add about Beyond the Five. So Beyond the Five is a provider of free AP courses as well as other content. So Simply Neuroscience is actually partnering with them on neuroscience courses. And Chinmay is the director of the neuropsychology department there. So definitely check those out. We have courses on Neuroscience 1, Neuroscience 2, application of neuroscience, and even research courses coming up. So if you're interested in any of those areas, definitely check that out on Beyond the Five. And yeah, just wanted to recommend that as well. Anyone else have anything to add?
Not much to add on, but once again, it all depends on where you're located. I would recommend looking at local programs too. So also word of caution, usually when you look at programs, especially if you're I don't know, first generation low income, I would look at pricing because when I look at the programs, so I'm a low income student, so I didn't look at the price tag. So when I got accepted, I realized I had to back out some because at a huge price tag. So if you're one of those students, just like me, look at their financial aid options. And once again, it's all about the communication too. Just reach out, and definitely you can network online, like friends, or just to ask your teachers. Like maybe they probably know some opportunities online too. So or programs. So just a side note, yeah.
Does anyone want to say something else?
There's actually another webinar series I know. I think it's still going on, I'm pretty sure, but it's like the Lenox Hill neurosurgery webinars, and I've been watching them, or like I was watching them before my school started, but it's really cool because they basically have speakers from different neuroscience departments within the hospital. And so there's like some neurosurgeons who come to speak in, and like there's like cardiovascular people from like the cardio department also come to speak. So like you can really hear from a lot of different departments and from a lot of different health professionals. And they also like show surgery videos as well, like what Ishika was talking about. So I think that's also free as well. So I think that's a really good opportunity. I'm not sure if it's still going on, but it was in the mornings, like it was early in the mornings. Like you had to wake up, or for me, I'm in Central Time, so I had to wake up at 7, and it was like a 4-hour thing in the mornings every single day. But definitely check that out if you're interested in neurosurgery specifically. And I'm sure it's pretty easy to find online. It's called the Brain Turns program. So yeah.
Do you have any other questions from the audience?
I'm just gonna drop a link in the chat that I personally peruse. It's more for on the side of computational neuroscience, and it's kind of like a GitHub link with courses, articles to read, data sets, etc. Then I'll link in the chat here for y'all.
On a less serious note, well, it depends up to your interpretation. In my opinion, less serious. I'm into coloring books, and I have like an anatomy coloring book, and I'm sure there's one available for neuroscience too. Like my anatomy one is like all the systems. But at least for me, I'm a very visual learner and a kinesthetic learner, so a coloring book is like the perfect medium. So I was kind of able to like visualize where everything was while like coloring it, so it kind of like went in my brain a little bit better. So I don't know, not that many people are into that niche, but in my opinion, it was pretty beneficial.
Okay, so Aaron asks in the chat, what motivates all of you to continue pursuing neuroscience? Anyone can start with that.
I guess I can start then. I guess what like really motivates me to do neuro is because I like that it's a medium between like a subject where there's stuff known and also unknown. Like I don't know if that makes sense, because while I like learning a lot, so neuroscience gives me that, I also like exploring a lot and kind of finding out things for myself, like through research and exploration. So neuro gives me like the best of both worlds, per se. And I guess that's one thing that keeps me really excited about neuroscience. And then also just neuro, like at least in my opinion, has like so many disorders that don't have a cure at all. They just have like symptom treatment methods. Compared to like all the other body systems that I've seen, neuro seems to be the most like ambiguous one. So that also keeps me going because I feel like it affects so many people. Like stroke and Alzheimer's are 2 of the top 10 causes of disease. I believe I did a project on that like 2 years ago. I forgot. But I realized like there's so much about the brain that people don't know. And by finding this out, like we would be able to help so many people. So I guess that's one thing that keeps me, 2 things, I guess, that keep me going in neuroscience. If anybody else wants to pick that up.
I want to add in from Ishika's saying that a lot of diseases right now, some of them are not it's kind of still in like a gray zone where most of us has to still discover like different cures and stuff like that. I think that's what also lets me continue to pursuing neuroscience. Like I said before, having related to psychology, already a zone where it's kind of a gray area, as well as neuroscience, it kind of gives me a lot of passion to kind of discover more, seeking for more knowledge, as well as waiting for new inventions coming out too, or even coming out with new innovations with someone else. It would be an amazing opportunity to kind of give back to the society that we're living in right now.
Any other thoughts on that question from anyone?
I'll add on to what Selena and Ishika were saying. I think they hit the nail on the head like perfectly. What I'll say is I think what motivates me in terms of like continuing to study neuroscience is I really feel like neuroscience is kind of like studying yourself, or really studying like human nature. And also neuroscience is obviously extremely interdisciplinary. So like Ishika was saying, there's just so many routes for exploring different things. And just like that, plus like kind of how it's tied into like humanity, as in like tied into like, it's difficult to explain, but I guess like all of like what Selena was saying, like human behavior, human actions, what we do, what we say, it's all related to neuroscience. So I just feel like understanding neuroscience is understanding ourselves, understanding how society works. And it just has like such big implications beyond the scientific fields, I guess. So I think like the significance of that is also really motivating, like if you're like interested in neuroscience and like studying that as well.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with everything that others said as well. I think neuroscience is particularly like applicable to society, whatever direction you choose to pursue it in. So everything from computer science to applied math to economics, or even just biology or art or history. Neuroscience explains how humans think, how humans behave, and how humans act. So I think that's why neuroscience is so applicable to society, and that's why I like pursuing it from so many different lenses. And I think that anyone can find their niche in neuroscience, and it's extremely accommodating to anyone looking to pursue it. So definitely a field that is has great promise to be explored in the coming years and decades. Yeah, so any other thoughts on that question? Okay, so I don't see any other questions also. So does anyone have any closing remarks, since it's past 8 already? So any closing words for all the attendees?
Okay, I'll go this time again. I just wanted to say thank you for coming to the conference, whether it was just this part or like all the other parts, which I hope you checked out because they were super, super dope. If you didn't, check the YouTube, shameless plug. And I hope you're able to learn at least one thing throughout this entire conference, and I hope you're able to take that with you and sort of implement it and things like that. And even if your future career does not lie in neuroscience, I hope that everybody kind of still considers the field and is able to have the best of luck with their future endeavors. And thank you for coming once again.
Yeah, thank you for coming, everyone. I agree with Ishika. This whole conference has been an extremely rewarding experience, not only hosting it for me, but also I hope for you, everything that you learned and experienced from all of our speakers and events. So I hope you were inspired to pursue neuroscience. And of course, there's one more day left of Neurocon, so definitely attend as many sessions as you can in that. So in fact, we have some of our most prominent speakers tomorrow, so definitely should attend those sessions. And yeah, so just attend Neurocon tomorrow and keep pursuing neuroscience. Yeah, any other final remarks from anyone? Yeah, so.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that I wanted to add on and just say that I hope that you guys learned something, but I think that for us and like the leadership team and everybody who's been working on Neurocon, like it was just really inspiring to see like hundreds of people tuning in this past weekend and today. So I think like what Ishika said, even if you don't end up pursuing a neuroscience related career, I think like using your weekend to watch and like attend a Neurocon event, or the Neurocon event, is just like very telling of how motivated you guys are. And I think it's like really inspiring on our part as well. So like Arvin said, I hope you guys attend some more sessions tomorrow, and I'm super excited for what's to come in terms of Symphony Neuroscience and our closing ceremony.
To close this off, Ishiko is taking a picture and video of everyone, so if you could turn on your cameras, that would be great.
Yes, sir. Okay, so for the picture, I guess it's kind of up to your discretion what you would like to do. Personally, I can't pose without a peace sign, so teach their own, and I'll take two because you know. All right, so we set up the angle. Perfect. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. And then for like a quick video, if we could all just kind of wave and stuff like that, kind of be vibe like that. Awesome. Alrighty, beautiful, beautiful. I got him. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. And to close off the night, Sasha will be leading a few neuroscience games on Kahoot and elsewhere. So I'll transfer over the host status to her, and she'll be leading the neuroscience games for tonight.
Okay, so we're going to be doing some exciting BRC Kahoot. So for those of you who decide to stay on, okay, I think Arvind made me the host. Yes, okay. Okay, so this is a very chill session. Wait, Arvind, or is he still there? I'm not sure if you guys can unmute yourselves, but if you can you please let me know in the chat just so I know, like, if you're interested in, yeah, feel free to email. Okay, great. Okay, so first, like, it'd be really cool if we like introduce each other and just like got to know each other. If you can't unmute or if you don't feel comfortable unmuting yourself, just like type in the chat what grade you're in, maybe like what state you're from or where you're from. And yeah, just so we can like see who's here.
Well, I'll go first. Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm in 8th grade. I live in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, and my interests are in like STEM, mostly computer science. So not really much of neuroscience, but there are a lot of things that are in this workshop today that were very like inspiring and a lot of information I didn't really know before. So it was really good to know all of this information. Yeah.
Nice. Nice to meet you, Sarah. And Dina, did you want to introduce yourself too?
Okay, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Dina Khan, and I live in the US, specifically in New Jersey. And I'm a rising junior at my school, and I've actually had an interest in neuroscience since this year through my academy at school. And what else was I say? I love the workshops that this Simply Neuroscience has provided, and it allowed me to get more information about neuroscience than I could outside of school. So thank you for organizing this.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so excited that you guys are learning new things. And even if you're not interested in neuroscience, like I said before in the previous session, it's really incredible that you're spending your weekend listening in on these lectures and hearing these professionals speak. So yeah, and then if anybody else wants to go, they can unmute themselves or they can just type in the chat, just like where you're from and your grade. Before we get started, let me see if I can, while you guys do that, let me see if I can share my screen so we can start the Kahoot. Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. Okay, can y'all see my screen? The Kahoot game?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Jed, do you have like a preference for which Kahoot you want to do, like where we should do, or?
I mean, it's up to the audience. Like, do y'all want to replay like what's it called? The ones we've done before, or do you guys want to try something new, like something completely random? Just test like how much you really know about. Yeah, it's up to you guys.
I haven't done any of these, so I have no preference, but if anybody has one they'd like to do, wait, Jed, we're supposed to only do the ones within BRC, right?
Yeah, they're all BRC related.
Okay,
so.
okay, got it. So, I mean, okay, let's just click a random one. Okay, this is Brain Facts Chapter 7. Is it gonna let me?
Didn't we do that one like a few hours ago?
Did we?
After
Okay, then.
7, it was like right before the Q&A.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Thank you for saying that. Okay, so then which ones haven't we done?
I'm sure. I'm sure we did all of them.
Are you serious? Okay, then we
Okay,
can't.
no. Yeah, last week we did like chapters 1 and 2, and
Okay. I mean, we could like try just searching like a neuroscience Kahoot.
yeah, honestly, I
Wanna
would
do
search
that?
one, yeah.
Okay, let's do
Let's
that.
be spontaneous here.
We couldn't find any results matching
Oh, you can go
neuroscience.
discover. So it's
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. "40 questions." That's okay. Do you want to do this one? 20 questions?
you can do this one. Or yeah.
Okay, let's do this one. And there are prizes. So there's stickers. I wrote them down. There's a balsamic trial, which is like a software where you can like design apps and then like you can design software. And there's the art of problem solving coupons. So they sell like textbooks and like online courses. So you could potentially win those if you place on this Kahoot. Okay, say host. Can y'all hear that music?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No.
Hold on. Wait, Jed, are you playing?
Yeah, it's loading.
Okay.
I'm not gonna try to win. Don't worry. I'm not gonna snatch your prize.
Okay. If Jed places, we won't count his score. Okay. I want to play the music because like it's so awkward when it's quiet, but I don't know how to do that.
You can share your screen, and you should get an option like on the bottom. It says share computer sound or something.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Should be in Zoom.
It's so weird because like the music is so loud on my side. So like when you guys say something, like it's hard for me to hear you guys. I can only hear the music. Okay, hold on. Okay, is everybody in that wants to play? Type in the chat if you're trying to get in or you're still working on it so I know not to start yet. Okay, it looks like everybody's okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh wait, I kind of want to play too. Okay, hold on. I won't count my score either, but I just, okay, hold on.
Yep, to everyone just came in, we're playing a Kahoot on Neuroscience. So that's the code if you're interested.
And Jed, can you type in the chat so that in case people come later, they can also join? Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start it. Oh, did I accidentally take somebody out? Oh no. I think, okay. Pretty good. The one that got it wrong was me because I got logged out. So technically everybody got it right. Okay. Okay, Veda's on the top. Wow, okay. Y'all are pretty good. Okay. Wow, okay.
Nice.
Oh, Jed, you got kicked off the leaderboard.
Ouch.
I feel like I vaguely learned this in psychology, but I totally forgot. Dopamine, okay. This is a hard one. Oh, we have a streak there.
Sure.
Pretty good. Okay. Veda's still on top. You'll have to kick them down. Oh my gosh. Okay. Next. Nice. Okay. Out of curiosity, how many of you guys have taken like AP psychology or like AP bio? You can type in the chat. Because I feel like a lot of this stuff we learned in like AP psychology. AP bio, yeah. Oh, currently in AP bio, nice. I took both. Nice. I honestly think psych was, personally, I like psych better than bio, but both were good, both were good. Okay, next. Okay. We're halfway there, so it's still anybody's game. Wait, whose music was that? That's actually a good idea because now we can listen to the music from somebody else's
Me.
side.
It
Wait,
my
how?
music. It's playing on Spotify.
Wait, can you please keep that on? It's so awkward when it's quiet.
Yeah. No, every
Okay,
time
okay.
there's a question.
Very good. Very good. Okay, next.
I can't.
These are DJ. Yes. Ooh, okay. Ananya's on top now. Okay. Next. Oops, I was on mute. Okay. Nanya's still on top. Thalamus. Okay. Oh, okay. Victoria's now on top. Okay.
Oh.
Wow, everybody. Okay, great. Wait, out of curiosity, who hasn't taken AP Bio or AP Psych? Just like, and like, because everybody's doing really well so far. Nice, the amygdala. Wait, Jed, you're in 13th place.
Nah, I was tripping, maybe.
Okay, Victoria's in first now. So this one's a little bit split. What was the question? Involved in speaking muscle movement. Oh, okay. Question 16, we're almost there. There's like a lot of anatomy questions on this Kahoot.
No.
So if you don't know your anatomy, I guess it's just like, okay, nice. Oh.
Come back.
Okay. Yay, almost everybody. Perfect. Okay. Bishoy is going up. Oh, if people attended one of the brain resource creation workshops during Neurocon, they would know the answer to this question. Pretty good. Okay. Next. Okay. Second to last question, guys. Yay! Oh my gosh. Okay, we got to end it strong. This last question, everybody better get it right just so that we can end it strong, okay? Okay, Victoria's still in first, but Veda's close behind. Okay, last question. Jed, we got to have the music. I can't see. Okay, that's pretty good. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, at least no one said experimental destruction.
Vivian got third.
Vivian,
Yay!
yeah.
Hype her up in the chat, guys. Veda and Victoria. Oh my gosh, they're all V's. That's crazy. Okay, perfect. I'm going to get your names down for the prizes, but good job to everyone who played. Y'all all did really good, especially considering like some of you guys haven't taken bio, some of you guys haven't taken psych. That's really impressive. Okay. And this is our last session. Okay, let me stop sharing. Click. If I can do that. Okay, I think, yes. Okay, well, this was our last session for Saturday's Neurocon. Thank you all for tuning in either to this session or to other sessions. It was so it was so amazing to see all you guys here, and it was nice to meet some of you guys. I hope to see you guys tomorrow as well, and have a good night.